A mediocre office worker, depressed and deeply dissatisfied with his miserable life, wakes up one day to find himself on the brink of something impossible. This is the story of Dreamland Adventure. The story begins inside a dull corporate office. Our protagonist works in the advertising department of the Grand Glory Company, and it is immediately clear that he is the kind of employee who takes on far more work than he can handle. He is exhausted, overworked, and barely holding himself together. His boss soon appears and delivers grim news, claiming the company is going through difficult times, and that mass layoffs are coming. Under the thinly veiled threat of being fired, the boss orders him to work harder, and hands him a list of potential clients to contact one by one. By the next day, results are expected. From this interaction alone, it is obvious that the boss is cruel and manipulative. Despite his fatigue, the protagonist keeps working late into the day. That is when something strange happens. His vision begins to blur, the world loses focus, and everything around him starts to pixelate. A mysterious figure suddenly appears on his computer monitor. Unsure whether what he is seeing is real, he freezes. A coworker notices something is wrong and calls out to him, revealing his name to be Howard. At first, he does not respond, but then he snaps back to reality and claims he is fine, blaming it on temporary blurry vision. Concerned, his coworker advises him to take a break, and reminds him that the company dinner is scheduled for that evening, an event organized by their boss. While this may sound enjoyable to an outside observer, Howard immediately dismisses it, knowing that everyone will be forced to split the bill. With his low salary, attending would only cost him money. His co-worker, realizing the reason for Howard's reluctance, offers to lend him $20 so he can attend. He also explains that attendance is mandatory because the company's new director will be announced that night. That director is Sabrina Lua. She arrives at the office in style, instantly drawing every eye in the room. Her presence alone leaves the men speechless. Howard, however, knows immediately that someone like her exists far beyond his reach. Later that evening, the company gathers for dinner. Everyone is drinking, laughing, and pretending to enjoy themselves when Howard experiences the same phenomenon again, only far more intense. His irises begin to glow, a deafening buzz fills his head, and his nervous system suddenly links to some form of virtual reality visible only to him. The same strange image appears above him, yet no one around him seems able to see it. A robotic voice speaks. It explains that the limited Universal Star is dedicated to providing unforgettable experiences through advanced virtual reality. Howard grows anxious, confused as to why this is happening to him. He has never purchased any virtual reality equipment and cannot afford such technology. As if reading his thoughts, the voice responds that, based on extensive data and calculations, Howard is the perfect candidate for the dream test. He is informed that he will be sent to Dreamland, a simulated world where he can experience many different lives, essentially a vastly superior version of a virtual reality game. Images flash before him as examples, presented in a strangely mocking manner. Irritated and overwhelmed, Howard demands that it stop. He insists he has work tomorrow, and no time for this nonsense. The system explains further. It can copy real people into Dreamland, allowing him to determine the direction of his new life. Then it asks him a single life-altering question. Would he like to live as someone else? Before Howard can answer, the new director enters the restaurant alongside his boss. She is formally introduced to everyone, one by one. A notoriously sycophantic employee is presented first, drunkenly leering at her without shame. As the introductions continue, Howard is deliberately ignored. Sabrina notices this omission and asks about him. Nervous and shaking, Howard tries to speak, but his boss cuts him off and declares that Howard is a nobody, mediocre at best, and incapable of proper communication. These words crush him. They are blatant lies, spoken out of pure spite. Unlike the other employees, Howard never flattered his boss, and for that, he has been targeted relentlessly. Sabrina does not appear impressed by the insult, and simply greets everyone politely. The dinner soon ends, and the employees begin heading home, knowing they must return to work the next day. Howard is left deeply shaken. He believed that hard work would eventually earn recognition, but reality proves otherwise. A coworker tries to comfort him, suggesting that advancement requires submission and obedience to authority. This triggers a flashback to Howard's school days, when he was once a leader in student protests against the system. He used to stand for something. Now, he has become the very thing he once despised. Outside, Howard overhears his boss attempting to flirt with Sabrina, claiming that she should not waste time on insignificant workers. She calmly dismisses his arrogance, stating that she knows exactly what she is doing. When the boss realizes Howard has overheard the conversation, he makes a thinly veiled threat, declaring that anyone who does not understand their place should be fired. That is the breaking point. All of Howard's anger, frustration, and humiliation boil over. His effort, his loyalty, and his dignity have meant nothing. Discriminated against both inside and outside his workplace, he finally resolves to quit his job the next day. Consumed by rage, he turns back to the robotic system and orders it to copy both his boss and the director into Dreamland. The system responds with an error, explaining that it can only scan one person at a time. Based on the request, the chosen target is Sabrina Luo. The scan completes and her character is created. Later, back in his apartment, Howard questions why the system failed to warn him about this limitation. The system responds that it detected a massive spike in dopamine, concluding that he is enjoying the situation. Embarrassed, Howard admits that having a beautiful woman as an in-game companion does sound appealing. The system informs him that Dreamland will activate at midnight, and advises him to find a safe place to sleep. Howard says he is too anxious to fall asleep, but the system assures him this has already been anticipated. It will temporarily interfere with his ascending reticular activating system, the part of the brain responsible for wakefulness. Without resistance, Howard slips into unconsciousness, unaware that when he wakes up, his old life will be over, and his struggle for survival in a ruined world will begin. The process begins. Howard grows increasingly nervous as the world spins around him, and his heart pounds faster and faster. Before he can panic any further, his consciousness fades, and he falls asleep as peacefully as a baby. Almost immediately, he wakes up in the way most people could only dream of, with a half-naked two-dimensional woman hovering above him. She casually introduces herself as the AI administrator of Dreamland. Her name is AI-63. Howard stares at her in confusion as she begins explaining the system. She tells him about the shop and credit system, where he can purchase items that may become vital in the future. A military knife costs 2 credits. A 100-ton truck costs 40 credits. A temperature-regulating shirt, compressed food packs, and an infinite energy battery cost 200 credits. At first these items seem oddly priced and insignificant, but it will later become clear that every single one of them is priceless in the world he is about to enter. She explains that completing challenges will reward him with credits, following rules that feel familiar to anyone who has seen similar scenarios before. Howard thanks her for the explanation and asks about NPC companions, wondering if there is anyone strong enough to assist him. The AI calmly replies that for 10,000 credits, she herself could serve him. Howard immediately thinks it is a bargain. She then warns him that Dreamland is about to activate. If he has no more questions, things are about to become serious. A portal opens before him, leading directly into a ruined, apocalyptic world. As Howard approaches the portal, everything suddenly goes black. He wakes up again, this time lying in his own bed. Confused, he looks around his apartment, trying to determine whether everything he experienced was real, or just a dream. Nothing seems different. He reasons that creating an entirely new world from nothing is impossible, especially with technology he barely understands. Deciding it was all in his head, he prepares for work and heads to the bathroom. That is when he notices the power is out. Slightly unsettled, he walks down the stairs of his apartment building as usual, still not noticing anything strange. The moment he steps outside, reality hits him. He is completely alone. There is not a single person anywhere in sight. A strange buzzing sound fills the air. Howard looks up just in time to see a massive airplane falling from the sky. It crashes and explodes right in front of him. You might think this is where the story ends, but somehow, he manages to dive behind a car just in time, narrowly avoiding death. A message appears before him. The Dreamland Apocalypse survival simulation has begun. The objective is simple: survive. All humans have disappeared. The difficulty level is set to 0. He has 180 days to live. Before he can process this information, he hears the sound of liquid dripping from the car beside him. When he looks down, he sees a pool of gasoline spreading toward his feet. Once again, he barely escapes, fleeing just before the car explodes. Screaming in disbelief, Howard realizes that this world has no intention of going easy on him. After recovering from the initial shock, Howard forces himself to think logically. He writes down his needs in a notebook and starts planning his priorities. 180 days may sound like a long time, but without supplies, it could end quickly. If he gathers enough resources, he might survive. He even begins thinking about what his life might become once this ordeal ends. With no one left to judge him, Howard indulges himself. He raids clothing stores for the best outfits, takes jewelry, and drinks the most expensive alcohol he can find. After all, he is the only human left in the world. Then he remembers something important. The system copied Sabrina Luo into Dreamland. Using the radio in a police car, he attempts to contact the system and asks about her copy. Before he receives an answer, he hears a sound behind him. He spins around, only to find a dog. This makes sense to him. With humans gone, animals would roam freely. He begins suspecting that the AI tricked him, and that there is no woman at all. That thought vanishes when he hears another noise. This time, it is a tiger. Howard nearly panics as the animal leaps toward him, but instead of attacking, the tiger gently licks him. Surprisingly, Howard recognizes it. The tiger had been friendly toward humans before the apocalypse, often posing for tourist photos. Against all logic, he survives again. 7 days pass, and life grows harder than he ever imagined. The water supply runs dry, forcing him to rely on bottled water from abandoned stores. Without electricity, refrigerated food rots, and worms infest everything. Howard survives on cookies, knowing his body cannot endure a lack of proper nutrition for long. His luck finally changes when he discovers an old restaurant equipped with a diesel generator. In a world like this, that generator is worth more than gold. Even better, there is still usable meat in the freezer. He decides to turn the restaurant into his shelter. During the day, he scavenges for supplies. At night, he prepares land to grow vegetables, using rotten meat as fertilizer. The days blur together. By day 34, Howard drives through the empty streets, unsure of what to do next. He begins hearing the voice of a coworker, criticizing his choices and suggesting better ones. Howard knows it is an illusion, a creation of his mind. He admits it openly, and even suggests that if he lets go of the steering wheel, he could crash and wake up back in reality. The imaginary coworker tries to encourage him, pointing out that his garlic plants are sprouting. Howard snaps. The city is filthy, flies are everywhere, and at night he feels as though worms crawl across his skin. The darkness suffocates him, and the silence convinces him the world has abandoned him. He has reached the edge of sanity. As the imaginary coworker urges him not to give up, something suddenly jumps into the road. Howard slams the brakes. Another car appears out of nowhere and crashes into him. When the dust settles, he realizes who it is. Sabrina Luo died. The airbags deploy, and she loses consciousness. When she wakes up, she finds herself in a strange place with a bandage on her face and wearing men's clothing. She explores the area and realizes she is inside a restaurant powered by a generator, with fresh food laid out on a table. She eventually finds Howard shaving his beard. After 30 days alone, he wants to look presentable. He invites her to eat. During the meal, she recalls seeing him at the company dinner, but admits she never learned his name. He introduces himself, realizing that this version of her carries the same memories as the real woman. She is impressed by what he has accomplished alone, managing electricity, food, and shelter. When he asks about her past month, she explains that everyone vanished suddenly, and that he is the only human she has encountered. Howard asks what she plans to do next. She has no answer. Seizing the moment, he asks her to stay with him. He promises to take care of her if she gets sick and provide everything she needs. It is not the most graceful proposal, but in this broken world, she has few alternatives. She agrees, though she makes it clear that he is not her type, and warns him not to try anything inappropriate. For a man who was talking to imaginary people days ago, this is still a massive victory. He accepts her conditions without complaint. She suggests they share the workload. He agrees but insists she rest for the day. Tomorrow they will start working for real. Though he hides it well, the rejection hurts him deeply. Still, their story together has only just begun. The next morning, Howard wakes to a loud noise echoing through the building. Wondering what she could possibly be doing so early, he gets up to investigate. In the hallway, he finds several large boxes scattered across the floor. When he asks her what she is doing, The answer he is about to receive will change everything once again. Sabrina calmly replies that she cleaned out the restaurant's storage room and turned it into her personal bedroom. If he needs her, she adds, he can ring a bell. Howard is visibly upset, but that is not the worst part. She also threw away the mannequin that had been leaning there, the same mannequin that had become his only companion in this desolate world, much like Wilson was for a certain castaway. She says she can go get it back, but Howard coldly tells her not to bother. Angrily, he storms off to retrieve the mannequin himself. Before leaving, he turns back and declares that from now on, they will each do their own laundry and cook their own food. Confused, Sabrina asks why. He answers that it will allow them to see each other less often. That way, she will not have to stay constantly on guard around him, and he will not feel awkward whenever he looks at her. The man is clearly tilted beyond reason. Sabrina still does not understand what his problem is. Howard finally explains that even though she is a beautiful, wealthy woman with a higher position than his back in the company, in this world he will act like the gentleman she probably expected him to be before. With that, he leaves, clinging to his wounded pride. Time passes. More than 90 days go by, and the story jumps ahead to day 120 of the apocalypse. Howard still needs to survive until day 180 to clear the challenge. Over the past 3 months, the city has changed. The weather has grown colder, and the unbearable stench of decay has faded. Sabrina has filled the shelter with flower pots, softening the atmosphere and making the place feel more alive. Despite all of this, they barely speak. Sabrina seems perfectly fine with the silence, but Howard is not. He spends his days talking to the mannequin, whom he has named Donald, his only true friend in this broken world. One morning, he tells Donald that they need to look for meat, and jokingly asks whether he would prefer spoiled meat from the market or rat meat. Thankfully, Howard decides they will go fishing instead. Before that, however, they make a stop at the zoo to visit Dummy the tiger. Dummy has been surviving by hunting other zoo animals, supplemented by meat Howard occasionally brings him. Suddenly, the tiger's instincts flare, and he dashes forward. What he spotted was nothing less than a deer. These were not zoo animals anymore. They were wild deer, proof that nature was reclaiming the city. As Howard processes this, the atmosphere shifts unnaturally. Thunder rumbles, a powerful wind sweeps in, and the sky darkens in moments. Howard realizes too late that a typhoon is forming. Panicked, he rushes into his car, unable to understand how such a massive storm could appear on a previously sunny day. Then it hits him. This is a simulation. A game. The typhoon is another challenge. His thoughts immediately turn to Sabrina. She rides her bicycle up the mountain every day, and by now she should be near the summit. Even though they have barely spoken in months, he cannot allow anything to happen to her. Losing her would mean being completely alone again. He races back to their shelter. The door is open, confirming his fear that she has not returned. Without hesitation, he drives straight toward the mountain path she usually takes. The storm worsens with every second. Rain lashes down, lightning splits the sky, and the wind howls violently. At last, he spots her. She is leaning against a post, barely standing. Her leg is badly injured, a deep gash visible even through the rain. Howard rushes to her and lifts her into his arms, carrying her to safety. They find shelter in a large mansion at the top of the mountain, a place Sabrina used to visit before the world ended. She is soaked, shivering uncontrollably. Howard asks to examine her wound, but she refuses. He snaps back that this is not the time for pride. An infection could kill her. Still, she insists she can handle it herself. Even as the only two humans left on Earth, they cannot stop clashing. Howard lays out a plan. They do not know how long the typhoon will last, and their original shelter will almost certainly flood. He suggests they make the mansion their new base. Sabrina agrees without argument and asks what needs to be done. Howard tells her to stay put and rest because of her injury. He will handle everything else. He leaves her behind and heads back into the storm alone. The weather grows even worse, and soon snow begins to fall. When he reaches their old shelter, he finds it completely flooded. The generator has failed. He grabs as much food as he can, but a surge of water destroys most of the vegetables they work so hard to grow. With barely anything left, Howard realizes their supplies will last no more than 2 days. Fishing is impossible in such conditions. Desperate, he resorts to an idea he never wanted to consider. He drives to the zoo. There he finds Dummy the tiger badly injured, clearly having fought something powerful. Howard's original plan was to rely on the tiger's hunting ability, but seeing Dummy like this changes everything. He tries to coax the animal into the car so he can treat its wounds, but the tiger refuses to move. Howard shouts, begging him to follow, but the tiger roars back, making it clear that he will act on his own terms. Howard tells himself that this is just a game, that he should not get attached. He turns away and leaves the tiger behind, the moment heavy with regret. Back at the mountain mansion, Howard finds Sabrina collapsed on the ground outside. When he asks what happened, she explains that she tried to collect rainwater to boil for them, but slipped and cannot stand up. Without hesitation, Howard lifts her and carries her inside. Inside, he finally takes control. He firmly tells her that from now on he will be the one making decisions. He places her on the bed and retrieves a first aid kit. As he cleans and treats her wound, she asks what he plans to do next. He explains that he once saw a herd of deer nearby and intends to hunt them the next day. She warns him that wild deer remember the scent of danger and become extremely alert. He replies that it does not matter. He has weapons. He then shows her a pistol he found hidden under her pillow when he went back for supplies. He left the bullets inside and hands the gun to her. She asks why he does not keep it for himself. He says no, hoping that this gesture will ease her distrust of him. They part ways for the night, knowing he needs to prepare for the hunt. Day 121 begins with snow falling heavily. Howard bundles up and steps outside, fully aware that he does not even know how to kill a chicken, let alone a deer. As he moves forward, he senses something watching him. A pack of hungry wolves lurks nearby. The cold bites into his skin, his breath turning to mist with every step. The world is silent, except for the wind and the crunch of snow beneath his feet. Suddenly, he hears something and quickly turns, weapon ready. Nothing is there. This happens again and again. He can hear them, feel them watching. They know his every move. Perhaps Sabrina was right. Exhausted, Howard decides to try fishing instead. He casts a net into the river, despite the raging current caused by the storm. It is reckless, but he has no choice. He throws the net and silently prays. Almost immediately he feels a powerful tug. The net tightens, and before Howard can react, he is yanked straight into the river. The freezing water knocks the breath out of him, stabbing at his skin like needles. When he finally claws his way back to the surface, soaked and shaking, all thoughts of fishing vanish. He just wants to go back to the mansion and warm himself by the fire. That is when he sees it. A deer stands nearby. Howard immediately ducks down, careful not to alert it. His hands fumble through his bag until he pulls out a shotgun. There is no room for hesitation. He steadies himself, takes a deep breath, aims and fires. He misses. The recoil slams the gun back into his face, smashing into his nose and drawing blood. Cold, injured, and humiliated, he barely has time to react before danger closes in. The wolves appear. Unlike Howard, they are not reckless. They see his injury, judge the risk, and decide it is not worth it. One by one they retreat into the snow. Howard does not understand their behavior, but in the condition he is in, he can only be grateful. He staggers back to the mansion, exhausted and defeated. Inside, he finds Sabrina waiting by the fire, wrapped in a blanket, trying to keep warm. For the first time in a long while, things almost feel normal. Howard hurriedly strips off his frozen clothes, caring only about warming himself. The moment is awkward, heavy with tension. Sabrina averts her eyes at first, but her gaze drifts. She notices a photograph tucked into Howard's wallet, a picture of another woman. She asks about it. Howard explains that it is his ex-girlfriend. Sabrina says she is pretty, and asks why they broke up. He answers honestly. He wanted a family. She did not. He asks about her in return, whether she has someone waiting for her. She says yes. His name is Lawrence. He has a doctorate from Manhwa and is the CEO of a technology company. Howard scoffs, muttering that the man may be successful, but he clearly has poor taste if he chose to be with someone as difficult as her. Sabrina snaps back angrily. In the heat of the argument, she forgets the situation she is in and drops the blanket while trying to cover her eyes. The realization hits both of them at the same time. Embarrassment floods the room. Sabrina yells at Howard to leave immediately, throwing whatever she can reach in his direction. He retreats, his face burning, his thoughts in complete disarray. The following days pass with no improvement. Howard continues trying to hunt deer, but every time he gets close, they vanish like ghosts. He has never handled firearms before this world, and his lack of skill shows. Still, he keeps trying. At least, something has changed. Sabrina speaks to him more now. She does not complain when he comes back empty-handed. But something is wrong. She is growing weaker. Her injury is not healing, and hunger is wearing them both down. Howard suggests building a trap, a pit lined with sharpened stakes and disguised with cabbage leaves. He hopes the wolves, desperate in winter, will fall for it. Sabrina tells him he should have discussed it with her. The work is dangerous, and he is already exhausted. Howard admits he is at his limit. This is his last attempt. Tomorrow, they either survive, or they do not. When he returns to the trap site the next day, it seems to have failed. Then he notices blood. The animal escaped, wounded. Hope surges through him as he follows the trail through the snow. The trail leads to a clearing. 2 wolves are there, tearing into the remains of a deer. The food that could have saved them is already gone. With no other choice, Howard raises his gun and fires wildly, driven by hunger, fear, and rage. Every shot misses. The wolves scatter, dragging the remains away with them. Howard collapses to his knees in the snow. He tells himself it is just a game, that he should control his emotions, but the truth breaks through. He screams into the empty world, a raw sound of despair from someone who has reached his absolute limit. Day 126 arrives. All that remains to eat is a single tomato and a cabbage leaf. Sabrina insists Howard eat, saying she has done nothing to help lately. He tells her they are both dying and that pride no longer matters. She finally agrees. As they sit together, she begins to speak about her past. Until she was 18, she says, she lived like a puppet, controlled by others, especially her father. He was authoritarian, emotionally abusive, and kept her isolated. He told her she was different from her siblings, that she would abandon the family just like her mother. He claimed she was nothing without the family's power. That trauma shaped her. Her obsession with independence is her way of surviving it. Howard tells her he understands. He speaks about his own life, about working hard and never being rewarded, about living in mediocrity without recognition. She asks if he has any strength at all. He says that if he does, it is his refusal to give up. Once he sets his mind on something, he keeps going. She tells him that hard work alone is not enough, that the world only notices those who shine brighter than others. Her goal is independence. He will find his purpose when he truly strives for something. Howard asks if helping her survive will earn him recognition. He admits that all he ever wanted was for someone to tell him that he mattered. Sabrina questions how she can prove her independence by accepting his help, but reality leaves her no choice. They are starving. She accepts. Howard takes the cabbage leaf and leaves the room, barely able to stand. Before going, he tells her that if he does not return within 3 days, she will likely find his body in a stream east of the mansion. If that happens, he tells her to do what must be done. Outside the mansion, Howard speaks to Donald the mannequin, who has long been his only confidant. He admits that he never truly fought for anything. Instead, he complained, shifted blame, and hid from difficult choices. He says he failed his family, his ex-girlfriend, his education, and even himself by always retreating into a safe corner where he could feel sorry for himself. He promises Donald that he will stop whining, that he will never run away again. Then, with a quiet resolve, Howard pushes the mannequin away and steps forward into the snow, finally ready to face the consequences of his choices. The scene opens on the mansion balcony, a quiet but powerful symbol of the death of the man he used to be. From there, the story shifts abruptly to a kitchen. A feminine hand grips a cleaver. It is Sabrina, standing over Howard's lifeless body. With trembling resolve, she raises the blade and brings it down, only to jolt awake. It was a dream. The weight of Howard's final words before leaving had shaken her so deeply that even in a world built from dreams, her mind created another nightmare. That detail is important. After all, they are living in a post-apocalyptic world constructed within their own minds. The project itself is called Dreamland. If this reality is already a dream, then how can someone dream inside it? The implication lingers as the story moves forward to day 127 of the apocalypse. Howard is outside, shoveling snow, struggling for breath as he makes his way back to the frozen river he once fell into. He recalls something crucial. The only time he ever got close to catching a deer was when he fell into the water. Every other time the animals escaped before he could approach. The river must have masked his scent. Realizing this, he forms a desperate plan. It is a gamble, but in their current state it is the only chance he has left to survive. Inside, Sabrina is fighting a different battle. She forces herself to stay awake, terrified of dreaming again. Hunger and exhaustion begin to distort her perception. She hallucinates her father standing before her, calling her pathetic and blaming her for her situation. He tells her she would never have ended up here if she had simply followed the path he chose for her. She shouts at him to disappear, and for a moment, the vision fades. All she has left to eat is a single tomato. As she stares at it, she remembers Howard's words and the deal they made. That memory strengthens her resolve. She will survive. She will prove she can stand on her own. Hours pass. Her eyelids grow heavier. Then she hears a faint sound. A rat has found her tomato and is gnawing at it. She lacks the strength to stop it. Her father appears again, laughing at her weakness. He reminds her of Lawrence, the wealthy, elderly man she was meant to marry. All she had to do was stay with him until he died, and she would inherit everything. Even her marriage had been arranged. Her father mocks her, saying that if she cannot endure even a little suffering, she will never survive alone. He insists she is not strong, merely pretending to be. In the end, he says, she will be devoured by rats. The story grows heavier. Outside, a deer calmly eats kale in the snow. The scene cuts back and forth between prey and predator. Sabrina grips the gun Howard gave her. She whispers that she does not need to be saved. She does not need anyone to rescue her life. In the rat's eye, we see the reflection of her gun. In the deer's eye, we see the reflection of a buried shotgun. Howard has hidden himself beneath the snow, masking his scent just as he theorized. He waits patiently. When the deer steps into range, he fires. At the same moment, Sabrina pulls the trigger and kills the rat that tried to steal her food. The chapter ends with 2 shots echoing across the frozen wasteland. The next chapter begins with the deer lying lifeless in the snow. From beneath the white surface, Howard emerges, triumphant. His plan worked. He laughs and shouts in celebration. Inside, Sabrina eats her tomato and roasts the rat she killed. Survival has stripped away hesitation. Then the door opens. Howard enters, dragging the deer behind him. She is stunned. He actually succeeded. But he has pushed himself too far. Exhausted, starved and freezing, he collapses to the floor. Sabrina rushes to him. Ice clings to his clothes. He truly suffered to bring back this food. Hours later, she has butchered the deer and prepares hot water to warm him. She asks if he feels better. There is no answer, until he suddenly grabs her arm. Startled, she leans closer. In a weak voice, he asks if he has earned her recognition. Surprised, she tells him yes. He is amazing. The validation brings him quiet happiness. Later, deer meat soup is ready, but he remains too weak to eat. She decides to act. Opening his mouth, she feeds him in the only way she can, passing the food from her own mouth to his. Whether awkward or intimate, it is an act of care born from desperation. He continues shivering despite 3 blankets. Realizing it is not enough, she makes a choice. Biting her lip, she undresses and lies beside him, sharing her body heat to keep him alive. She wraps herself around him and whispers that everything will be okay. Day 130 begins. Howard wakes up and, for the first time in days, he is not alone. Sabrina lies beside him, curled close. He's shocked, especially when he realizes she is completely bare. As she moves to leave, he holds her gently, saying he still feels unwell. Their conversation turns personal. She asks about his ex-girlfriend. He explains that she thought they were too young for something serious. Pressed further, he admits he wanted a family. Sabrina surprises him by saying she wants one too. He does not understand. Was she not trying to prove her independence? She explains that success was never the point. It was just a goal she set to break free from the limitations imposed on her. In chasing that freedom, she trapped herself in another kind of prison. How could she call herself independent when she could not even make decisions alone in this frozen world? Howard is speechless. He never even had a goal of his own. She asks him directly if he wants a family with her. He hesitates just long enough to make her fear she has gone too far. Then he takes her hand and says it is exactly what he wants. In striving so hard for recognition, he forgot what truly mattered. She promises they will survive together. He agrees. Now, the thought of having a family becomes his new motivation. They kiss, sealing that promise. But in the final moment of the act, a memory surfaces. Sabrina recalls being a teenager, bound and silenced by her father, who told her it was time to introduce her to the world of adults. The past, it seems, is not done with her yet. And then calls man and a woman into her room, instructing them to strip and act on the thoughts they have on the couch. Sabrina turns her head away to avoid seeing it, but her father grips her head and forces her to look, insisting that she must learn how to please that old man she was set to marry. That guy is really messed up. Then he says something that really confuses me, mentioning that it's better if they both appear to be a genuine father and daughter. To achieve that, he plans to change her name. From that point on, she would be known as Sabrina Luo. What I don't get is whether she started living with him after her mother left, or something like that. Maybe this will be clarified later on. Anyway, after that night, time moves forward. A month passes, and the story jumps to day 160 of the apocalypse. Howard still needs to survive for 20 more days to clear the simulation. Since then, he and Sabrina have been living together as a couple. Howard never fully recovered from his near-death experience, but he is well enough to work. The deer meat is long gone, yet he manages to catch fish from the river, and together they begin building a small greenhouse for vegetables. Sabrina puts genuine effort into it, working diligently every day. One afternoon she calls Howard over and tells him she has a gift for him. His expectations immediately drift in the wrong direction, but he is quickly proven wrong. She presents him with a poncho made from deerskin, something incredibly useful for hunting, especially for masking his scent. For the first time in a long while, the balance has shifted in his favor. After a successful hunt, Howard feels nostalgic and decides to revisit the places tied to the early days of the apocalypse. He passes the lamppost where he once found Sabrina injured during the storm. He visits the old restaurant, remembering Donald, the mannequin who once kept him sane. He walks past the site where the airplane crashed in front of him on his very first day. Finally, he heads to the zoo to check on his old companion. Calling out to Dummy while holding a deer leg as an offering, Howard suddenly hears a terrifying roar. Despite Dummy's injured leg, the tiger is charging toward the sound. Howard runs after him and arrives just in time to see Dummy being attacked by a pack of wolves. He raises his shotgun and fires, injuring and scaring them off before they can finish the job. He rushes to Dummy's side, telling him it is safe now, only to realize he is too late. The tiger is gravely wounded, barely able to move, letting out only weak sounds. Howard kneels beside him, placing a hand on his fur as memories of their time together flood back. Dummy was a good creature, loyal in his own way. Howard apologizes for not arriving sooner. The tiger looks into his eyes as if understanding. Howard tells him that the pain will soon be gone. With trembling hands he raises the shotgun, tears streaming down his face, and pulls the trigger. Thus ends the life of Dummy the tiger, a harsh reminder that nature is merciless. The story continues with Howard and Sabrina sitting together in a bathtub, the warm water easing the cold that has settled into their bones. Sabrina notices that Howard seems distant and asks if something is wrong. He brushes it off, saying nothing happened, but admits the world is growing colder and more dangerous every day. He asks her to stay home for a while, not to confine her, but because he is worried. She agrees, saying she has plenty to do in the greenhouse anyway. Their moment of warmth does not last long. Soon, Howard is back out hunting. Now dressed in deer skin and skilled with both shotgun and knife, he has become efficient, almost frighteningly so. But just as he hunts to survive, the wolves do the same. The story shows a pack of wolves chasing deer through the snow. One wolf leaps onto its prey, fangs bared. Suddenly it hears a sound. Thinking another deer has been left behind, it charges forward, only to realize too late that it has walked into a trap. A knife flashes, and the wolf is killed instantly. Back at the shelter, Sabrina calls out to Howard, but he does not respond at first. When she tries again, he snaps out of his trance. She tells him he has been distant lately and asks what is bothering him so she can help. Todd. He dismisses her concerns and tells her to go back to sleep. She is left confused and uneasy as he slips back into his obsession. All Howard can think about are the wolves. The pack of 4 is now down to 3. He is determined to eliminate the threat completely. When the remaining wolves hear a strange sound, they split up. One approaches a bush, sensing something familiar yet wrong. It sniffs the air, steps closer, and before it can react, a shotgun barrel is forced into its mouth. A single blast ends its life instantly. The remaining 2 wolves hear the explosion and turn toward him. They lock eyes with Howard, their gaze filled with raw hatred. Day 170 arrives to Wei. Only 10 days remain, yet Howard barely acknowledges it. His mind is consumed by the wolves. That murderous stare is burned into his thoughts, and he believes he will only find peace once the threat is gone. Sabrina calls out to him, saying she has prepared steamed fish and roasted meat, proud of how much she has improved her cooking. Howard barely listens. He says he will just take some dried meat and leave for a few days. Frustrated, Sabrina asks why he has been leaving early and returning late, why they can no longer even eat together. Howard coldly replies that there are things he needs to finish, so he can finally rest easy. He walks past her without emotion. Tears fill her eyes as she begs him to tell her what is wrong. Fearing that her pride would drive her to danger if she knew about the wolves, he lies and says, "It is nothing serious." Day 173 begins with Sabrina waking to a harsh sound. Hammering. She looks around in confusion and realizes that the windows of her room have been completely boarded up. The protagonist stood outside the house, hammering nails into the wooden frames of the windows, sealing every crack he could find. The cold had grown harsher with each passing day, and he explained that he was reinforcing the house before the temperature dropped even further. Sabrina watched him for a moment before saying she had never asked for his help. He cut her off immediately, saying he was not in the mood for jokes. She insisted she was serious. Lately he had been acting strangely, distant, secretive. It felt as though they had gone back to the beginning, when nothing was certain between them. He claimed she was mistaken, but she did not back down. They had rushed into this relationship, she said. Had he thought of it as nothing more than a one-night stand? He denied it, stating that everything he was doing was to protect the house. That was when she exploded. If he truly wanted to protect their home, she shouted, then he should at least show her some respect and tell her what was going on. For a long moment, he stood speechless. Then he too erupted. They had agreed that she would stay home while he searched for food. She could not help him with what he was about to do. Finally, he told her he would explain everything once he was finished. Disappointed, Sabrina turned her back on him and walked away. The protagonist, cold and detached, pushed the argument out of his mind. He noticed he had run out of nails and would need to visit the hardware store. His thoughts drifted instead to the 2 wolves that had been hunting him, and how they had managed to outsmart him. Snow continued to fall, erasing tracks. The temperature had dropped to nearly -30 degrees, and it would only worsen. The wolves could wait. His immediate concern was warmth. He had to ensure they survived the cold. At the tool store, he found the building surprisingly well maintained. Inside, he searched for supplies until something caught his attention. A book. It was a diesel generator maintenance manual. Almost amused, he flipped through it and quickly realized he now had the knowledge to repair the generator left behind at their old shelter. As he considered this discovery, the television inside the store flickered to life on its own. Static filled the screen. He jumped in surprise. Then she appeared, the artificial intelligence simulation administrator. At first he simply stared, confused. It took him several seconds to remember the truth. He was living inside a simulation. A dream. He had almost forgotten. The AI calmly informed him that the simulation would end in 1 week. He needed to prepare to return. The thought struck him like a blow. Returning to his old life had not crossed his mind in a long time. The scene shifted briefly to Sabrina. She wrote him a note explaining that they needed time apart. She was leaving, going somewhere else, and he was not to follow her. Then she walked away. Back in the store, the television lay shattered on the floor. He gathered the generator manual and other supplies, preparing to leave. That was when he heard the sound of paws. The wolves had followed his trail. He felt no fear. He understood their anger. After all, he had killed members of their pack. He tried to reach his weapon, but they were faster, blocking him. He was struck by their intelligence. Then he noticed the exit door standing open to his left. It was his only chance. He ran. The wolves chased him through the snow. His car was only a few meters away. He pushed himself forward, but the old injury in his leg, the one he had suffered when he fell into the river, flared up violently. His strength faltered. That was all the wolves needed. They tackled him into the snow. The larger wolf clamped its jaws onto his head, while the smaller one bit into his leg. Agony shot through him. Desperate, he unbuttoned his deerskin coat, slipping free from the larger wolf's grip. He punched the smaller wolf and quickly pulled out his knife, stabbing it. The larger wolf lunged again, tearing a chunk from his back. He drove his blade into its eye, but the knife snapped. The situation worsened. The beast lunged once more, fury blazing in its movements. He blocked it with his legs and shoved it away before it could bite his face. Advancing with the broken knife, he struck the wolf's remaining eye. The animal let out a horrific scream and slashed at his face with its claws. Consumed by rage, he raised the knife's hilt and brought it down repeatedly onto the wolf's skull. Blow after blow fell in a frenzy until his shoulder dislocated with a sickening shift. The hilt slipped from his grasp into the snow. The wolf lay motionless. He grabbed his bag and tried to flee. But the fight was not over. A memory flashed in his mind. He had once asked the AI whether the simulated world would continue after he left. Would Sabrina remain here alone? He had told the AI he could not abandon her. He wanted to stay. Back in the present, the battered wolf stirred. With its last strength it bit down on his hand. He stood there, staring at it. He admired its willpower. But he could not allow it revenge. He had to protect Sabrina, no matter what. He tore his arm free, skin ripping. He reached the car, threw the generator repair equipment inside, and opened the door. Suddenly, unbearable pain shot through him again. Both wolves had latched onto his legs. These creatures were relentless. He could not die. Not now. He opened the trunk. A pistol fell out. It was Sabrina's weapon. Without hesitation, he fired at the wolves. The shots forced them to retreat into the snow. He slammed the car door shut, shaking violently from adrenaline and blood loss. He had to fix the generator. If he did, Sabrina might survive after he left. He tried to start the car. Nothing happened. He tried again. Still nothing. The oil had frozen in the brutal cold. He needed time to warm the engine, but time was something he did not have. He was growing weaker. Outside, the wolves still lurked. His vision blurred. Consciousness slipped away. Then he woke up. He was safe. Sabrina sat beside him. She explained that she had found him unconscious next to the broken car and brought him home. He said he thought he had died. She admitted she had thought the same when she first saw him. He asked whether she had seen anything near him when she found him. She said he had been clutching a bag, which she had brought back. The moment he remembered the bag, he tried to sit up. With the contents inside, he could repair the generator. She told him he was badly injured and needed rest. He refused. This was the final task on his list. She sighed and agreed, already knowing he would not listen to her anyway. He said nothing. The story continues with Howard in the garage, struggling through pain as he repairs the diesel generator. His hands tremble, his vision swims, but he refuses to stop. Then, with a final adjustment, the machine roars to life. Electricity surges back into the house. For a second, he simply stands there in disbelief. After everything he endured, it worked. He almost cries. He shouts toward the house, asking Sabrina if she sees it. From inside, she calls him an idiot, though her voice carries relief. Still riding the wave of triumph, Howard walks back toward the house. That is when he notices the car Sabrina used to rescue him. The airbag has deployed. The front is crushed inward. There is dried blood smeared across the bumper. He moves closer and finds a wolf's canine tooth embedded in one of the tires. The truth becomes clear. He had exhausted the wolves in battle, but Sabrina had finished what he started. The realization overwhelms him. As he imagines the scene, he nearly blacks out again. His injuries are deep. Without proper medical treatment, he knows he may not survive. Examining the damage further, he concludes the dented bumper likely came from crashing into a tree. A brief flash of memory forms in his mind, Sabrina driving forward without hesitation, slamming the last wolf against a pole with ruthless precision. For the first time, he fully acknowledges what she has done for him. Inside the mansion, 2 wolf skins hang to dry. In the kitchen, Sabrina calmly cuts meat as though nothing extraordinary has happened. Howard approaches her from behind and wraps his arms around her, thanking her for saving him. She teases him, asking when he became so sentimental. Was he not the cold, detached man who needed no one? He brushes off the comment and asks her forgiveness instead. She changes the subject and asks whether he has ever tasted wolf meat. He says no. She smiles and tells him they will tonight. He tells her to cook plenty. There is work to be done. Day 178. Only 2 days remain until the end of the apocalypse. The city is frozen solid, buried under snow and ice. But for the first time in days, the sun rises. Sabrina stands by the bedroom window, watching the light spill over the white landscape. She tells Howard, who lies in bed, but he does not respond. Concerned, she asks what is wrong. He looks exhausted beyond words. She asks if he has caught a cold and goes to fetch medicine. In a weak voice, he calls her back and tells her not to worry. It is not a cold. She stiffens, but tries to keep things light. He has survived moving houses during a storm, hunting in blizzards, repairing generators in freezing temperatures. Someone like him deserves recognition, she jokes. If they were still working at the company, she would nominate him Employee of the Quarter. He smiles faintly and calls her his boss and his lovely wife. She says she has not agreed to marry him yet and tells him to take the medicine. He reaches for the glass, but his vision darkens. The ceiling above him turns black. The glass slips from his fingers and shatters on the floor. When he opens his eyes again, Sabrina stands before him in her underwear, waiting. She accuses him of pretending to be sick just to make her worry. This time she will not punish him, she says, but next time she cannot promise mercy. She tries to pull him back into playfulness. He ends it immediately. They need to talk. She is stunned. She cannot believe he would refuse her. She shakes him, demands he respond. When he does, his voice is fragile. He tells her he does not have much time. He knows he is dying. The words hang in the air. He explains that the gas supply will last about 3 months. When it runs out, she must head north. There is a large reserve there. He has labeled all the vegetable seeds, she only needs to plant them. He asks if she knows how to operate the diesel generator. When she chooses a new house, he tells her, she must prioritize insulation and protection from the cold, not beauty. Day 180. The final day. Howard sits in a wheelchair on the mansion balcony, weak and frail. Sabrina stands beside him. The air feels warmer today, she says. Soon, temperatures will rise above 0. When the snow melts, she will head north and look for survivors. He asks her quietly whether she ever loved him. She looks at him with an expression that suggests her answer will hurt. Then she says no. He smiles. If she never loved him, then he can leave without guilt. It is time to wake up from the dream. He closes his eyes. Sabrina continues speaking, her voice trembling. He is selfish, she says. Full of himself. He never considered her feelings. Why would she love someone like that? He never comforted her when she was sad. He carried everything alone. She breaks down completely, crying over his body, calling him an idiot. But he can no longer hear her. His consciousness is gone. Howard awakens on the other side of a glowing portal. The artificial intelligence waits there, congratulating him on completing the challenge. He feels disoriented, as if he has lived through countless experiences. Gradually, his old personality returns. He is once again the awkward man from before. The AI explains that his memories of the simulation are blurred on purpose. The system interferes so players do not confuse dreams with reality. Within a month, the memories will slowly return. When his heart finds peace, accepting the experience will become easier. He remembers only one thing clearly, that he must not forget something important. The thought alone makes him cry. He asks whether the dream world will continue to exist. The AI tells him it was only a game. It is over. No matter how vivid the memories feel, it was just a simulation. He has a real life to live. He nods. The AI begins calculating his score. On the portal screen, the results appear. Difficulty level, 0. Grade, B. Credits earned, 50. He is shocked. He nearly died in a 0 difficulty game. He asks how the evaluation works. The AI explains that his score depends on the survival probability of the person he leaves behind. If he had been the sole survivor, he would have received a D. By killing the wolves and restoring electricity, he increased Sabrina's chances and earned a higher grade. If he had secured abundant food, built communication equipment, or created systems for long-term sustainability, he could have achieved an S. He protests that he is just an ordinary man, not a professional survival expert. The AI responds that the purpose of the game is to provide experiences impossible in real life. This was only a tutorial. The real challenge begins in a month. She gestures toward another portal labeled Frankenstein Invasion. A grotesque alien figure looms within, accompanied by a countdown. The same survival criteria will apply. The ultimate goal, she explains, is to strengthen players' sense of justice and responsibility in real life. Humanity shares a common destiny. Howard says he needs time to decide whether he will continue. Even with blurred memories, he feels exhausted and disturbed. The AI quickly reminds him that it was not all suffering. There were happy moments as well. She projects scenes of intimacy between him and Sabrina inside the simulation. He is horrified, demanding privacy. The AI calmly states, she is an emotionless program. Nothing more. He asks whether the real Sabrina could remember any of it. The AI assures him she cannot. What happens in the virtual world stays there. At that very moment, in the real world, the real Sabrina wakes up with tears streaming down her face. Howard stares at the portal and says something is wrong with this game. This cannot be a normal company. He only wants to go home. The AI tells Howard that if he wants to access the system menu, all he has to do is rub his left eye. However, since he successfully completed the challenge, he is entitled to a reward. Howard immediately tells her to send whatever the reward is to his home address. She ignores him. Instead, she raises her staff, and a dark mist begins to coil around them. It thickens until he can barely see. Alarmed, he demands to know what is happening. She calmly assures him that the system is simply selecting the most appropriate reward. He stands there, swallowed by the mist, confused and tense. Then, suddenly, a pair of glowing eyes appears behind him. In an instant, memories flood back with brutal clarity. The wolves. The snow. The smell of blood. You. The pain of teeth tearing into flesh. The battle replays in his mind more vividly than ever before. Out of the darkness, a caveman steps forward, primitive and silent, gripping a spear. With a powerful motion, the man hurls it. The spear flies cleanly through the air and strikes the wolf dead. The mist clears. Reward acquired. Hunting skill, precise throw. Howard does not understand how it works. He is about to question the AI when a sharp sound pierces the air. An alarm clock. God. His phone. He jolts awake. After spending 6 months surviving in a virtual post-apocalyptic nightmare, he is back in his bed, staring at the ceiling, and late for work. For a long moment he lies there, trying to process it. The system must have forced him out because he never chose to exit the game manually. He rubs his left eye, attempting to reopen the system interface. Nothing happens. Now, he is even more unsettled. Is he truly awake? Or is this another layer of illusion? Meanwhile, inside the virtual world, the AI is in disarray. She demands to know why the player was suddenly ejected. Alert. System failure. Memory control function deactivated. She asks for the error code. Error code zone. Loading new information. Within the simulated world, Sabrina is dreaming. A dream inside the dream. The AI grows frantic. How can there be a secondary consciousness forming within the simulation? She orders the system to fix the glitch. The robotic assistant replies that no correction protocol exists in the database. Is she being asked to write new code herself? She is only a management program. That exceeds her capabilities. The scene shifts. In the real world, Sabrina awakens with tears streaming down her face. 2 women stand beside her bed. The older one asks if she is all right. Sabrina says she had a very long dream, but she cannot remember the details. It felt important. Real. Why? She then asks why they are in her room. The women exchange uneasy glances. One explains that the previous night Sabrina had been sleepwalking. She went to the kitchen, took a knife, and kept murmuring, I'm sorry. Sabrina's expression changes. She recognizes it. The servant had been frightened and called her secretary. The secretary gently suggests that Sabrina take a few days off before returning to work. Still crying, Sabrina whispers that it was not just a dream. It was more than that. It felt too real. Elsewhere in the bustling city, Howard walks through crowds of honking cars, sirens, and pollution. The normal world feels alien after months of silence and snow. Someone bumps into him and tells him to watch where he is going. He apologizes automatically. He has forgotten how chaotic life can be. He stops at the kiosk where he used to eat before work. The cook greets him and asks how he has been. Howard replies that he is fine, or at least he thinks he is. The cook mentions that a relative is searching for a suitable partner for his daughter, a remarkable young woman. He offers to introduce her. Howard barely listens. Instead, he instinctively moves closer to the kiosk fire, warming his hands. The cook asks if everything is all right. Howard says he just feels cold. When asked again about the introduction, Howard casually says he already has a girlfriend. Then he pauses. A girlfriend? The memories feel real. The emotions feel real. But it was just a game. A simulation. It is over. He reaches the company building at 7:50 a.m., nearly late. It feels as though centuries have passed since he last stepped inside. A hand lands on his shoulder. It is Donald, his co-worker and only real friend at the office. Howard says it has been a long time since they last saw each other. Donald looks confused. They were together at the company dinner the previous night. Howard brushes it off, claiming he was distracted. Donald warns him that layoffs may be coming. Rumors say their department will be hit, and since Howard and their boss have never gotten along, he might be first. Howard shrugs. He says he might quit anyway. The world is vast. Why live under someone else's rules? He could go to the beach, sell art, live freely. Donald stares at him. Something is different. In school and at work, Howard used to complain constantly, desperate for recognition. Now he sounds calm. Certain. When Howard reaches his desk, he feels lost. He cannot even remember what tasks he was working on. He writes down a few client names, but his thoughts are scattered. If he plans to quit, why is he pretending to work? Frustrated, he crumples the paper and tosses it backward into the trash can without looking. It lands perfectly. He freezes. He grabs another sheet of paper and steps farther away. He focuses. Suddenly, everything around him fades. There is only him and the target. He senses the exact angle, distance, and force required. He throws. Another perfect shot. A realization dawns on him. The reward. The precise throw skill. His body adjusts instinctively. The ability works here, in the real world. To test it further, he aims at a trash can even farther away. He throws. The paper ball flies beautifully through the air and hits his boss square in the face. The office falls silent. The boss, maintaining forced composure, tells Howard to come to his office. Whispers erupt instantly. Colleagues speculate that he is about to be fired. Some seem almost pleased. One claims to have heard he is in debt. Vultures circling. Donald watches nervously. Inside the office, the boss asks Howard to sit. He pours tea and says he should not have underestimated him. Howard does not understand. The boss continues. Over the past 2 years, Howard has worked hard and taken on many tasks. Today's incident was minor. If he leaves, he will still receive his final month's salary. Then, unexpectedly, the boss steps forward and hugs him. He thanks Howard for teaching him so much during these 2 years. Howard is completely bewildered. The boss explains that the company is creating a new department led by a certain Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu personally requested Howard for the team. Now it becomes clear why the boss is suddenly so flattering. Howard insists he does not know any Mr. Liu. The boss laughs nervously and says that someone as capable as Howard must have impressed important people. He claims he always knew Howard had great potential, which is why he gave him more responsibilities than others. Of course. Howard listens silently, aware that something far larger than coincidence may be unfolding around him. Howard tells his boss that he had actually been considering quitting. The boss smiles immediately and says this is precisely why he should reconsider. A great opportunity has just arrived. Rumor has it that the average salary in the new department will be 20% higher. The scene shifts. Howard is already telling Donald about the promotion. He admits that he had no concrete plan if he quit. Maybe staying a little longer is wiser. Their conversation is interrupted by a coworker, the same man who used to flatter the boss endlessly. Bitter, he asks what Howard did to deserve this opportunity. At the company dinner, he says, Howard could barely keep his eyes off Sabrina's cleavage. Meanwhile, he himself has been sucking up for years and gained nothing. Before Howard can respond, the boss appears, coughs sharply, and tells the man to shut up. Standing beside him is Mr. Lu. The boss apologizes for the scene and invites Howard to his office. Mr. Lau's presence shifts the entire atmosphere. He says he cannot ignore the negativity in the department. He asks the disgruntled employee whether he doubts his ability to choose capable staff. The man immediately backtracks. The boss seizes the moment. He scolds the troublemaker harshly, saying he has always been reckless and hasty. The position of team leader, he declares, should go to someone more suitable. He turns to Donald and asks whether he would like the role. Donald says yes without hesitation. Finally, the boss tells Howard he does not need to work today. He should pack up and prepare for the new department. Howard nods, fully aware that this sudden kindness exists only because Mr. Lu is watching. Before leaving, Mr. Lu informs Howard that there will be a gathering for the new department after office hours. It will be held at his mansion. They will discuss future plans and give everyone a chance to socialize. He then addresses the entire office, announcing that rumors about layoffs are false. No one will lose their job. Everyone can relax and return to work. Howard watches Mr. Lu carefully. They have never met before. Why this sudden interest? As Mr. Lu walks away, he glances back at Howard and privately wonders why Sabrina asked him to arrange this transfer. From his perspective, Howard looks like an ordinary employee. Later, Howard speaks with his parents on the phone. His mother asks whether he will come home for the spring festival. It has been 2 years since his last visit. He asks about his father's health. She says everything is fine and tells him to take care of himself. He mentions his promotion and promises that soon they will be able to pay off the family's debt. His mother apologizes for burdening him. He reassures her that things will improve. After the call, a coworker contacts him. She introduces herself as Sandy Dai, the marketing department's team leader. She saw his photo on the payroll and wanted to greet him. She asks whether he will attend the gathering. The location catches him off guard. The mansion, the same mansion from the apocalypse simulation. Sandy explains that Mr. Lu enjoys hosting parties at his home and suggests they go together. Howard agrees, struck by the unsettling overlap between dream and reality. She warns him that Mr. Lu is obsessed with cleanliness. He should be careful. Howard flashes back to returning home covered in blood and mud after hunting, staining the floors. She advises him not to use the bathroom casually. He remembers being scolded for leaving the toilet seat up. She adds that he must not wander into private rooms, especially the bedroom. He remembers far too clearly. Suddenly, screams cut through the street. Someone shouts that a thief has stolen a purse. Howard reacts instantly. He grabs Sandy's bag. She protests. It contains important files. The thief is too far. Howard focuses. The thief leaps toward a fence, using one leg to push off. Howard throws. The bag arcs through the air with perfect precision, striking the thief's supporting leg. The man collapses face first. Moments later, the thief is in handcuffs. Howard gathers Sandy's scattered documents. He worries she might be upset about the risk. Instead, she is impressed. She cannot believe he made that throw from such distance, and even asks him to teach her. As they collect the papers, Howard notices a business card. Weil Capital. Sandy confirms it is important. The owner, Mr. Lawrence, leads one of the world's top 100 companies. The name stirs something in him. Sandy casually mentions that there are rumors Mrs. Luo is dating Mr. Lawrence and that they may go on a cruise together. Howard stiffens. In the dream, Sabrina had mentioned to Howard. Now, here in reality, Mr. Lawrence is the man connected to her. He tells himself to stop overthinking. It was only a game. They arrive at the mansion. The gathering will be held in the backyard. Sandy begins giving directions, but Howard walks ahead confidently. He knows this place intimately, though he has never been here before in real life. They reach the party easily. Sandy laughs, saying he found the location as if it were his own home. He does not respond. His attention locks onto one person. Sabrina. She stands across the garden in an elegant dress, radiant and distant. Mr. Price. Lu welcomes everyone and begins discussing expansion plans, online business models, corporate strategies. The conversation blends into background noise. Howard asks whether Mrs. Luo works in marketing. Sandy explains that the department was established under her leadership. She is not just an executive, Her father is the company's president. Her influence surpasses even Mr. Liu's. Howard pretends to be impressed and asks about Mr. Liu himself. Sandy says he and Sabrina grew up together. They were close since childhood. Many believed they would eventually marry. Howard asks how she ended up with Mr. Lawrence instead. Sandy shrugs. The wealthy live differently. She would not mind that lifestyle herself. Howard forces a polite smile, thinking about his family's massive debt. Nearly $1 million. He and Sabrina exist in completely different worlds. Time passes. The meeting ends. Music begins. Sandy, slightly tipsy from wine, leans closer to Howard and comments on how refined the atmosphere is. Mr. Rent. Liu invites Sabrina to dance, recalling that they last danced as teenagers. She accepts. Howard watches, a flicker of jealousy crossing his face. A waiter offers expensive steak. One. Sandy remarks that one plate probably costs her entire monthly salary. Howard questions how meat can be so expensive. She laughs and calls him a country bumpkin, telling him to forget poverty for one night. He raises his glass, but as he does, he remembers something from the simulation, the fake wine in the mansion cellar. He had saved it for a special moment. Sabrina had said the sweetness mattered more than authenticity. Now, in reality, she watches him drink the same brand of wine beside another woman. Whispers ripple through the party. People gossip about Sabrina and Mr. Liu being destined for each other since childhood. Through school, through youth, always side by side. A match made in heaven. Howard stands quietly, caught between two worlds, unsure which one was ever truly real. Howard convinces himself that Mr. Liu seems reliable. If Sabrina marries a man like that, she will likely live a comfortable, stable life. Perhaps that is what is best for her. Perhaps that is what is best for everyone. Lost in those thoughts, he absent-mindedly places his hands over the steam rising from the freshly served meat. It takes him a second to realize his skin is burning. He jerks back in pain. Sandy scolds him, calling him an idiot since the waiter had just placed the dish there. She quickly takes his hand and runs it under cool water, genuinely worried. He thanks her, embarrassed. But from across the party, the scene looks intimate. People begin whispering. Even Sabrina watches with a faintly troubled expression. Before Mr. Liu can comment, 3 men suddenly arrive. The one in the center announces that he heard Sabrina would be joining the marketing department and came to congratulate her. He had not expected to see a party. Nor did he expect to see Mr. Lawrence's fiancée dancing with another man. Howard quietly asks who he is. Sandy explains that his name is Hans, a general manager at Ayla Capital, and one of Mr. Lawrence's trusted aides. In other words, a powerful subordinate. Mr. Liu calmly says it is just a dance. There is no need to overreact. Sabrina politely thanks Hans for coming, but explains that this is an internal company event. If he wishes to discuss business, he can visit her office tomorrow. Hans barely listens. His gaze lingers disrespectfully. He suggests that since he is also a good dancer, perhaps Sabrina would care to dance with him instead. Mr. Liu steps in with polished politeness, reminding him that he and Sabrina are old friends, and that such a request is inappropriate. Hans brushes it off, insisting it is harmless. Sabrina lightly touches Mr. Liu's shoulder and says Hans is an important partner. They should remain cordial. She reluctantly shakes his hand. Hans grows bolder. He announces that from now on, he will personally escort her whenever she visits Mr. Lawrence. He pulls her closer. She stiffens and tells him firmly to stop. Sandy whispers that Mr. Liu must be furious, but the partnership with Lawrence's company is too important. There are limits to what he can do. Howard watches in silence, anger building. His wine glass trembles in his hand. As they dance, Hans' hand drifts slower. Sabrina grabs his arm and tells him the dance is over. His smile hardens. In a sudden move, he steps on her dress and pushes her backward. The fabric begins to tear. For a split second, chaos hangs in the air. Howard moves. A sizzling piece of meat suddenly flies through the crowd and smashes into Hans' face. He screams, clutching his eyes. The grip on Sabrina's dress loosens. The music stops. Guests stand in shock. Hans orders his men to find whoever threw it. One approaches Howard's table, but Sandy has already thought ahead. She quietly removes half her portion of meat, leaving no obvious evidence. The search turns up nothing. Before Hans can escalate further, a sharp sound echoes. Sabrina slaps him. The force knocks him to the ground. She tells him to gather his men and leave immediately. Her patience was courtesy, not permission. Mr. Bentonmaya. Lo's friend adds that if he refuses, they will call the police. Hans looks ready to retaliate, but one of his men whispers urgently in his ear. His demeanor shifts. He mutters that there has been a misunderstanding and leaves. The party slowly resumes, though the mood has changed. Later, Sandy begins drinking heavily. Howard suggests she slow down, but she insists he join her. They make a lighthearted deal. For every 3 glasses she drinks, he drinks 1. It does not take long for her to become completely intoxicated. She eventually climbs onto the table, laughing and babbling nonsense. When she stumbles, Howard catches her before she falls. The scene draws attention, but he ignores it. When the restaurant announces closing time and presents the bill, Howard nearly chokes at the cost. Outside, Sandy is far too drunk to go home alone. He decides to take her to his apartment so she can sober up safely. She teases him weakly but can barely stand. A shadowed figure watches them from afar. At home, Howard places her gently on the bed and tells her to sleep. He refuses to take advantage of her condition. After covering her with a blanket, he settles onto the couch. Around 2 in the morning, he hears the front door open. He sits up instantly. A strange man stands in the room, staring at Sandy as she sleeps. His expression is unsettling. He murmurs that she is wonderful. Howard demands to know who he is and how he entered. The man tells him to be quiet. He speaks as if negotiating a transaction, suggesting that since Howard already had his fun, he should allow him the same. The implication is vile. Rage overtakes Howard. He grabs the man by the collar and orders him out. The intruder twists free and throws Howard to the floor with surprising strength. The man continues speaking in a twisted attempt at persuasion, as if this were some kind of bargain. He even claims he believes Sandy was an escort, and that he misunderstood the situation. Howard's anger sharpens into clarity. He reaches for his phone to call the police. The man panics, trying to stop him, insisting there has been a misunderstanding. But Howard no longer listens. Whatever strange abilities he gained from the game, whatever confusion still lingers between dream and reality, one thing is clear. This is real, and he will not allow it to continue. In this episode we see, Howard immediately questions the absurd excuse. He demands to know why the man had been lurking outside his door and spying on his apartment. The stranger calmly explains that the apartment used to belong to him 20 years ago. He claims he returned to retrieve something he had hidden there long ago. Walking to a corner of the room, he pries up a loose floorboard. Beneath it, there really is a box. When he opens it, the contents glimmer: rings, jewelry, gold chains. He explains that decades ago the apartment had been filled with prostitutes, and he had taken great risks to collect those valuables. Howard is not impressed. He says it does not matter what kind of shady life the man lived in the past, especially after he just tried to assault Sandy. The man brushes it off as a misunderstanding and insists he caused her no real harm. He admits he is not a good person, but claims he is not some brute who bullies others. He says he follows his own rules. As he prepares to leave, he tells Howard to help his friend get dressed. Howard refuses to let it go. He says he still thinks it is better to call the police. That is when the man's patience begins to thin. He asks whether Howard truly believes he can stop him. He coldly suggests that the woman could just as easily claim that Howard was the one who tried to assault her. Then he hands Howard a small box and tells him to forget the entire incident. Howard asks if he is trying to bribe him. The man shrugs and says it is just an iron ring, not worth much money but unique. He then shares something strange. Ever since he obtained that ring, he has dreamed repeatedly of the same woman. A woman wearing a red coat, holding a golden scepter, her eyes glowing with blue light. Howard's heart skips a beat. The description perfectly matches the AI woman from his dream. The stranger continues, saying he could not understand a word she spoke. He found her attractive, and even tried flirting with her, but she rejected him and beat him up. With a dismissive laugh, he says Howard can do whatever he wants with the ring, maybe even sell it to someone who enjoys getting beaten. Howard insists that this is bribery and tells him to wait, but the man no longer cares. He simply walks away. Alone, Howard stares at the box. Could it be connected to the dream world? When he opens it, He sees an iron ring set with a red gem emitting a faint, strange glow. Suddenly, his left eye activates again. A familiar visual interface overlays his vision, and a hologram forms in front of him. It is a woman claiming to be one of the developers of the Dream system. She explains that under immense pressure, this was the only way she could leave a message. She hopes it will help the target of the tests, him. She warns that he has fallen into a trap. The Dream system blurs the boundaries between social class, law, and morality. While inside it, users barely notice their mindset shifting. But when they return to reality, the stark gap between dream and real life can unleash greed, violence, and dark impulses from within. According to her, some developers enjoy toying with people's lives. She tried to persuade them to improve the system, but failed. She urges Howard to remain alert to his own changes, to resist giving in to his impulses. She reveals that she left communication devices hidden within each dream challenge, tools that can help him break free from the system and all its consequences. Finally, she tells him to find her. Then the hologram disappears. Howard steadies himself. He convinces himself that as long as he feels normal, he will not commit any crimes. He believes he is still in control. Yet he cannot ignore the strange fact that the man saw that same AI woman 2 decades ago. What is the true significance of the ring? His thoughts are interrupted by the alarm clock. It is already 7 in the morning. Time for work. Sandy wakes as well. The moment she realizes she is not wearing panties, she screams at the top of her lungs. Just like that, the day begins. Now in the eyes of the world, Howard and Sandy are a couple. The street vendor even teases him, saying it is no wonder he refused help finding a girl. He already had someone special. He calls them a cute pair and gives them free breakfast. Sandy beams when she learns Howard once had a crush on her. Howard, meanwhile, can only wonder how his life spiraled into this situation. At the office, gossip spreads like wildfire. People whisper that the former team leader had pursued Sandy, only to be rejected because she chose Howard instead. That same team leader is furious. Not only did Howard secure the promotion he wanted, but he also won over the woman he admired. Despite everything, Howard and Sandy act like a genuine couple. She even suggests they go to the movies that night. Howard panics internally. He barely has enough money for daily expenses. He might have to borrow from Donald just to afford cinema tickets. Then Sandy casually mentions they should stop by a pharmacy for the morning after pill. At that exact moment, Sabrina appears. She greets them calmly and comments on how quickly their relationship has progressed. Sandy apologizes for her behavior at the social event, admitting she feels embarrassed. Sabrina lightly hints that she thought Howard would take things slow, yet he surprised her. Howard remains silent, deeply uncomfortable. Sandy laughs, saying she also believed he was reserved until last night proved otherwise. Howard begs her not to go into detail, but the damage is done. Inside, Sabrina feels emotions she cannot name. On the outside, she simply says she is happy for them and hopes they maintain professionalism at work. Then she steps off the elevator, leaving behind a heavy silence. Sandy criticizes Sabrina, pointing out her own complicated romantic entanglements. Howard, however, insists they should focus on work while at the office. Sandy becomes upset. She says she is his wife now, and he should support her unconditionally, unless their relationship was merely a fling, and he never intended to build a family. The word, family, strikes Howard's weakest point. His resolve softens instantly. He agrees that their relationship should come first. She hugs him tightly and teasingly calls him, puppy, then tells him she will wait downstairs after work. Meanwhile, Mr. Galladay. Lou notices Sabrina pushing herself too hard. She claims she is simply busy in the new department, but he knows her too well. He gently confronts her and asks if her anxiety is because of Howard. She denies it. Just then, Howard arrives with a completed list. Mr. Lou requested. Mr. Lou praises his concise work, but Howard is distracted. He is standing in front of Sabrina. Both feel the weight of unspoken words between them, yet an invisible barrier keeps them apart. Mr. Lou notices Howard staring downward. Howard quickly claims he was looking at the plant in the vase. When he looks closer, his heart pounds. It is a tomato plant. Sabrina's pulse quickens as well. In the post-apocalyptic dream world, she's to grow tomatoes. He remembers the day they survived on a single tomato and a cabbage leaf. He will never forget. Sabrina asks if he recognizes the plant from somewhere. He wants to tell her everything, the memories, the feelings, the snowy day, her smile. But then doubt floods in. The boss's warning about overreaching. The eye's reminder that it was only a game. Sandy waiting for him. The claim that he must not be manipulated by impulse. When he finally speaks, he says he once saw a tomato plant in his hometown. Even Mr. Liu expected some grand revelation. Howard deflects, insisting tomatoes hold no secrets. He then asks Sabrina why she has one in her office. She hesitates, then says she must have planted the wrong seeds and will replace it tomorrow. The moment passes. Howard feels a quiet sting of disappointment. Later, in the restroom, he splashes water on his face. He tells himself he narrowly avoided crossing a line. The real Sabrina is not the dream version. Yet he cannot stop thinking about her. In her office, Sabrina exhales in relief. She is grateful she maintained her composure. Otherwise, it would have been painfully obvious. Howard reminds himself that the developer was right. He was close to falling into the trap. In the dream world, he grew accustomed to violence, to wielding weapons. If he continued down that path, what kind of person would he become? He is just a humble employee. She's the company president's daughter. Nothing will happen between them. Sabrina sits alone and reflects on how real the dream had felt. For 180 days, she and that man had lived side by side, surviving hardship after hardship. They had shared fear, hunger, hope. Yet now it was over. At the exact same time, in different places, both of them reached the same conclusion. The dream has ended. From this moment on, they will no longer be involved in each other's lives. When the workday ends, Howard sends a message to his friend Donald. He explains that he is going out with his wife and needs a little help. Donald, ever the reliable friend, transfers money through a mobile payment app and even offers his credit card if more is needed. Howard thanks him and promises to repay everything after his salary arrives. He heads to meet Sandy, only to find her speaking with that sycophantic former team leader. The man claims he is worried she might be deceived. Sandy snaps that she does not need his advice. Howard steps in immediately and asks whether the man tried to hurt her. She says no. The sycophant smirks and says that, unlike certain hypocrites, he is honest and harmless. He claims he was simply warning her to stay away from insincere people. Having said his piece, he leaves. Howard tells Sandy that the man has always been unpleasant and suggests they ignore him. Then he gently asks if she still wants to see that movie. Sandy lets go of his hand, steps aside, and calmly says she wants to break up. She repeats it more clearly the second time. Howard remains silent. She explains that, truthfully, they barely know each other. Then she asks how much debt his family owes. He takes a deep breath and answers, 200,000. She is stunned. For an office worker earning only a few thousand a month, that amount feels crushing. She tells him to leave her out of it. She is not wealthy, nor as capable as he imagines. Deep down, she admits he was never truly interested in her. She only hated how Sabrina attracted the attention of all the decent men. One thing led to another, and last night happened. But she does not deserve him. She asks him to forget it and walks away. And just like that, in a single day, Howard loses 2 women. When he returns home, he reflects that this is not the first time he has been abandoned because of his family's debt. In college, his first love left him for the same reason. That debt has cast a shadow over his entire household. He can barely meet his parents' eyes anymore. He has considered starting a business, but no idea has ever truly excited him. He tells himself he cannot go on like this. Something must change. As he reaches his apartment, he notices the stove is on. He wonders if he left something cooking. But when he steps inside, he finds the strange ex-convict sitting casually on his sofa. The man greets him with a simple hello. Howard explodes. He calls him a scoundrel and demands to know what he is doing there. He shouts that the man tried to assault his colleague and now is using his cooking pot as if this were his own home. The man replies that he has nowhere else to go. He says he was beaten while trying to find a job and asks if Howard could show a little mercy and let him stay for a few days. Howard kicks him out and warns that next time he will call the police. Left alone, he mutters that this is the worst day of his life. Then he smells the food the man was cooking. Curious, he lifts the lid. The dish looks questionable, almost poisonous. He cannot even call it food. Some time passes. Then Howard opens the door again with a strange expression and invites the man back inside. He admits that, despite appearances, the food tastes incredible. He even asks if the man used to be a Michelin chef. The man says he knows a bit about cooking. Howard praises him and says he could find work at any restaurant. He asks why he was beaten up. The answer is simple. He is an ex-convict. He cannot use a smartphone. He does not know how to write a resume. He only wants a peaceful life, but society makes it nearly impossible. Howard proposes something bold. What if they open a restaurant together? The man hesitates and says that if Howard does not mind his criminal record, they can discuss it. Howard says he will not pry into the past. He will find a place for them to start fresh. The man warns him that background checks scare people away. Is Howard certain he has the courage to work alongside someone like him? Howard admits he is tired of feeling like a sewer rat whenever his family's debt comes up. If a man wants meat, he must face the wolf. If the wolf wants meat, it cannot attack the man blindly. He looks the ex-convict in the eye and says he is willing to take the risk, if it is worth it. He reaches out not to shake hands, but to ask for the hidden jewels so they can sell them and rent a shop. The man awkwardly confesses that he already spent everything on prostitutes, cigarettes, and liquor. The restaurant dream collapses before it even begins. Then Howard's phone rings. It is Sandy. She says she feels guilty for what she said and does not want him to think she is a gold digger. He tells her to skip the preamble. She says she found a way to make quick money and asks if he is interested. Without hesitation, he says yes. Elsewhere, Mr. Liu speaks with Sabrina. He praises Howard as an excellent employee who completed a week's workload in a single day. He admits he wrongly suspected her of having an affair with Howard, when in fact she simply has a good eye for talent. Sabrina finds it ironic that he mentions affairs, given his own questionable behavior. She reminds him to replace his secretary. At that moment, the secretary appears to inform him that the driver is waiting. Sabrina's memories flash back to the day her father forced her to witness that same woman in a compromising act. She coldly calls Mr. Liu an idiot. He reminds her they agreed not to discuss each other's private lives. Meanwhile, Howard is already regretting agreeing to Sandy's proposal. The offer is simple. Sandy and two friends run live streams on a purple site, performing bizarre, attention-grabbing stunts while wearing unusual outfits. Nothing explicit, just strange enough to draw crowds. They already have 200,000 followers. If Howard participates, he gets half the earnings from the next stream. Desperation clouds his judgment. He agrees. The woman in green, nicknamed Flatty, questions why Sandy invited him when their usual content is more extreme. What is exciting about throwing darts? Sandy says experimenting never hurts. The woman in red, nicknamed Chubby, insists there is no gain without pain. People want thrills. Howard listens quietly and thinks, fine. Let us see. Later, he appears dressed in tight pants and a leather belt worn like a vest. The same man who once fought wolves now stands awkwardly in costume. The women approve but ask about the mask. Another answers that he is embarrassed and wants to hide his identity. Sandy reveals a last-minute twist. The darts will be thrown at a target connected to an electrified mesh covering the floor. If he misses the bullseye, he receives an electric shock. They demonstrate the voltage using raw meat. It sizzles and cooks almost instantly. The women seem delighted. Howard tells them to start. The live stream begins. Introductions are made. The challenge is announced. A new form of entertainment is about to unfold, one powered by desperation, spectacle, and a young man willing to endure pain to erase a debt that has haunted his entire life. Chubby steps forward and enthusiastically welcomes the brave shooter, Slanty. The comments begin flooding the screen. Some viewers express concern and pity. Others warn him to be careful. Many are thrilled. The hosts announce that he will have 10 darts to throw and urge the more than 50,000 viewers to like and subscribe to support the shooter. They joke that if the channel does not get enough engagement, they might have to wear ridiculous outfits themselves. Sandy glances at Howard with unease. They had just demonstrated the electric shock by roasting a piece of meat. She quietly moves to lower the current, but Chubby grabs her arm and demands to know if she has lost her mind. They cannot deceive their audience. They are not irresponsible creators who fake danger. Sandy argues that Howard could genuinely get hurt. Chubby fires back that people everywhere risk their lives to earn daily bread. No pain, no gain. Do their followers not work hard too? The chat erupts in cheers for Chubby's speech. She turns to Howard and tells him that since he insisted on participating, he must prove himself. If he thinks it will be easy just because it is online, he can leave now. Howard says nothing. He casually throws the first dart. Bullseye dot. He asks if that is enough. Chubby stares at the target in disbelief. She admits he is skilled but demands more excitement. Since Slanty appears confident, he will now throw from a greater distance. Sandy protests that it is dangerous, but Chubby silences her. Slanty himself has no objections. Howard steps back and throws again. Another perfect hit. Chubby praises him while he calmly continues. With each dart, he takes another step backward. The second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, all strike dead center. The viewer count skyrockets. Trending topics begin lighting up with his name. By the time he reaches the doorway, there is no more room to retreat. The chat explodes, calling him the Dart God. He releases the remaining darts in quick succession, all landing perfectly. Then he stops. Chubby asks why he quit before the 10 throws were complete. Howard replies that everyone expected him to miss and be shocked for entertainment. He refuses to degrade himself for that. If they want, they can count the darts he did not throw as misses. He does not understand the appeal of watching someone fail. He was not made for this. The show is over. This will be his first and last live stream. He says goodbye and walks out. The stream still has over 1.8 million viewers. Within seconds, the numbers plummet. The women stand frozen. Chubby eventually apologizes to the audience, admitting she pushed too far. The next morning, Howard wakes to Sandy's call. He has gone viral. Confused, he checks his phone. Memes of his masked figure flood the internet. Clips of his flawless throws circulate everywhere. He heads to the kitchen and finds Ty experimenting with strange dishes bearing even stranger names. Ty proudly calls it his favorite breakfast recipe. Howard wrinkles his nose and tells him both the dishes and their names are terrible. He reassures Ty that there is no need to rush. They are not opening a restaurant tomorrow. Ty had assumed they would start in a few days to make money. Howard admits he is still figuring things out. For now, Ty can stay. There is food and a roof here, better than the streets. At the company, the e-girls wait near the entrance, likely hoping he will agree to continue streaming. Howard avoids them, claiming he is late. Inside, a colleague tells him Mr. Liu wants to see him. Before leaving, Howard glances at the phone his co-workers are huddled around. They are watching a new internet sensation. It is him. The colleague excitedly says the guy hit 7 darts in a row, and is now known as Brother 7. Howard wants to disappear. In Mr. Liu's office, the atmosphere is oddly charged. Mr. Liu mentions that Howard and Sandy attended the live stream, yet Howard himself never appeared. Only this mysterious Brother 7. Mr. Liu describes Brother 7 as charming and even licks his lips while saying it. He asks whether Howard has his contact information because he wants to manage him. Howard denies knowing him and casually insults the outfit. Mr. Liu dismisses his sense of fashion. The comments online praise Brother 7's cool, indifferent aura. They call him dignified, a true Sigma. Mr. Liu insists that Howard must find a way to contact him. There is serious money to be made. Howard protests that this is beyond his job description. Mr. Liu counters with an offer. Secure Brother 7's contact, and he will receive a promotion, a salary raise, and access to influential circles. Howard accepts the mission. He needs the money. Later, the 2 e-girls wait anxiously. Howard had agreed to meet them but has not arrived. Then Sandy appears, bringing him along. The moment Chubby sees him, she grabs his tie and bursts into tears. She confesses that she never intended to humiliate herself online. She once made fitness videos but no one watched. So she began eating on camera until she gained weight. Then she escalated to more extreme stunts. It became the only way to pay her bills. What Howard said before leaving the stream struck her deeply. She once wanted to share wisdom. Now she is on the verge of opening an adult subscription account. She clasps her hands and pleads. She does not want to hurt anymore. She does not want to be laughed at. She wants to earn money with dignity. Howard shakes her hand and agrees to help. A month passes. A month passes. The system interface reappears, announcing that the next dream will begin tomorrow. Strangely, Howard feels no excitement. The game no longer thrills him. Mission. What excites him now is stepping onto a stage as Brother 7. On stage he asks if anyone is hungry. A fan shouts yes. Sandy appears with a small cake, feeding into the playful atmosphere. Suddenly the cake splatters against a fan's face. Brother 7 asks if it tastes good. The stunned man screams yes, and the crowd chants his name. Sabrina watches the spectacle with visible boredom, unable to comprehend why people adore this. Mr. Liu encourages her to observe the excitement. There is enormous profit to be made. Chubby announces the next gimmick. They will toss a red wedding cloak into the crowd, and whoever catches it becomes Brother 7's husband or wife. The audience roars. The cloak flies, and lands squarely on Sabrina's face. She freezes. Before she can react, chaos erupts as fans scramble. In the commotion, Mr. Liu emerges victorious, claiming the symbolic victory. After the event, they gather backstage. Mr. Liu complains that Howard Chen disappeared at the start, claiming he was going to the restroom. Who would have guessed there was a Peter Parker among them? Brother 7 calmly says everything is fine. Howard explained the situation. The thrown cloak was simply a greeting. Mr. Liu admits he understood, but Brother 7 states plainly that he is a Sigma. He does not want representation or corporate ties. If they want him to promote products, they must pay a very high price. Sabrina calls him unreasonable. Before the discussion can continue, another man arrives. One of Lawrence's henchmen. Smoking casually, he declares that Brother 7 chose the wrong company. Their firm offers better opportunities. Brother 7 responds that he will not work for them either. The man insists he should not refuse so quickly and offers 5 times Mr. Ali's price. Sabrina recognizes the tactic immediately. It is classic Lawrence. Brother 7 declines again. The reason, he says, has nothing to do with money. The henchman asks what it is then. Brother 7 shrugs and replies that it is nothing complicated. He simply hates him. The blunt answer leaves the man speechless. Mr. Liu and Sabrina struggle to contain their laughter. Brother 7 turns and walks away. Behind him, the furious henchman warns that he will regret this. Mr. Gun. Liu glances at Sabrina and teasingly asks whether she finds Brother 7 more likable now. Sabrina admits that, yes, he seems better than she first thought. That evening, Howard returns home and places a credit card on the table. Ty looks impressed, assuming Howard somehow saved an enormous amount of money in a short time. Howard explains that to secure the restaurant location, they will need to pay 3 months' rent in advance. It will require a significant sum. He pulls out a second card. This one, he explains quietly, is different. When he turned 1 year old, his parents deposited $100 into it. At 2, they added another 100. Year after year, despite the crushing family debt, they kept adding whatever they could. When he turned 18, they handed him the card and told him to go live his own life. No matter what happened, they would support him. The money on that card is not just savings. It represents years of sacrifice. He asks Ty if he is ready. Ty grows tense. After a long silence, he tells Howard they should give up on the plan. Howard is stunned. Ty says it is too late. He has already found another job. Howard's parents worked too hard for that money. He should not gamble it away. The scene shifts. The sycophantic former team leader is presenting evidence to Lawrence's henchmen. Photographs. Clear proof that Brother 7 is actually Howard Chen, the same man who humiliated them at their gathering. The photos were taken secretly. The slick-haired henchman studies them with narrowed eyes. He asks whether they still have contact with that brutal fighter friend who recently got out of prison. The answer is yes. The man was desperate and recently accepted money. He is available for tasks. The henchman smiles coldly. It is time to settle the score. The chapter ends. The next begins with water and blood. Howard, wearing a robe, sinks to the bottom of a swimming pool. Blood pours from his throat, staining the water around him. He wonders if this is how he dies. The world fades to white. 15 hours earlier, someone calls his name, waking him. It is Mr. Liu. Howard apologizes and explains that a woman knocked on his door earlier, looking for his new roommate. Mr. Liu questions why he is still living with a roommate. With his upcoming salary increase, he should move somewhere better, closer to the company. Howard hesitates. Does that mean he passed the test? Mr. Liu confirms it. Howard successfully arranged a meeting with Brother Seven. Even though Brother Seven refused representation, watching him reject Lawrence's man was satisfying. Mr. Liu introduces Howard to the company driver Chip and the secretary Helen. They will be working closely from now on. Their next task is to meet an intelligent and powerful woman. They arrive at a luxurious resort. The woman in question is already there, accompanied by a small kitten. She dismisses Sabrina and Mr. Liu almost immediately. When Mr. Kimistyle encodes, Liu introduces Howard as his assistant. He extends his hand politely. She ignores it completely. Instead, she asks her kitten if it is sleepy. She remarks that she has little time for leisure, but refuses to discuss business. She wants to enjoy the hot spring. Then she leaves. Howard wonders if he did something wrong. Mr. Liu tells him to relax. It is merely a test of patience. The woman is Sharon Yang, CEO of Far East Limited. Her company controls the largest e-commerce platform in the country. If they secure her online channels, their products will boom nationwide. The problem is the price she demands. It is excessive. Howard suggests finding another partner. Mr. Liu explains they cannot. Sabrina made a bet with headquarters. If they fail to meet this month's profit target, she will lose everything. Howard remembers something from the dream world, Sabrina saying she wanted to prove her independence. Now he understands. If she fails, she will be forced into marriage with Lawrence as part of a business deal. When Lawrence's henchman arrives, he confirms it bluntly. Sabrina must marry Lawrence soon to accelerate cooperation. Her father has effectively sold her for the company's survival. Sabrina does not deny it. Her father has always manipulated her life. It suffocates her. The henchman mocks her mercilessly, saying she deserves it. He sneers that if she wants children, she may need a sperm bank. Howard's anger burns, but before he can act, his phone rings. It is one of the e-girls. Someone has hired haters to smear their channel, spreading rumors that they are a cult. Suing will only amplify the negativity. They need another solution. When Howard hangs up, he notices the henchman has been listening. The man smirks and calls him Brother Seven. This is only the beginning. Hours later, Howard sits by the hotel pool, thoughts racing. Lawrence's men know his identity. The e-girls are under attack. Sabrina faces a forced marriage. He cannot wait for Mr. Lau's call. He decides to approach Sharon Yang again and attempt to salvage the deal. Footsteps approach. Tai appears. Howard frowns, asking why he is there. Tai answers quietly. Someone paid him to kill a man. He apologizes. The story returns to the opening scene. Howard sinks into the blood-stained water. Just before consciousness fades, a hand reaches in and pulls him out. The last face he sees is Sharon Yang's. Then darkness. Howard opens his eyes. He is standing before AI-63. She welcomes him to the second game in the dream world. Confused, he asks how this is possible. Did he not die? The AI responds that the dead cannot choose to enter the game. Is his life threatened in reality? Memories rush back. Tai's warning. The cut across his throat. The message: go to the hospital, leave the city, change your name, disappear, or everyone you care about will die. Howard clenches his fists. Why is everything in his life a battle? There is no other option. He must fight. For himself. For the people he cares about. For the future he refuses to surrender. He looks ahead and says that if war is the only path, then so be it. The AI informs him that the Beast Invasion challenge is extremely dangerous. Without proper tools, he will die quickly. This time, he is ready to choose differently. Howard refuses the offered tools. He says he does not need shortcuts. This time, he will train like a madman. He will become stronger through effort, alone. Nothing will stop him. He steps through the portal. The Beast Invasion challenge begins. He will play the role of a warrior who survived a devastating war. He must explore, fight, and, if necessary, escape. The difficulty level is 1. He has 1880 days to survive. When his vision clears, he quickly assesses his surroundings. A bulletproof vest fits snugly over his torso. A weapon is already equipped. For a brief moment, he thinks this challenge might be manageable. Then something warm drips onto his helmet. He looks up. A monstrous green gorilla towers above him, hundreds of times larger than any normal animal. It is devouring a human corpse. Pieces of flesh fall to the ground around Howard. He does not hesitate. He runs. The ground trembles as the beast gives chase. Howard darts into an abandoned building. The gorilla, unable to see him clearly, begins smashing through walls. Concrete shatters like paper. The entire structure groans under the monster's strength. Howard reaches for his gun. He stops. He came here to train. In the real world, Tai is a trained killer. If Howard wants to survive, he cannot rely on weapons alone. He holsters the gun. The gorilla roars and throws its massive body against the building, determined to collapse it entirely. Howard grabs an iron bar from the rubble and braces himself. A whole wall hurtles toward him as the beast slams forward. He is about to be crushed. At the last second, he angles the iron bar downward, anchoring it into the ground. Using the monster's own weight and momentum, he redirects the force. The bar shoots upward, piercing through the collapsing wall and into the creature's eye. The gorilla shrieks in agony and retreats, defeated. Howard collapses to his knees, breathing hard. He survived. As he crawls out of the wreckage, he senses movement nearby. Without thinking, he grabs another iron bar and activates his aiming skill. He throws. The figure dodges backward with incredible reflexes. It is Sharon Yang. Howard rushes forward, asking if she is hurt. She stares at him in disbelief and demands to know what he is doing there. He should be in a hospital. A hospital? She explains that he burst into her room covered in blood, stumbled into the pool, and collapsed. She called an ambulance and watched as they carried him away. The pieces click into place. After Tai attacked him, he must have run blindly in search of help and entered her room by mistake. In the real world, he is likely unconscious in a hospital bed. He tells her that when he woke up, he was already here, in these ruins. She says the same happened to her. She did not choose to enter the game either. Something is wrong with this challenge. Howard thanks her for saving his life. She cuts him off. Gratitude can wait. Survival comes first. She points toward a distant structure, partially submerged. It looks familiar. Howard squints. It is their company building. Sharon calmly explains her theory. Judging by the terrain and climate, this appears to be Earth 300 or 400 years in the future. Sea levels have risen. The wind smells foul. The water may be caustic. Eventually, the world could be entirely flooded. Howard realizes he may be witnessing the end of civilization. The good news, Sharon says, is that they are not alone. The bad news is that creatures like the giant gorilla roam everywhere. She proposes cooperation. She will lead. He will protect. Howard cannot help but ask how she remains so composed. She just concluded they traveled centuries into the future. How is she not terrified? She answers simply, fear does not increase survival chances. They traverse a barren wasteland. She asks if he was once a professional dart athlete. He shakes his head. Throwing was only ever a hobby. He points out that when they first met in reality, she barely acknowledged him. She replies coldly that at the time, he was insignificant to her. Time is valuable. He warns her that if she judges people so harshly, she may never have real friends. She does not respond. They approach the fortress she noticed earlier. Before they can enter, Howard suddenly clamps a hand over her mouth and pulls her behind rocks. A massive centipede-like creature slithers overhead. When it passes, he hands her a firearm. The fortress might not be safe after all. Inside, the grounds are strangely clean. The floors and walls look maintained. Yet there are no humans. They reach what appears to be a military post. Above them looms something enormous. An eagle's nest, far too large to belong to any normal bird. A mutant eagle swoops across the sky. Sharon urges him to hide. Howard does not move. He remembers Ty's words, how he trembled helplessly with a knife at his throat. If there is one thing he wants to carry back from this dream, it is fearlessness. He plants his feet and grips his steel spears. The eagle dives. Howard unleashes a barrage of throws, one after another in a furious rhythm. Spears pierce wings, flesh, and bone. The creature screams and crashes to the ground, dead. Green blood splashes onto him. Instantly, His skin burns as if drenched in acid. He collapses, screaming, trying to wipe it away. The liquid corrodes his flesh. Sharon rushes to him, helpless. Suddenly, heavy gears grind. The fortress gate opens. Unknown. A robot emerges. Wounded human detected. Emergency medical system activated. From its remaining arm, it produces a syringe and injects Howard without explanation. A wave of dizziness overwhelms him. Power levels low. System shutting down. He blacks out. When he wakes, he is inside what resembles a military base. His burns are gone. Sharon explains that the injection healed him almost instantly. Only his hair looks strange now. The robot's head glows red as it recharges. Then it announces that a large contaminated area has been detected. It exits the fortress, lifts its head, and unleashes a flamethrower onto the eagle's corpse. Howard stares in confusion. Sharon notices the number printed on it. 2003. The robot speaks again. Autopilot mode has ended after 1030 days. During that time, it endured 363 creature attacks, cleaned 45,000 tons of garbage, and sustained severe damage. Maintenance is required. A blue light pulses from its core. It begins speaking differently. It admits it did not work hard enough. Humans left. If it keeps the fortress clean every day, perhaps humans will return. Sharon asks if there are no humans here at all. The robot confirms it. Humans said that if they could not fly within a year, they had probably gone to paradise. It searched, but could not find paradise on any map. It asks them where paradise is. Howard looks at the lonely machine, still tirelessly cleaning an empty world. He quietly tells it that perhaps it is better not to know. Howard watches Sharon walk ahead of him and quietly says that if this robot has been running on autopilot for 3 years, then the humans who once lived here are most likely long dead. Sharon does not argue. Instead, she tells the robot to take them to the storage room. It is time to reassess and make new plans. Then she turns and walks off, already thinking ahead. Howard cannot help but notice it again. No matter how catastrophic the situation becomes, Sharon Yang remains composed. Even in a ruined world hundreds of years in the future, surrounded by monsters and acid oceans, she can calmly evaluate resources and design a strategy. Her emotional stability is almost frightening. Inside the storage room, the robot begins listing their supplies. There are human weapons, but no ammunition. There are compressed energy bars, designed to last for 100 years, tough as jerky. There is a chemical compound humans used to heal injuries. They called it Medusa's tears. However, excessive use causes rust-like growths on the body. Howard stiffens. He asks whether that is what the robot injected into him and whether he's going to turn to stone. The robot assures him the dose was within safe limits. Then a pair of scissors extends from its body, and it begins trimming Howard's damaged hair. It explains that the potion cannot fully repair the nervous system. Some humans fought recklessly and relied too heavily on it. Eventually, they became vegetative. Howard clicks his tongue in disappointment. For a moment, he had imagined using the potion to accelerate his martial arts training. Beyond the storage room, the fortress contains an underground reservoir and an energy center capable of continuously supplying electricity. Upon hearing that, Howard immediately asks whether there are bathrooms. He smells terrible. While he heads off to wash, Sharon questions the robot about the energy center. If power exists, why did it not recharge itself? The robot answers simply, it is a task unit. Without permission, it cannot utilize human-designated resources. Sharon mutters that a machine will always be a machine and orders it to show her the control room. There, she stands before a monitor filled with strange markings that look like scribbles. She wonders what language it is. The robot explains that humans invented this script to record the rise and fall of civilization. To ensure all intelligent beings could understand the meaning, they used symbolic storytelling. However, this language was never uploaded into the robot system. It cannot read it. Sharon opens a digital map. D. Her calm expression finally tightens. They are on an isolated island. In fact, according to the data, this is the last remaining landmass on Earth. In 179 days, even this island will be swallowed by the rising acid ocean. All mutant beasts across the planet have gathered here for safety. There will be no rescue. No food production. No ammunition. No evacuation. In short, nothing but waiting for extinction. Sharon quietly ties her hair back and says they must prepare for the worst. She asks the robot whether humans left clothing. She wants to give some to Howard. The robot says yes and offers to retrieve them. Sharon studies the machine for a moment and asks whether it knows why humans abandoned it. The robot asks if it failed to work hard enough. She steps over its damaged frame and says no. It was abandoned because it never learned how to demonstrate its true value. She does not intend to share that fate. Later, Howard exits the shower and finds the robot collapsed on the floor. Please do not leave me behind, it pleads. I can still work. And I can clean. I miss the humans. Fragments of its memories surface, children playing, animals roaming, laughter echoing through the fortress. It had been useful once. Then, suddenly, it was not. I will make this place cleaner than paradise, it insists. Howard kneels beside it and reattaches a loose optical component. The parts are worn. He asks how robots are repaired. In the maintenance room, human engineers performed repairs, the robot replies. There are no engineers anymore, Howard says. So I'll try. Just then, the bathroom door opens again. Sharon steps inside wearing a robe. She tells him the world is collapsing. There is no need for awkwardness. She has set aside clean clothes for him. She calmly explains that although their situation is dire, survival is still possible. What puzzles her is why humans would abandon a shelter with food and protection. Howard mentions the place, the robot called paradise. She dismisses the word, saying the entire world is collapsing anyway. Unless paradise offers protection from total destruction, it would not be worth seeking, unless it truly provides salvation, even at the cost of dying on the journey. As she speaks, she removes her robe and steps into the bath without hesitation. She continues analyzing the problem aloud, saying the historical records likely contain critical information. If she has time, she can decode them. Howard, however, is frozen. He cannot comprehend how she can undress so casually in front of him during a life-or-death crisis. He wonders whether she is not afraid he might lose control. Out of the corner of his eye, he notices something beneath the robe she discarded. A weapon. Sharon explains plainly that she prepared it in case she needed to subdue him. In extreme situations, psychological breakdowns are common. If he lost control, it would destroy their chances of survival. She never feared an assault. She feared losing a capable ally. Howard swallows his embarrassment. This woman operates on a completely different level than Sabrina. Her mind never leaves the broader strategic picture. He tells her he has work to do. He takes the robot and leaves. Alone in the bath, Sharon reflects that Howard is still bound by ordinary morality, even as the world ends. In a way, that is reassuring. It means she will not have to waste energy managing his impulses. Soon sparks fly in the maintenance room. Howard welds damaged components while the robot chatters again. He asks why it remained silent earlier when Sharon was present. The robot replies that human language contains complex nuances. It struggles to interpret them. Howard nods and says that Sharon can do whatever she wants as long as she does not interfere with his training. He must become strong enough to kill the beasts. The robot warns him that this is dangerous. Howard explains that in another world, his previous dream, he also faced destruction. Mutant creatures nearly killed him. The waves of catastrophe never stop until someone fights back. He says the robot may not understand what it means for a debt-ridden office worker to force himself out of his comfort zone. He sacrificed everything for a fragile achievement that was crushed effortlessly by someone else. For him, true death is surrender. He cannot run again. When the robot asks whether the other world he mentioned is paradise, Howard grows irritated. For him, paradise is not some mythical escape. It is his home, a place of safety, loyalty, value, light, and healing. If he clears this challenge, he can protect that home. The robot processes his words. Paradise sounds wonderful, it says softly. No wonder humans went there. Is there anything I can do to help you save your paradise, master? For the first time since entering this ruined future, Howard allows himself a small, determined smile. Howard nods at the robot and says, of course, he needs its help. If he is going to fight monsters every day, injuries are inevitable. He will need fast healing. Then he adds that it does not have to call him Master anymore. It can call him Howard. The robot pauses, almost processing the novelty of that idea. Only humans address each other by name. Howard jokes that if it were a robot girl, maybe master would sound flattering, but a rusty machine does not interest him. The robot stores that comment without understanding the humor. The second day of the apocalypse begins. Sharon inspects the work Howard did overnight. The once broken machine now resembles a compact armored unit. Reinforced plating. A small shield attachment. It looks almost like a miniature mech ready for war. She presents Howard with heavy crossbow bolts that the former inhabitants used against large monsters. He takes them without hesitation. He heads toward the gate. Sharon stops him. They had agreed on roles. He would protect the fortress. There is no need to go out hunting. The monsters will eventually come to them. Venturing out is unnecessary risk. She reminds him of the corrosive blood, the towering beasts. One mistake could end everything. They should conserve strength until they decipher the records and locate the path humans once took. Howard turns slowly and asks whether she is truly trying to tell him what he can and cannot do in his own world. She does not understand what he means. But in his mind, he sees a hospital bed. A cut throat. Enemies closing in. If he hides here, he remains weak. If he remains weak, he dies. He tells her that he agreed to protect her because she saved his life. That agreement does not grant her authority over his choices. He does not care how this world ends. If she is uncomfortable, she can leave. The words are harsh. Sharon does not explode. She simply says she was concerned for his safety and wishes him a safe journey. Howard walks out with 2003, telling himself that none of it matters. She is just an NPC. But inside, Sharon trembles. She misjudged him. He is not mediocre. Even with the world collapsing, his mind is somewhere else, driven by something she cannot fully grasp. A snake slithers past her legs. Suddenly the environment shifts. She stands in a forest that is not there. Voices echo. What value do you have? Hands grab at her shoulders. No one is visible. Join us. She ties her hair tightly, forcing her breathing to steady. The hallucination ends. Another episode. She tells herself there is still time, but she must secure Howard's cooperation. Without him, survival odds drop sharply. Outside, 2003 observes that Howard's tone toward Sharon changed overnight. Howard says that once, he believed too easily in people. After the first dream, he began to assume human nature leaned toward goodness. Then he recalls the woman who came looking for Ty. She said Ty killed to save her life. He spent 20 years in prison for it? He was not entirely evil. Yet he returned to violence the moment he stepped out. Howard remembers Ty pressing a knife to his throat, asking what he had to offer. He was not rich, not powerful, not important. Saving lives is the work of heroes, Howard says. Most people are not heroes. Many struggle just to remain decent. The robot admits again that human language is difficult. They find what they are looking for. Mutant wolves. High fight scores detected, 2003 warns. Howard grips his spear and charges. The wolves lunge together. He meets them head on. Spears pierce fur and flesh. He crushes one skull under his foot. Another leaps, jaw snapping. He catches it by the throat and squeezes until it goes limp. Green corrosive blood splashes onto his skin. When it is over, 2003 warns him not to touch the bodies barehanded. Howard answers that in real life, you do not always have weapons. Sometimes you fight with your hands. Nearby, they find a tent from their shelter. The smell is foul. Wolves must have occupied it for weeks. Inside lies a box, marked with the wheat symbol. Seeds. 2003 explains that there were once different production shelters. Gunpowder. Armor.d. Agriculture. They traded resources as corrosion waves advanced. Eventually, the land became barren. Howard listens carefully. Monsters guarding supply boxes. Multiple shelters with specialized production. This is not just a survival wasteland. It is an ecosystem of remnants. He asks whether the land can still support farming. The robot brightens. Give it stones. It will create soil. Use beast feces and ashes. Produce fertilizer. It can cultivate under almost any condition. Howard decides they will search for more seeds today. Tonight, they begin planting. The robot hesitates. Even if crops grow, the rising acid ocean will destroy them. Howard says that when humans return, they will find the shelter thriving again. Will humans truly return? The robot asks. Howard remembers the AI's words. The purpose of this challenge is to evaluate how players improve humanity's future. Humans will be accounted for in the final judgment. He may not live to see their return. He only has 180 days, but preparation matters. The robot processes this. Paradise cannot compare to the old shelter, it says softly. Humans called it home. Home.e. Hours later, Howard fights a giant mutant spider. It knocks him down. He grabs a stone and smashes its head again and again until it stops moving, even as corrosive blood burns his skin. Your fight score decreased by 20, 2003 reports. Howard frowns. He never lost. The robot clarifies. His physical strength remains high, but his desire to fight has shifted. His focus is scattered. He fights like someone venting anger rather than someone seeking mastery. Howard laughs bitterly. A robot reading his emotions. He admits that training to become a combat master inside a dream might be pointless. In reality, enemies are human. Pressure is invisible. Violence is subtle. In civilized society, fists do not solve everything. The robot asks then why he insists on returning to that other world. Why not stay here? Plant trees. Grow food. Build a house together. Make this place home. Howard falls silent. For a fleeting second, the idea tempts him. A simple life. Clear enemies. Honest battles. But somewhere beyond this collapsing future lies his real home. And that is the one he refuses to abandon. Howard shakes his head. He cannot call this ruined island home. His family is not here. This place is only a dream. Still, he admits the robot's idea is not bad. If they rebuild the shelter, if they make it thrive again, it can serve as hope. Even if he cannot stay, something meaningful will remain. They return to the fortress. Sharon greets him calmly and says it was a productive harvest. Howard immediately asks about the giant bird's corpse. She explains that monster flesh is filled with unstable chemicals. It is not edible. Worse, the carcass would attract predators, so she disposed of it. Howard had not expected that, but he accepts it. Tomorrow he will hunt again and use whatever he kills for fertilizer instead. He bites into the dried meat they have left and realizes something is wrong. His jaw feels weak, as if the muscles no longer have strength. Perhaps it is a side effect of Medusa's tears. Perhaps the acid damage is deeper than he thought. He decides to soak the meat in water to soften it. He walks away without another word. Sharon watches him. His behavior grows stranger by the day. Yet he did bring seeds. Later, Howard asks 2003 whether there is more of the healing potion. They have only one syringe left. The robot explains that Medusa's tears were once common. Every shelter had plenty. They could explore another abandoned site and search for supplies. Howard agrees. He will prepare. At that moment, Sharon approaches carrying a bowl of steaming noodles. She says he struggled to chew dinner, so she ground some of the seeds into flour and made noodles. He should eat while it is hot. Howard freezes. Those seeds were meant for cultivation. She calmly explains that she saved some. The rest were used. He says nothing, but the tension hangs heavy. 2003 stands nearby like a child watching two parents argue. Sharon questions his plan. In half a year, the island will be submerged. Why plant crops that will drown? Howard replies that he is accustomed to obstacles. He does not expect success without difficulty. But she should consult him before making unilateral decisions. He tells her to keep the noodles and not let the robot see them, or it might feel upset. Sharon begins to suspect he is losing his balance. One moment he hunts recklessly. The next he talks about farming. She glances at 23 and wonders whether the robot is influencing him emotionally. On the third day, Howard prepares to explore the deserted fields. 3 syringes will be enough for emergencies. Sharon stops him and says she has discovered upgrade instructions for robots in the records. She understands electronics. Perhaps she can enhance 2003. Even if she fails, they can extract data before the internal chip deteriorates completely. Howard frowns. 23 has been loyal. Treating him as a disposable tool feels wrong. Sharon replies that it is only a machine. optimizing its value is rational. He snaps back that showing sympathy does not make him less of a man. Once, he even considered befriending a tiger. A true machine, he says, focuses only on outcomes and ignores the process. They see the world differently. It is better to talk less. Sharon thinks him foolish. Suddenly a hallucination strikes her again, voices whispering, a hand grabbing her arm. She steadies herself and pushes the episode away. Later, a scavenger eagle circles above the shelter. Howard asks why it does not attack. 2003 explains that scavengers feed on corpses. They avoid conflict unless threatened. Then the robot adds something unexpected. The corrosive ocean spread because humans fought endlessly. Different factions, different colors, endless negotiations, endless pride. They saw the corrosion advancing and did nothing together. Howard admits he went too far with Sharon earlier. In real life, he says, people impose labels on others. Obedience is praised. Difference is condemned. Excessive emphasis on differences fuels conflict. He reassures the robot that this is only a game. He will not hold grudges against an NPC. They venture into the deserted fields. There, they find an abandoned truck. On top of it sits a monstrous lizard, a dominant predator. Its fighting power is far beyond Howard's. The robot warns him that he would need a tank to win. Howard grins slightly. He does not intend to fight head-on. Like an experienced player, he will lure, distract, loot, and retreat. He asks 2003 if it trusts him. Moments later, flames erupt. 2003 runs back and forth, breathing fire to draw the lizard's attention. The beast roars and chases the robot. Howard slips into the truck. Inside is treasure. Honey. A musical instrument. Ammunition. Bottles of alcohol that could become bombs. Fertilizer. Too easy. Frozen eggs. And a shining red gem surrounded by strange mechanisms. He stuffs what he can into cloth. The gem's container is bulky. Better to remove it. The instant he touches it, dust-like particles swirl around it. A violent reaction ignites. The gem rockets forward like a missile, dragging the truck with it. An explosion erupts, flipping metal and hurling debris across the landscape. Howard is thrown through the air. He barely clings to a rock, the corrosive ocean churning below. The lizard stands before him. Green pustules swell around its head, filling with acid. Jets of corrosive liquid blast from its eyes. Smoke engulfs everything. Howard jams 3 healing syringes into himself at once as acid pours over his face. Agony sears through him. The lizard, assuming victory, turns away. Darkness follows. The 4th day begins. 2003 sits beside a small fire built from broken debris. Howard opens his eyes. The robot's voice carries relief. It has never seen such willpower in a human. Howard pushes himself upright. His hair has grown long and wild from the potion's side effects. He says it was nothing special. He is an experienced player. Risk is part of the game. But deep inside, he knows this is no longer just about a game. Howard lets out a dry laugh and says that being bitten by wolves was nothing. Having sulfuric acid poured over your face is a completely different level of pain. He asks 2003 about the red stone that detonated the truck. If not for that explosion, he would have escaped cleanly. The robot explains that the stone was an energy core, the most precious resource left in this world. Even a small amount of friction can trigger a burst of energy. A strong impact can cause a catastrophic explosion. The shelter's main power source runs on the same type of core. Howard remembers the protective container he removed. He should not have done that. He asks whether there are any other critical details the robot forgot to mention, preferably before he accidentally vaporizes something else. The robot replies there is something far more urgent. Howard was struck by the corrosive mark of the region's ruling predator, the giant lizard. That mark acts like a beacon. The creature will track him. He must expect sudden attacks. Howard looks at his arm. The skin hit hardest by acid is permanently damaged. His left arm feels numb, heavy, unresponsive. From now on, he will have to throw with his other hand. He shrugs. He is hunted in real life, and in the game. He is used to it. Then he asks about the box of frozen eggs he grabbed. The robot brightens and opens a compartment. The eggs roll out carefully. It has been regulating temperature. They are viable. Howard asks whether people once raised poultry here. Yes, Oh. Chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, sheep and cows grazed in valleys. The robot says it misses them. Howard grows quiet. When he was young, roosters crowed outside his house. That sound meant safety. It meant home. Now, when he approaches that same house, all he feels is fear. The robot cannot reconcile how happiness and fear can exist together. Howard explains. He wishes he could go home and tell his father to stop working as a mason, to tell him the debt is paid, to tell his mother she is not to blame, to say he has someone by his side and will build a new family, to let them rest. But he cannot. When his family fell into debt, his parents blamed themselves for everything. Even comforting them only deepened their guilt. What terrifies him most is the thought of them seeing him in an emergency room, broken, bloodied. The image cuts into him like a blade. Silence stretches between them. The robot asks gently if he wants a hug. It does not fully understand hugs, but children used to embrace it when they were sad. Howard scoffs at first. He is not a child. Then he mutters that the best part of this world is the absence of judgmental gossip. He just confessed something he never dared say aloud. In reality, he would have felt humiliated. People swallow pain quietly. Everyone needs a hug sometimes. Time passes. Howard notices a deep scratch on 2003's back thigh. The welded iron reinforcement is gone. The robot takes him outside and shows him the damage. Scavengers attacked while Howard was unconscious. It extinguished the fire to fight them but lost its shield. Howard thanks it. The robot says it should be the one expressing gratitude. Just days ago, it wished to see humans again. Howard repaired it, and even spoke of rebuilding the shelter. Despite everything, there is hope. Humans are liars, it says. They promised to return. They did not. They said they would not save anyone again, and yet you saved me. Howard hesitates, then tells the robot something strange for an NPC to hear. They have survived life and death together. 2003 can consider him family. The robot repeats the words softly. Before the moment can deepen, heavy footsteps shake the ground. The giant green gorilla appears, the same ruler-class beast from day one. The robot explains that such creatures are drawn to loud disturbances. The earlier explosion likely sparks territorial tension. If the gorilla and the lizard meet, a violent clash will erupt. Howard's eyes sharpen. Two rulers colliding could be an opportunity. He asks whether their shelter's energy core is intact. It is massive. Powerful enough to rival a nuclear weapon. Howard brushes his wild hair aside and says they will devise a plan to solve everything at once. Later, they return to the shelter. Mutant eagles circle overhead. One lies dead at the entrance. The nest atop the fortress burns. Suddenly an arrow whistles through the air and detonates against the wall, throwing Howard backward. Sharon stands at the gate, bow lowered. She says he was gone for 2 days. She feared the worst and fortified the shelter. She burned the nest and used fragments of the energy core to craft explosive arrowheads. She had archery training as a child. Howard admits she surprised him. She outmaneuvered him intellectually. He asks her to prepare more explosive spearheads. She grabs his arm and begs him to stay. She has deciphered clues about where humans may have gone. He shakes his head. The lizard marked him. It is coming. He must deal with it first. 2003 reminds him it needs to recharge, and that the eggs cannot remain inside him during combat. Howard hands the eggs to Sharon and tells her to move them to the incubator shed. Her demeanor softens. She says she loves animals and will care for them. He notices something different in her eyes and asks whether she is all right. She brushes it off as lack of sleep. At sunrise, Sharon presents 4 spears fitted with explosive cores. Now he has real weapons. 2003 mentions it has activated a short-range radar, originally designed to locate lost pets. Moments later, a tremor shakes the shelter. An explosion cuts the power. Sharon rushes in, apologizing. There was an energy leak in the generation room. 2003 panics about the eggs. They clear debris and reach the incubation chamber. Only one egg still shows a green light. The others are lost. Sharon apologizes again and promises not to tamper with the core. 23 stares at the last surviving egg. Howard notices and tells the robot to carry it. Sharon objects. It is risky. She will protect it. Howard replies that if she truly loves animals, there will be more in the future. But this final egg represents more than livestock. It represents hope. Sharon's composure fractures. She demands to know when he will stop this ridiculous fixation. Does he not find it absurd to form emotional bonds with a machine? Howard sighs. He thought they had finally found common ground. 2003's radar pulses urgently. The giant lizard approaches. Howard tells the robot to stay inside. If it fights, the egg could break. No, the robot answers. You are my family. Howard relents, instructing it to keep its distance. They step outside together. Behind them, Sharon stands alone. The whispers in her mind return louder than ever. Outside, the ground trembles. The giant mutant lizard charges toward them at full speed. Howard immediately tells them to run in the opposite direction. He refuses to let the battle reach the shelter. If the fight spreads there, everything they built will be destroyed. Behind them, the giant mutant lizard gives chase, leaping across the jagged rocks with terrifying speed. As they run, Howard notices something unsettling. The beast is not following directly behind them. It moves strategically, cutting angles, predicting their path. It is hunting intelligently. And somehow, it feels different this time. Without slowing down, Howard throws a vial containing a fragment of the energy core. The explosion erupts violently, but it detonates behind the creature. Too far. 2003 shouts. Howard shakes his head. It was intentional. If the blast had detonated between them, both he and the lizard would have been caught in it. The explosion was only meant to slow the beast down. But it does not help much. The lizard keeps coming, closing the distance with frightening speed. The closer it gets, the harder it will be to kill. What do we do? 2003 asks. Make noise, Howard replies. He begins throwing more vials, causing explosions in the distance to confuse and distract the creature. Somewhere far off, scavengers begin to stir at the commotion. Ahead of them lies the corrosive ocean. There is nowhere left to run. The giant lizard is almost upon them. Howard still has one grenade. His final option. He tells 23 to keep moving, but suddenly they are forced to stop. Caden. A massive one-eyed green gorilla blocks their path. Howard does not flinch. We're late to the party, he mutters. From behind them, the giant lizard arrives. Trapped between two monsters, Howard and 2003 have nowhere to escape. Howard quickly glances to the right. A dry mountain wall stands there, brittle and fragile. Follow me, he orders. Both beasts roar simultaneously, as Howard hurls his spear and shouts for 2003 to run. The explosion blasts a crater into the mountain wall. They dive through the opening just as the two giant creatures clash. Inside the crater, they take cover. But Howard knows it is unstable. The mountain could collapse at any moment. Outside, the gorilla overpowers the lizard, slamming it violently against the ground. It appears dominant, beating the reptile mercilessly. The lizard's green pustules begin to inflate, preparing to unleash something deadly. The gorilla does not allow it to finish charging and smashes its head repeatedly. Victory seems certain. Then, without warning, two jets of sulfuric acid blast upward. Howard watches in horror as the acid streams directly into the gorilla's open mouth. The creature staggers backward, vomiting acid violently before finally retreating in defeat. Seizing the moment, Howard throws an explosive spear at the lizard's face. When he attempts the second throw, his left hand, already damaged by acid, weakens. The spear flies off course. Instinct takes over. Howard grabs another spear and activates his throwing skill to its absolute limit. He attaches a fragment of the energy core and launches it with perfect precision. The spear slices through the air and strikes the first spear mid-flight. The impact alters its trajectory exactly as Howard calculated. The first spear redirects and plunges straight into the lizard's open mouth. There is a brief second of silence as the creature processes what just happened. Then its head explodes. Green pustules burst outward in every direction as the ruling beast of the region collapses. 23 congratulates him. It was an extraordinary throw. Howard laughs weakly and says maybe he could have been a basketball player. But then something feels wrong. Inside 23, the egg he carries begins to crack. At the same time, the sky darkens. Winds howl. Lightning splits the sky. What's happening? Howard asks. It's the annual typhoon. 2003 replies. Within 48 hours there will be heavy rain and sandstorms. We have 10 minutes. Howard exhales sharply. Not even Usain Bolt could reach the shelter in time. He considers blasting open a cave using his last core fragment. Then he hears it. A faint beeping sound. He asks 2003 if he hears it too. But the wind is already overwhelming. The egg inside the robot begins hatching at that exact moment. 2003 is fascinated. He never thought he would see a live chicken again. But Howard keeps hearing the beeping. Louder. Faster. He recognizes it. A bomb. His eyes snap toward the lizard's corpse. The sound is coming from inside it. Too late. The ticking stops. Howard shoves 2003 away just as the body explodes. Flesh, bone and sulfuric acid scatter everywhere. Howard is hurled against stone, drenched in acid. His right eye corrodes instantly. This time, he screams. Scavengers swarm toward the blast site. Gunman. Barely conscious, Howard injects himself with 3 healing potions. The surge gives him just enough strength to rise. From his torn bag, the vial containing the last energy core fragment falls. The scavengers are nearly on top of him. With desperation, he kicks the vial toward the mountain wall. It shatters on impact, triggering another explosion that blasts him backward. The impact creates an opening into a deeper cave. If he can reach it, he might live. He struggles to stand, but a mutant eagle slashes him with razor-sharp claws. Another strikes almost instantly. He collapses, covered in deep cuts, acid still burning through him. Another scavenger dives toward him for the killing blow. At the last second, 2003 drags him away. Hold on, the robot says, injecting him again. Howard tells him he should have stayed away. 2003 does not respond. He drags him into the cave and struggles to seal the entrance. Howard can no longer feel his body. Even if he survives, he thinks he will be useless. He lost. The game is over. But 23 insists he will survive. Inside the robot, the newly hatched chick walks unsteadily. The cave entrance is sealed. For now, they are safe. Howard, still dissolving under acid burns, tells 2003 to leave. He is glad the robot has the chick. At least some hope remains. I'm not going anywhere, 2003 replies. You're my family. Howard tells him to stop repeating programmed lines. The game is over. He will wake up in the real world soon and face his fate. Suddenly, a giant beak pierces the cave entrance. The scavengers are breaking through. 2003 stands in front of Howard. Died. He begins repeating words Howard once said. He promises loyalty, warmth, light, healing. The beak drives straight through 2003's body. Howard watches helplessly as a massive hole tears through the robot's chest. The chick is killed in the chaos. Still, 2003 refuses to move. He shields the entrance with his broken body, begging Howard not to die. Another strike pierces his head. His visor shatters. The pecking continues until the robot is completely torn apart. Howard's vision fades. The last thing he sees is 2003's destroyed body still blocking the cave entrance. The 6th day of the game begins. He has nearly died 3 times already. When he regains consciousness, the world is silent. The sandstorm has passed. The battered remains of 2003 drag themselves across the mist-covered desert. The storm drove away the scavengers. The robot's radar still functions. Before dying, he intends to bring Howard back to the shelter. Howard cannot feel his body and fears paralysis. 2003 explains that he used too many healing injections. When the anesthetic fades, sensation will return. Howard promises that when he can move, he will fix him. The robot is barely intact. One arm remains. His body is full of holes. Wires hang exposed. Still, 2003 asks one final question. How will you rebuild the shelter? Howard takes a deep breath and begins to describe it. He will pave the road leading to the shelter with cement. On both sides, he will plant tall, straight poplar trees. On the left, he will create open fields for wheat, soybeans, and corn. On the right, he will plant rapeseed flowers so that in spring the landscape will bloom in gold. At the end of the road, he will plant a large tree. Whenever he leaves and feels lost, he will turn back and see it standing there. Just like when he first left home to start his life alone in a new city. Whenever he was confused or uncertain, he would look back. The tree would always be there. 2003 listens quietly, and says that with such a tree, humans will never get lost again. Howard nods slowly and admits that he has been lost for a long time. At last, they reach the shelter. Just before the entrance, 2003 suddenly detects an unfamiliar barrier. The robot gently lowers Howard's weakened body to the ground and moves ahead to analyze it. Howard turns his head and focuses his blurred vision. There really is something there. A warning message from Sharon. She has filled the area with landmines and advises them to take a detour. Howard's heart drops. He shouts for 2003 to get away. But it is too late. The small robot, no longer equipped with its display to read the warning, steps forward and explodes violently. The blast throws Howard backward yet again. Metal fragments scatter in every direction. Among the debris, a small disc engraved with 2003 lands directly in front of him. Howard stares at it in disbelief. Why? Why does the world have to be so cruel to him? He reaches out with trembling fingers to touch the disc. Another hand grabs it first. Sharon Yang, wide-eyed and breathing heavily, snatches the metal disc away. Howard wants to shout, to curse, to demand answers, but he is too weak. All he can do is watch as she runs. Darkness swallows him once more. When he opens his eyes again, it is the 8th day of the game. He has been unconscious for 2 days. He wakes up in a room where water and dried meat have been left beside him. He has not eaten or drunk anything for nearly 4 days. Without hesitation, he gulps down the water. Then memory returns. "Sharon Yang!" he shouts. He storms out of the room, yelling her name, demanding to know why she is against him, why she set landmines, why she did this. In another part of the shelter, Sharon nervously grips a screwdriver. Before Howard can say another word, something happens. Rebooting. System memory recovery. Standing before him is 2003. Whole. Repaired. Not only restored, but upgraded. 2 arms. 2 wheels. A clean, polished body. Howard freezes. What happened? He asks. Was he repaired? Sharon explains calmly that the metallic ring disc is the robot's central controller. As long as that controller remains intact, the robot can always be rebuilt. 2003 looks down at himself in amazement. His entire frame is new, inside and out. He has been upgraded with a combat system, and to his delight, a rice cooking function. He declares himself an elite robot. Howard is equally stunned. He asks Sharon how she managed to do this. She reminds him that she had warned him before that the robot could be improved. He ignored her. The maintenance room is filled with robot bodies that could have been used as parts. Instead, he stubbornly insisted on clinging to scrap metal. She accuses him of never listening, of venting his anger on her because it is easier than admitting his own mistakes. Howard hesitates. Then he points out that she once said 2003 might be destroyed during the improvement process. Her patience breaks. Scientific testing never guarantees success. There is always risk. She asks him how old he is and tells him he has been foolish. If she had failed to repair the robot in time, she would have died by his hand long before the apocalypse claimed her. She says they need to talk. While he was unconscious for days, she had to protect herself. She put up a warning about the mines, yet he ignored it. Whenever she discusses science, he counters with speeches about feelings. Whenever she proposes plans, he isolates himself and works alone. Whenever something goes wrong, he blames her. Tears roll down her face. She just wants to survive. She is not evil. Howard apologizes quietly. He admits he did not think deeply about his behavior. Sharon wipes her tears and tells him one last thing. The robot's power system cannot function on basic charges anymore. It requires the energy core. However, after what happened with the chicken eggs, she promised not to touch the core again. If he wants to use it, he must handle it himself. She walks away, leaving him in silence. As she moves through the corridors, she thinks Howard is stubborn. He cannot stand being challenged. She ties up her hair and decides that if he wants to play tough, then she will play too. Later, Howard looks at 2003 with relief. His in-game family is back. Hope returns. The robot asks how he feels. After all that acid exposure, can he still fight? Howard tests his movements. His body works, but his hands tremble uncontrollably. Throwing weapons precisely may no longer be possible. 2003 reassures him. From now on he can rest. The combat chip installed inside the robot contains nearly every known fighting style from ancient history to modern times. His fighting power is now 300. Howard scoffs. His own score is only 90. There is no way the robot could be that strong. To prove it, 2003 begins performing astonishing techniques in mid-air. Boxing combinations, judo throws, karate strikes, kung fu stances, tai chi flow, even movements inspired by Bruce Lee. Howard stands speechless. Sometime later, Howard replaces his damaged grip strength with boxing gloves and jokes that the robot should have told him earlier he could become this powerful. 2003 explains that not everyone can convert a task robot into a combat unit. And Howard himself once said there were no engineers around. Howard realizes something uncomfortable. Sharon is not just a snobbish businesswoman. She is rich, proud, and incredibly intelligent. From this moment forward, they change strategy. They will train. Howard will learn everything he can from the robot's combat database. When he is ready, he will step outside and face the beasts again. He promises to secure the energy core for 23, and later repaint him to look like a transformer. The robot refuses. He wants the shelter's wheat logo instead. He does not want to look like a factory-made machine. Howard laughs and promises to paint the wheat symbol everywhere, even in the bathroom if necessary. Time passes. Howard stands before the massive energy core. He remembers being told that if it explodes fully, it would rival a nuclear bomb. Suddenly, a female voice interrupts. On the main monitor appears the scientist who created the game. She confirms that the energy core is the most precious resource in this world. Most players would only admire it. Howard asks if she is the developer. She confirms it. Then she says something shocking. He must destroy the game. Howard grips the control button but hesitates. He says he is not prepared. How can she ask such a thing so suddenly? She reminds him of her warning. He cannot allow himself to be consumed by desire. Howard insists he can distinguish between the real world and the virtual one. The scientist changes tactics. When the game leaves testing and becomes public, millions of players will gain skills that carry into reality. Who can guarantee they will obey the law? Who can guarantee they will not abuse these abilities? Who will maintain social order? Howard says he cannot guarantee anything. He is just an ordinary worker. Then she reveals the truth. The ultimate reward of the game allows players to control the limits of their own cell division. In simple terms, they can live forever. She asks him how many people would resist that temptation. When he unlocked his perfect throwing ability, did he ever stop to consider how unnatural it was? Even in times of peace, someone must sacrifice themselves for the greater good. She asks him what he wants to be. An unnamed hero? Or one of history's sinners? Howard says he never aimed to be a hero. He just wanted to live quietly. The scientist explains what he must do. He needs to transport the energy core to a location she will send him. She will exploit system loopholes to collapse the game from within. But the destination lies in a highly dangerous zone filled with monsters. He should bring as many weapons as possible. And preferably, a truck. Howard looks at the scientist on the screen and asks if he can wait until the final month of the 180 days he has in the game. In reality, his life is a mess. Here, at least, he can use the time to learn skills that might actually help him when he wakes up. The developer shakes her head. She says she does have resources that can assist him, but 6 months is impossible. The maximum she can allow is 3 months. In 3 months, he must deliver the energy core to the designated location. If he succeeds, she promises to solidify his memory base. When he wakes in the real world, he will remember everything he experienced in the game, especially what he learned. That is all she can offer. Sometime later, Howard keeps his promise. He paints 2003 exactly as discussed. The robot is delighted with the new design. Howard then connects a vial containing a fragment of the energy core to the robot's upgraded battery. Now that 2003 has been tuned into a combat model, he requires far more energy. On a distant monitor, the developer remarks that Sharon Yang had overused the energy core before. When things spiraled out of control, it was she who cut the power to teach Sharon a lesson. Back in the shelter, 2003 notices Howard staring off into space. "What's wrong?" the robot asks. Howard shakes his head. Everything is fine. They are alive. That is enough. Now it is time to see what a robot with 300 fighting points can really do. Without warning, 2003 stretches his frame upward to nearly 3 meters tall and drops a bomb directly in front of Howard's face. The blast knocks him to his knees. "Are you okay?" the robot asks. Howard wipes his mouth and says that compared to sulfuric acid melting his face, this is nothing. The impact felt like a professional boxer's punch. He grins and says that this is what real training should look like. The robot does not hold back. Sweeping kicks, straight punches, elbow strikes, even a mechanical headbutt that nearly flattens him. 23 calmly explains that numbers do not lie. Unarmed, Howard currently has a fighting score of 50, roughly the level of an ordinary adult man. The number lingers in Howard's mind. It reminds him of someone. He asks the robot to estimate another person's score based on a story. He recounts what he once heard about Josh Tai. On a stormy night, this man walked into a gang hideout. At least 20 armed drug dealers were inside. They were killers, used to violence. Josh Tai beat all 20 of them to death with his bare hands to save a woman he grew up with. After listening, 2003 calculates quickly. At least 3,000 points, the robot says. With weapons, possibly double. Howard stares at him. If that is true, such a person could defeat a ruler-level monster alone. The robot confirms it. A fighter with that level of strategy, skill, and physical power would overwhelm most ruler-level creatures. Those monsters are strong, but not particularly intelligent. Against someone who can dismantle 20 armed criminals, their odds are poor. Then the robot asks what happened next in the story. Howard tenses. What happened next was a threat. If Howard did not leave town, change his name, and disappear, that man would kill everyone he cared about. Howard's gaze drifts toward a lone tree in the desert. He sees himself as a child beneath it. If I conquer this desert, he asks quietly, will my score reach 3,000? 2003 runs calculations based on the strongest monsters in the region. Then he answers in a tone almost human. You survived acid pouring over your face. What else can't you survive? I'll be with you. Even if you fight God. Howard chuckles and asks when the robot became so bold. He says he does not need to worry about him anymore. From the moment he promised to plant that tree at the shelter's path, he will not go back on his word. The game has only just begun. As they train, memories surface. Young Howard walking home from school. A kebab vendor teasing him, asking what he wants to be when he grows up. Someone jokes that he can always inherit his parents' small shop. Howard says he wants to drive boats. Why? They ask. For nothing, he answers. I just want to feel free. I want to go wherever I want, laugh, scream, and be in the middle of the waves. People laugh at the childish dream. Then another memory appears. His parents in the kitchen, devastated. Someone has run off with their savings. They are broke. Little Howard tells them he does not need allowance. He tells them to stand up, but they are crushed by despair. From that moment on, he works, pasting flyers, cutting grass, taking any odd job. He sleeps in class. His grades collapse. Eventually, he becomes a part-time mason's assistant while still studying. He knows this is the ceiling of his future if nothing changes. He tries to start a small business and gets scammed by a so-called friend. His parents warn him constantly. They are poor. He should work hard and not dream too big. He apologizes to his friend Donald for no reason other than existing. Donald once told him about a large company hiring employees. They could apply together. Howard refused, convinced he would fail. Why do you deny yourself? Donald asked. Do you define yourself by what others think? Have you ever asked who you really are? Howard never answered. Over time, he buried himself under the mask of a normal person. On the surface, he seemed fine. Inside, he was frustrated and suffocating. In his memory, the child version of himself stands beneath a tree and sees the long road of torment ahead. At the end of that road stands the present Howard looking back. The child smiles. Suddenly, 2003 calls out to him. Howard drops a dead mutant wolf at his feet and says it is nothing. He just wanted to make sure he was not walking the wrong path. Now fully motivated, he hunts relentlessly. He insists on finishing beasts with his own hands to raise his score. The robot warns that they are still in training, but Howard pushes forward. He attempts a flashy backflip and crashes headfirst into the ground. 2003 sighs and tells him not to show off. In real combat, fancy movements are useless. Even finger strength matters. A precise strike to a vital point can end a fight instantly. Howard adapts. He begins targeting throats, joints, weak spots. He strikes a mutant bear's throat. The creature falters, but then recovers and charges, even harder. Without hesitation, 2003 decapitates it. The robot explains that Howard's current limit in a life-or-death fight is about 100 points. Against anything stronger, targeting vital points alone will not be enough. Howard agrees. His physical conditioning is still weak. His trembling hands limit him. He must strengthen his body. There is one unexpected benefit to all this hunting. Scattered across the map, he collects wheat seeds. With them, he can finally start rebuilding the shelter's farmland. He asks 2003 to explain the full agricultural process. The robot launches into an extensive, detailed lecture about soil preparation, irrigation, spacing, seasonal cycles, and crop rotation. The explanation is long and technical. In summary, 2003 assures him that agriculture is under control. Howard insists on helping. The robot refuses. Agriculture is his responsibility. Howard's role is combat. They settle into a routine. Daytime is for fighting. Nighttime is for physical training. One evening, Sharon Yang walks through the shelter and hears strange groaning sounds. She finds Howard on the floor attempting push-ups. He cannot even complete one. His acid-corroded arms tremble violently. He looks frail and exhausted. Sharon frowns. This weakness could interfere with her plans. The 9th day of the game begins. Howard wakes on the cold floor where he collapsed from exhaustion. Sharon stands over him and tells him to follow her. Confused but curious, he obeys. A short while later, his jaw drops. Before him stands a sleek exoskeleton. He circles it in awe and asks what it can do. Sharon explains that it is a personal exoskeleton. Much simpler than constructing an entire robot body. Materials are limited, so this is the best she can manage for now. Its maximum punching force is 300 pounds, adjustable depending on need. Of course, it requires a fragment of the energy core as fuel. And once again, everything comes back to that core. Howard flexes the metal arms of the exoskeleton, unable to hide his excitement. With these reinforced limbs, he can strike harder and shield himself from the beast's teeth. For the first time since the acid incident, he feels like he has a real chance in close combat. Sharon watches him carefully. She says she knows it is impossible to stop him from going out and fighting, so it is better to equip him properly. Then she asks him to bring something back for her. What? Howard asks. She tells him to visit several locations marked on an old map and retrieve the loot stored there. Howard studies the map and frowns. Some of the marked areas contain beasts with fighting power reaching 10,000. He looks closer and realizes the map is from 10 years ago. Back then, multiple shelters existed in those regions. Sharon explains that detailed records about those shelters are missing. As he scans further, Howard notices even more alarming data. Certain zones indicate monsters with fighting power up to 100,000. He exhales slowly. If creatures like that truly exist, hand-to-hand combat would be meaningless, even with the exoskeleton. The only way to win in a world like this is to start from the bottom, gather weapons, and climb steadily upward. Fighting something at that level barehanded would be suicide. Still, he tells Sharon, it is fine. He would need to explore these places sooner or later. They will begin with the simplest target. Sharon nods. She says her role now is to gather information and provide support. If possible, she would also like him to bring back a live animal specimen. Time passes. Howard trims his hair into a simple default style and straps an eye patch over his ruined eye. In the morning, he will train. In the afternoon, he will explore the ruins. Now you're like me? 2003 jokes. We both have one eye. Howard shrugs. Sharon advised him to keep it covered. She is smarter than him in these matters, so it is better to listen. Later that night, under a star-filled sky, Sharon sits alone wearing a headset marked with a wheat logo. She attempts to contact someone through radio signals but receives no response. She sighs and notes that the text-to-speech conversion is finally complete. She no longer needs to decipher the strange language manually. She presses play on an old diary recording. A voice begins speaking. Today is the annual festival of the Guardians. They will sing of their ancestors' great cause from 400 years ago. They will light a bonfire, look at the stars, and raise their hands. One day, when their ancestors find a new home among the stars, they will return and lead them out of the sea of suffering. They are the fearless Guardians. The scene shifts to the ruins of what once bore the name Museum of the Guardians. Howard arrives there. The beasts inhabiting the area are mutant hyenas with fighting power around 100. He can handle them. He gazes at the broken structure and mutters that he never imagined he would one day stand before a ruined museum. He asks 2003 if this is not the perfect time to tell the story of the place. Mutant hyenas emerge, but 2003 calmly begins narrating. 400 years ago, a radioactive meteorite was detected heading toward Earth. Humanity's ancestors foresaw the catastrophe and understood it would wipe out most life on the planet. Nations stopped fighting and united. Science and technology advanced rapidly to construct spaceships. But there was not enough space for everyone. Some were sacrificed. The last survivors who remained on Earth formed a new nation known as the Guardians. They inherited the dedication and bravery of those who left. The belief was simple. When the ancestors found a new home among the stars, they would return to rescue those left behind. Centuries passed. Instead of ancestors returning, only radioactive creatures arrived. The Guardians, equipped with advanced technology left behind, crushed these beasts easily. Their military strength was unmatched. Then archaeological evidence surfaced. The truth was devastating. The ancestors who were left behind were not random citizens. They were criminals. Humanity's descendants on Earth were born from those deemed unworthy to board the ships. The revelation shattered morale. Everything they believed in became a lie. No one was coming back. No glorious rescue awaited them. Division grew. The nation fractured into regional autonomies. Each group cared only for itself. Corrosion spread across the ocean, and no one acted to stop it. The diary voice continues. This would be the last time the wheat shelter celebrates the Guardians Festival. They prayed, but no ancestors responded. The last soldier died while exploring under the moon. Now it is his turn. He leaves behind a loyal robot in the shelter, named 2003. The robot will protect the shelter and rescue injured soldiers who return. One day, when everyone is safe, he will come back for it. It is a promise. Back in the present, Sharon processes the recording. It makes sense now why the shelters rely on hand-drawn maps despite having satellites. If the first generation consisted largely of criminals, perhaps only a few engineers were among them. She mutters that she hopes Howard finds something useful. If he proves as useless as the figures in the diary, she will remove him from her life. Meanwhile, Howard is testing his exoskeleton by fighting hyenas. He delivers a powerful kick that sends one crashing into a dormant robot in the center of the ruins. The machine activates instantly. Level C security robot, 2003, warns. No artificial intelligence. It will attack any intruder. Howard silently thanks fate for the iron gauntlets. Fighting a steel machine with bare hands would have been disastrous. The robot lunges. Howard remembers Sharon explaining that the metal ring embedded in a robot's chest functions as its CCPIO. He spots the ring. He dodges a heavy strike, grabs the ring with his reinforced fingers and rips it free. With the strength of the exoskeleton, he smashes the robot's chest and kicks the deactivated body aside. Behind him, a door falls open. Your fighting power is now 200, 2003 observes. You're learning. Howard is dissatisfied. The increase feels slow. He wants to grow faster. He tells the robot to check what lies beyond the open door. Inside, they find a skeleton seated upright. After everything he has endured, he is greeted by a skeleton. 2003 recognizes the outfit. It belonged to the museum curator. Strangely, the robe is intact. The skeleton is undamaged. Why did he not leave? Why station a security robot at the entrance? Howard guesses that the man chose to die with the culture he protected. The room is filled with books, all neatly arranged and preserved. Howard remarks that it seems pointless. If the curator had left, he might have returned someday to restore the museum. Dead, he can save nothing. He opens one of the books and freezes. Inside are flags from countries of the Old World. Brazil. Names like Neymar, Ronaldo, Ronaldinho appear in the margins as historical notes. 2003 explains that these represent the ancestors' nations from 400 years ago. Paintings line the walls, magnificent works from around the world. Howard retracts his earlier criticism. Perhaps the curator did not have limited vision after all. But 2003 cautions him. These paintings are replicas. The originals were destroyed when the meteor struck. Shelters once debated how to restore them. Some items are clearly counterfeit, like an image of a samurai holding a Gatling gun. Later, Howard digs a grave for the curator. While burying him, he finally tells 2003 the truth. He is not from this post-meteor civilization. He is one of the humans from before. The robot is stunned. It always assumed he was an amnesiac soldier. That would mean Howard is technically one of the ancestors. Howard laughs awkwardly and says he is not even married yet. Being called an ancestor feels inappropriate. Then 2003 asks if he has ever seen cute animals like cats, dogs, and birds. Howard frowns. Of course he has. The robot explains that in this world, such animals no longer exist. When the meteor approached, humanity was consumed by chaos. People fled, fought, indulged themselves. Pets were abandoned. Then global temperatures dropped. Typhoons and snowstorms ravaged the planet even before the meteor's impact. Those small defenseless animals were nearly extinct before the catastrophe even arrived. Howard suddenly tells 2003 to wait. This story sounds familiar. It mirrors what he experienced in his very first dream. He grabs the book detailing the history of the Guardians and reads more carefully. What he discovers leaves him stunned. A nearby star, Centauri C, had exploded. Its fragments were projected toward Earth and were expected to strike within a year. The result was chaos on a global scale. All electrical resources were diverted to spaceship construction. Shortly afterward, power grids were shut down entirely. There is even an account of a passenger plane losing power mid-flight, falling helplessly from the sky. And then it hits him. He remembers the first day of his first dream. Waking up alone. Confused. Watching a plane crash into a building nearby. At the time, he thought it was just part of the scenario. Now he understands. While he was living through the early parts of this world, hunting wolves and struggling to survive, humanity was already building spaceships. He recalls AI-63, explaining that the ultimate purpose of the game was to evaluate how much better humanity's future could become with the player's intervention. That means his actions matter. What he does now can reshape this world's history. He might be able to change the outcome entirely. Later, Howard returns to the shelter carrying a bag filled with books from the museum. He tells Sharon he did not find any animals, but he did recover a Defender robot's core ring after defeating it alone. She thanks him. Howard then asks about the lunar shelter she once mentioned. Has she located it? She replies that the shelter's name is Sumoon. She has not found it yet, but she believes it is only a matter of time. Curious, she asks why he suddenly cares. Howard gestures for 2003 to explain the corrosive ocean. The robot begins. The corrosive ocean is not truly an ocean. It is a vast sea formed by the digestive fluids of mutant creatures known as acid ants. These beings reproduce rapidly. Their digestive secretions can dissolve nearly anything. Ships and submarines cannot survive within it. Even missiles are ineffective at the depths where these creatures thrive. Within a few years, the situation spiraled out of control. Howard adds quietly that once the acid ants consume the last remaining land, they will turn their attention to whatever remains. That is what Judgment Day truly means. For the first time, Sharon sees fear in him. She suggests they consolidate resources and locate a more secure shelter. Howard agrees. They must also search for other survivors. Strength lies in numbers. Sharon reveals she has drafted plans for constructing a satellite station. She hands him a stack of detailed blueprints. If they can establish orbital communication, they might locate humanity's ultimate refuge. Howard is surprised. Instead of opposing him, she is fully cooperating. She explains that unity is more efficient than working at odds. He thanks her sincerely. But privately, Sharon thinks differently. Once they find the Sumoon shelter, she intends to part ways. Howard, meanwhile, believes that if he can overcome this crisis within the game, he can fix his real-world problems as well. They put the plan into motion. Howard raids a lumberyard, defeating a 230-point scavenger worm. At a steel factory, he battles a 320-point venomous scorpion. Later, he confronts a 430-point giant lizard, and even a 600-point security robot. While he fights, Sharon and 2003 assemble components with the materials he brings back. 2 weeks pass. Day 24 arrives. A towering antenna stands complete. Sharon thanks both of them. Now she can attempt to locate the Su-Moon shelter. Howard nods and turns to 23. They have other work to do. He has brought back young trees for planting. After immense effort, he finally places one at the end of the shelter's path. Meanwhile, Sharon accesses an orbiting satellite. She attempts to contact Su-Moon. Unexpected interference flashes across her screen. Then a voice responds. They have detected unauthorized use of a national satellite. She must declare her intentions. Sharon immediately pleads for help. She is trapped in a shelter and requests rescue. The response surprises her. They do not provide rescue services. If she wants salvation, she must acquire a power core and travel to a launch platform. From there, she can attempt to reach them herself. Launch platform, she repeats. Adjust your visual perspective, the voice instructs. Look upward. Su-Moon is not on Earth. It is on the moon. Sharon is speechless. She is told that reservations are required. Only one passenger is permitted per launch. 1,000 kilograms of power core fuel are necessary for the journey. She calculates quickly. Their shelter's core weighs approximately 1,100 kilograms. Only one person can go. After a moment of hesitation, she says yes. She makes the reservation under her name. They will see her on the moon. Later, Howard and 2003 finish planting the tree. Sharon sits beside him. For a while, they remain silent. She tells him she still has not found what she was searching for. Howard suggests it may be well hidden. Clues will surface gradually. She then asks if he needs anything else from her. He looks confused. She speaks vaguely about the end of the world being inevitable, about unfulfilled desires. Howard does not take the hint. Instead, he focuses on the idea of dying. It reminds him of how he nearly lost everything before. He apologizes again for his past behavior. He says partnerships require understanding each other's needs. She listens quietly. He tells her to stay optimistic. Now that they trust each other, he will protect her. She smiles faintly. Hours later, Sharon studies the coordinates of the launch platform alone. To escape, she must reach it one day before launch. Her priorities are clear. First, build a combat robot for protection during the journey. Second, locate specialized transport vehicles. The power core is highly unstable and cannot be moved using ordinary equipment. If she can complete the combat robot, the rest will fall into place. Howard unknowingly assists her, gathering components he believes are for farming improvements. She helps him openly while secretly collecting what she needs. For a time, her plan proceeds smoothly. One evening, she communicates again with the lunar shelter. Suddenly, Howard appears. She quickly shuts off the monitor. He compliments the automated planting machine she built. She replies calmly that she designed it herself. He praises her work enthusiastically. Privately, she wonders why he has been so attentive lately. On another occasion, while she is assembling parts for her hidden robot, Howard unexpectedly arrives with coffee. He sets it down clumsily, accidentally spilling some on exposed circuitry. She gets irritated but forces a smile. He tells her he appreciates her efforts and that they have progressed greatly because of her. She thanks him. Later still, as she maps out her escape route to the launch platform, he calls her again. This time, she stops him. She says she understands what he has been doing. They are two adults living together. His recent attentiveness suggests certain intentions. Howard is utterly confused. She assumes his kindness has romantic undertones. Blushing slightly, he quickly protests and says she misunderstood. Then he shows her something. Howard holds out the object he found in the ruins, covered in strange inscriptions. For a split second, Sharon freezes. Then she quickly closes her legs, stands up, and walks toward him as if nothing happened. She takes the object from his hand, avoids eye contact, and says she will examine it later. Not long after, she hides in the bathroom with her equipment, continuing to analyze her escape route in peace. She already knows where to obtain a suitable truck to transport the power core. Her combat robot is nearly complete. In 1 week, she plans to leave. Howard can keep digging soil and planting dreams if he wants. Suddenly, the door bursts open. Before she can react, 2003 slips a black bag over her head. Howard lifts her onto his shoulder and runs. Sharon panics. She thinks she has been exposed. She starts shouting that she has something to confess, that she will obey him in the future, that he should not do anything reckless. Then she is placed gently on the ground. The bag is removed. Howard stands before her and formally announces that Mrs. Yang has been invited to inspect the progress project. She blinks in confusion. She is sitting on a picnic blanket. They are inside the shelter, but in an open field section they cultivated. The lid on 2003's head opens, and he proudly declares that the coffee is ready. Howard explains that thanks to the highly efficient machine Sharon built, today they are celebrating her. The sand beneath them has turned moist and fertile. Howard points toward a small sprout emerging from the soil. "My new baby," he says. Sharon stares at it. "Did you kidnap me like a gangster just to show me a sprout?" Howard nods enthusiastically. "It is only the beginning. Imagine the future," he says. Trees growing everywhere. Mountains and valleys covered in green. Animals returning to live. If they can ignite hope in survivors with even one plant, they can unite people to protect what remains of Earth from the corrosive ocean. Sharon listens quietly and then asks a simple question. "Do we even have enough water to irrigate all of this?" Howard opens his mouth to answer, but nothing comes out. He realizes she is right. Their water reserves would disappear quickly. Inside, Sharon tells herself he is even more naive than she thought. Out loud, she offers to search for new water sources for him to collect. Secretly, she sees it as a way to send him away and buy more time to finish her robot. But Howard shakes his head. This time, he wants her to rest. He thought about what they discussed regarding partners' needs. She's been locked in her room constantly, working non-stop. He is worried about her mental state. He in 2003 wanted to do something for her. He reveals a strawberry cake. They secretly searched ruins to gather the ingredients. He admits that he isolated her in the beginning, ignored her feelings, but he never wished harm upon her. Before the moment can settle, a small creature darts in and steals the strawberries off the cake, scattering whipped cream everywhere. Howard shouts in disbelief and chases after it. "Hey, don't eat my rice patty." Sharon sighs. She definitely does not want to spend her life here. While chasing the critter, Howard notices something strange. The tree they planted only days ago is already sprouting leaves. Grass is spreading around it. The creature returns and drops something in front of them. 2003 analyzes it. It appears to be a highly efficient fertilizer. Howard sniffs it and agrees. The critter gestures for them to follow. Days pass. Back at the shelter, Sharon grows increasingly irritated. Howard followed that creature and has not returned for several days. She decides not to wait. She presses a button. Her combat robot powers on. The final piece of her plan is complete. The next chapter begins with voices in her dream. They accuse her of being an evil genius. Her grandmother killed her grandfather. Her mother killed her father. The women in her family are monsters. She denies it, screaming for help. She wakes abruptly. She is inside a car running on autopilot. The vehicle's AI informs her they have reached the destination. She steps out. She and her combat robot, Chang's F4, have come to secure a truck capable of transporting the power core. She trusts no one but herself. Inside the ruins, she notices dead beasts scattered around. Something is off. She orders Chang's F4 into guard mode. The robot activates. She finds the truck she needs. As she inspects the fuel tank, a mutant hyena crouches atop the vehicle. Danger detected, the robot warns. More hyenas emerge from the shadows. The one on the truck leaps at her, but 604 eliminates it instantly. The robot advises retreat due to overwhelming enemy numbers. Sharon runs. The hyenas give chase. Full firepower mode, she commands. Machine guns deploy from 604's arms. Bullets spray in all directions as she sprints toward the exit. But more hyenas block the way out. Insufficient ammunition, the robot warns. Blades extend from its arms. It switches to close combat. There are too many. The hyenas overwhelmed Chi-604. Danger. Critical failure. Sharon realizes this might be the end. She closes her eyes. Suddenly, the sound of tearing flesh fills the air. When she opens her eyes, Howard and 2003 are there, cutting down the hyenas. It's not cool to leave your friends behind, Howard says calmly. She cannot process it. She only manages to whisper thank you. He tells her to go. He will handle the rest. Hours later, they return to the shelter. The truck is secured. Howard still does not know her true intention. Sharon lies awake that night, conflicted. He saved her life, and yet she still plans to abandon him. Survival must come first, she tells herself. The next day, Howard approaches her. How's the truck? She says it is fine, and can even be upgraded. He stares at her for a long moment. She grows uneasy. Then he smiles and pats her shoulder. He has good news. He in 2003 retrieved a powerful chemical fertilizer. With it, crop growth will accelerate dramatically. They might not even need to find the Sumoon shelter anymore. Sharon panics. That's impossible, she blurts. Howard frowns. She improvises quickly, claiming she found the coordinates for Sumoon, and that its environment is far richer in resources. They should relocate immediately. Now that they have a truck, they can transport plants and supplies. Howard thinks carefully. She insists it is the best option. After a pause, he agrees. She asks if he does not trust her. Before he can answer, his stomach growls loudly. The tension breaks. He tells 2003 to prepare food. Sharon should begin packing. Once she is ready, they will leave. As he walks away, Howard glances back at her. Why is she so eager to leave? The next day, they stand before the launch platform. It resembles their shelter and structure. Sharon looks at it and tells herself this is her way out. The first step is to locate the control room and establish contact with Sumoon. Freedom is within reach. Or so she believes. Howard tells Sharon that he and 2003 have already scouted the launch platform. They found no signs of enemies, but they brought plenty of weapons just in case. She nods and tells him to start organizing the equipment while she checks the control room. Cool. Be careful, he says, watching her walk away. Deep down, he knows something is wrong. Inside the launch platform, Sharon reaches the control room door. She places her hand on the biometric scanner. Survivor identity confirmed. Her heart begins pounding. It worked. She is really about to leave this place. Her hands tremble with excitement. Then, the scanner flashes red. No power source detected. Access denied. Her mind goes blank. Does this mean the power core they brought is insufficient? There are no more cores left in the shelter. Not even fragments. Unless, there is still one fragment. Inside 2003. The thought makes her stomach twist. Taking it would leave Howard without his closest companion. It might break him completely. The voices return. Selfish. Despicable. Your family is cursed. You bring misfortune. She grips her head. Is it wrong to fight for her own life? The hallucinations fade. She steadies herself. She just wants to live. The opportunity is right there. All she has to do is take the fragment and leave. At that moment, 2003 appears. Howard asked me to call you to eat. Food tastes worse when it's cold. He turns and leaves. Sharon stands frozen, staring at the robot's back. Everything she needs is inside him. Later, in the kitchen area, Howard flips bacon in a frying pan. How'd it go? He asks casually. Did you get into the control room? 2003 hands him a plate. Thanks, my dude, Howard says cheerfully. The robot seems oddly proud of the nickname. Sharon watches them both, her thoughts dark. She needs time. Time to find the right moment. They sit and eat. Howard mentions he likes this place. The atmosphere feels lighter than the old shelter. Sharon remains quiet. After a long pause, she asks him a question. Have you ever kept encountering difficulties no matter how hard you try? Howard nods slowly. Yes. She continues. Have you ever had to resort to desperate means to solve a problem? He thinks. Not personally, but I knew someone who did. He tells her about his former business partner. They plan to open a restaurant together. In the end, that man tried to kill him. For some reason, she asks carefully. Howard shrugs slightly. At first I was angry, shocked, hurt. But later I thought maybe he had his reasons. Something he needed to protect. Something worth sacrificing everything for. Do you hate him? She asks. He sets down his chopsticks. I ask myself what I would do in his place, he says quietly. I don't know. Maybe I'd do the same. Silence fills the room. Sharon whispers that he might be right. Inside, she apologizes to him without speaking the words. That night, Howard sleeps. 23 stands nearby, plugged into the wall. The door opens slowly. The robot turns his head to speak, but Sharon signals for silence. He complies and enters power-saving mode. Sharon approaches Howard's bedside. He looks peaceful. She takes a deep breath. Then she removes the power core fragment from 2003. She stares at it in her palm. This is her ticket out. Before leaving, she looks at Howard one last time and whispers that she is sorry. She runs through the corridors and reaches the control room again. With shaking hands, she inserts the fragment into the system. The panel lights up. Power detected. The heavy metal door opens. Gee. She steps inside and quickly accesses the terminal. She contacts Su-moon. Data floods the screen. She types commands rapidly. Launch system activated. Her heart races. She places her hand on the scanner. Limited access. Launch system will terminate after countdown. A timer appears. She freezes. No. The countdown reaches 0 guy. Launch system terminated. She stares at the screen in disbelief. She screams, slamming a chair against the monitor. She betrayed her only partner for this. She just wanted to live. Why did it fail? A calm voice answers from behind her. Didn't you understand? Su-moon is just a rumor. She turns. Howard stands there. While she slept, he investigated the platform thoroughly. There was never any sanctuary off-planet. The system administrator, Sun, broadcasted messages across the world to lure survivors here, bringing fresh energy cores to sustain this facility. Sharon shakes her head violently. That is nonsense. The system said she lacked access. There must be a way to fix it. What if I tell you none of the survivors have full access? Howard asks. He gestures to 23. She stares at the robot in horror. She removed his fragment. Howard explains calmly that 2003 has a backup battery. Nothing special, but enough. The robot types commands rapidly. A hidden door activates. It slides open. Light floods the room. Inside is a vast greenhouse. Trees with full leaves. Plants thriving. Life. Daten, manumisidim sumshant. Sharon falls to her knees. Howard explains that this is why the platform must remain active. Sun's ultimate goal was preservation. There are unfinished scientific systems here. If they complete them, they might still save what remains. Sharon whispers that this cannot be real. It is, Howard says firmly. Accept it. She insists there must be another platform, another hidden system. He just has not discovered it. He loses patience and places a hand on her shoulder. Take your hands off me, she snaps. You're lying. You made this up so I would stay. Enough, he says. Open your eyes. Is admitting you're wrong going to kill you? I'm not wrong, she screams. Howard exhales slowly. Wake up, he tells her. You're being deceived by your own desire to survive. Howard steps closer and gently tells her again that she is mistaken. For a brief moment, it seems as if Sharon is finally starting to accept the truth. But inside, something else is happening. She's not accepting reality. She is rejecting it completely. There is no way she could have been fooled again. The world shifts. We are pulled into her memories. A younger Sharon walks beside a girl who calls the day beautiful and suggests they take a walk up the hill. Sharon hesitates. She has homework, responsibilities, expectations. Her friend laughs and says it is a shame. She was going to invite Charlie to join them, but he would only agree if Sharon came too. The girl blushes as she admits she likes him. She begs Sharon for help. After all, they are best friends. Sharon had grown up in wealth but never in warmth. Other children avoided her. They whispered that she brought bad luck. Her family name carried shadows. High expectations were placed on her from childhood, yet no achievement could erase the rumors. People said her grandmother caused her grandfather's death. They said her mother caused her father's death. The uncle who raised her like a daughter died in a car accident. Her mother, crushed by gossip and suspicion, fell into depression and eventually took her own life. After that, only her grandmother remained. The whispers never stopped. All the women in her family bring misfortune. Sharon never believed it. But she could never disprove it either. In one memory, young Sharon sits alone, crying after being rejected by other children. A voice calls her name. It is Yummy, the only person who chose to stand beside her despite the rumors. For the first time in her life, Sharon felt she had a real friend. Yummy was light in a world that treated her like a curse. The memory shifts again. Sharon and Yummy are climbing the hill together. Sharon is exhausted. She's not used to physical strain. Yummy grabs her hand and encourages her to keep going. They are almost there. Sharon asks if Charlie is already at the top. Yummy shrugs and says maybe he is. They continue upward. Suddenly, Yummy stops walking. Her expression changes. She turns to Sharon and says there is something she needs to tell her. Charlie does not like her. He likes Sharon. The words hang in the air. Young Sharon stares at her confused. Yummy continues, forcing a smile that does not reach her eyes. She says that Charlie confessed to her, but only to ask for help getting closer to Sharon. The wind on the hill grows stronger. Yummy asks Sharon a question. Does she know what it feels like to always stand in someone else's shadow? To be invisible. To have the one thing she truly wants taken away. Sharon shakes her head, overwhelmed. She never asked for any of this. She never asked to be born into wealth. She never asked for people to project curses onto her. She never asked for Charlie to like her. But that does not matter. Yummy steps closer. She says, people are right about Sharon. Everywhere she goes, something breaks. Everyone near her eventually suffers. Maybe it is not intentional. Maybe it is not her fault. But it happens anyway. Tears stream down Yummy's face. She says she tried to ignore the rumors. She defended Sharon. She stayed by her side when no one else would. But in the end, even she could not escape it. Then, she lets go of Sharon's hand. The memory fractures. We do not see exactly what happened next. Only the feeling. Falling. Screaming. Sirens in the distance. Whispers growing louder. After that day, Sharon never had another true friend. Back in the present, kneeling in the launch platform control room, Sharon trembles. It happened again. Trust someone. Believe in something. And everything collapses. She looks at Howard, standing in front of the greenhouse filled with life. She wants to believe him. But believing means risking everything again. Believing means admitting she was wrong. Believing means trusting someone with her survival. And every time she trusted someone in the past, she lost them. Her voice cracks as she speaks. There's no way, she whispers. There's no way I was fooled again. Howard watches her carefully. For him, this is about facts. For her, it is about something much deeper. It is about a lifetime of being told she is cursed. And now, standing between escape and reality, she cannot tell which fear is greater. Dying. Or trusting someone and being betrayed once more. Sharon asks what she means, but the girl immediately tells her to stop pretending. Everyone at school already knows the truth, so why is she lying? Sharon insists that she and Charlie are nothing more than acquaintances who attend the same school. She admits she does not have many friends, and has never even considered having a romantic relationship with anyone. But the girl simply says that Sharon disgusts her. Sharon does not understand what is happening. The girl, however, is furious. She accuses Sharon of knowing very well that she liked Charlie, yet still refusing to stay away from him. According to her, Sharon always acts like a graceful and untouchable lady, but in reality she only craves Charlie's attention. Confused, Sharon asks what is wrong with her. They are best friends, aren't they? The girl immediately shuts her down. They were never friends. That so-called friendship should have ended a long time ago. She asks Sharon if she truly believes she approached her because she wanted to be friends. The truth is much uglier. She admits she only approached Sharon because she had lost a bet. When she discovered that Sharon came from a wealthy family and could give her expensive things, she simply continued the charade for years. Years of fake friendship. Show. In reality, she has always hated Sharon. Sharon is richer than her, performs better in school, and is prettier as well. Ever since they entered college, Sharon has even become more popular than her. Sharon grows increasingly frightened. She asks what is wrong with her friend and begs her to calm down. But the girl only grows more unhinged. She asks Sharon who she thinks has been spreading all those rumors about her. It was her. Sharon begins to cry. The girl trembles with rage, saying she wants to destroy Sharon with her own hands. Then she asks a chilling question. Why doesn't Sharon just die? If Sharon died, then Charlie would surely fall in love with her. Suddenly, she grabs Sharon by the shoulders, stares straight into her eyes, and asks if she will grant her wish. Sharon desperately begs her to stop. But instead the girl pushes her. Sharon is thrown off the cliff. As she falls, Sharon screams the name of the person who pushed her, but it is already too late. She plummets into the darkness below. The next chapter of her life begins that very night. It becomes the most helpless night Sharon has ever experienced. Compared to this moment, even the hardships of her childhood seem insignificant. Physically, the pain she endured that night is something she will never forget. But the real damage is emotional. The final soft corner of her heart shatters completely. The person she trusted the most betrayed her in the cruelest way imaginable. Fortunately, a group of hunters happens to pass by and discovers her injured body. By sheer luck, she survives. Otherwise, she would have been devoured by wild animals. From that day forward, Sharon can never trust anyone again. No one except herself. Howard calls out to her, pulling her out of her memories. The woman has clearly been trapped in denial for a long time. She wakes from the flashback, and the protagonist tells her to push those thoughts away. She needs to move forward with her life. Sharon slowly stands up, maintaining a proud posture. Then she tells Howard to remove his mask. She says she already knows he is a hypocrite. Confused, Howard asks what she is talking about. Sharon explains that she understands exactly what he is thinking. In this world there are supposedly survivors, but so far only 2 have been discovered. The 2 of them. He must have known from the beginning that she would eventually leave him. He probably also knew that only one person could be admitted into the Su Moon shelter. Her skills and knowledge would obviously be useful to him, so he came up with an excuse to keep her around. Howard is completely baffled. He asks what nonsense she is talking about and says she is clearly imagining things. But Sharon refuses to listen. She walks toward the exit of the room, laughing bitterly. In her eyes, no one in this world could possibly be so altruistic. There must always be a hidden motive. She declares that she will take the energy core with her. From now on, she will work on her own launch platform, while Howard can stay behind and deal with his plants. Howard immediately shouts at her not to touch it. But she ignores him. Suddenly, an alarm blares throughout the shelter. An unauthorized breach of the energy core has been detected. The security system is activating. Sharon freezes and asks what is happening. Howard mutters under his breath, calling her a stubborn woman. A compartment in the ceiling opens, and a weapon from the shelter's security system emerges. Its mission is simple: eliminate the invaders. The weapon locks onto Sharon and begins charging its shot. Sharon panics and shouts for Robot Sing Ixa forward to do something, while Howard yells for her to duck. He throws himself toward her just as the weapon fires. The blast barely misses them. They both crash to the ground, but the laser appears to have destroyed Robot Shin 604. Sharon can hardly believe it. More compartments open in the ceiling, and several additional weapons appear. Every single one of them locks onto the 2 intruders and begins charging. Howard grabs Sharon's arm and drags her forward, shouting for her to run. She asks what is going on, but he tells her there is no time for explanations. If she does not run now, she will die. Energy blasts streak past them as they sprint through the corridor. The protagonist then shouts to Robot 2003 to hurry and activate counterattack mode. The small robot immediately raises the weapon in its hand and fires. Boom. Boom. One of the defense weapons explodes. Robot 2003 continues firing, destroying the automated guns one after another. However, as they run down the corridor, Howard suddenly notices something approaching them from the far end. His eyes widen. It is a combat robot, far stronger than anything he has seen before. The machine arrives while firing a storm of bullets, as if it has machine guns mounted on both arms. Sharon and Howard are forced to press themselves against the wall to avoid being shredded. The robot continues firing until its magazines are empty. Hot smoke rises from its hands as it begins walking slowly toward them. Its sensors scan the environment and detect that the intruders are still alive. Howard knows he has to act now. He clenches his fists. At the same time, he signals to Robot 2003, indicating that they must work together. As soon as the combat robot gets close enough, Howard suddenly leaps forward and punches its head with all the strength provided by his exoskeleton. The robot stumbles, but manages to maintain its balance. A glowing energy saber projects from its right arm. Howard refuses to give it the chance to attack. Using his metal gloves, he grabs the robot's arm, spins his body and throws the machine across the corridor. He shouts for 2003 to attack. The small robot charges its most powerful shot and fires. The blast strikes the combat robot and detonates violently. Its head flies off and rolls across the floor. For a moment it seems they have won. Sharon asks Howard if he is alright. He is breathing heavily, but before he can respond he suddenly notices something disturbing. He tells Sharon to hide immediately. The battle is not over. The robot's severed head begins moving strangely. Then small mechanical creatures begin crawling out from inside it. They look like insects. Deadly robotic insects. Sharon asks what those things are, but at that exact moment, one of them lands on Robot 2003. The insect emits a faint beeping sound. Then it explodes. The blast sends Robot 2003 flying several meters away. Fortunately, the robot quickly reports that it is still operational. Howard turns and sees dozens of the robotic insects swarming toward him. He raises his arm like a weapon and shouts for them to stay back. Then he releases a powerful blast of flames. The insects explode one after another in the raging fire. Howard tells Sharon to grab Robot 2003 and escape. He will hold the swarm off as long as he can. She hesitates, worried about him. But he orders her to stop arguing and leave immediately. Reluctantly, Sharon picks up Robot 2003 and runs toward the exit, promising she will wait for him outside. Meanwhile, Howard continues burning the insects with his flames. There are still countless enemies swarming toward him. Debris cuts his face. Another piece slices his leg. His metal gloves grow dangerously hot from the intense heat. But he refuses to stop. Outside the shelter, Sharon activates the emergency protection system. All exits begin closing as the massive gate slowly lowers. She waits anxiously. But Howard does not appear. The gate continues descending. Finally, Howard bursts into view and sprints toward the exit. The gate is already halfway closed. There is barely enough space left to slip through. His flames have burned out, leaving him with no choice but to run as fast as possible. Behind him, the robotic insects close in. Sharon shouts that the gate will shut completely at any moment. Howard grabs a grenade. It is his last chance. He presses the activation button, leaps forward, and throws the grenade behind him. The explosion erupts just as the swarm reaches him. The blast propels Howard forward with tremendous force, barely allowing him to slide through the narrow gap before the gate slams shut completely. He collapses onto the ground inside the shelter. Sharon screams his name. Howard lies there in agony after surviving yet another point-blank explosion. He wonders if this is the end. He tried his best, yet he has only survived 2 months in this brutal game. But the real objective is to survive for 180 days. If he dies now, he will receive no reward. Sharon tears a piece from her dress and presses it against his wounds to stop the bleeding. She tells him to stay conscious while she finds a way to help him. Suddenly, Howard remembers something IA-63 once told him. He must do everything possible to keep the NPC alive. Doing so would increase his final score. Thinking about the extra points he could earn, he tells Sharon to listen carefully. Not long ago, he discovered something extremely valuable, though it is incomplete. Fortunately, he also found the design plans. Sharon begs him to stop talking and focus on surviving. But Howard continues. What he found is a machine capable of transferring a creature's body into an energy core. This is crucial because no one can survive in this world without an energy core. Tears begin streaming down Sharon's face. She shouts that now is not the time for this conversation. Once he recovers, they can hunt a beast and use its body. Howard grabs her arm. He quietly tells her that it is already too late for him. But she still has a chance. He asks her to build the machine and transfer his body into the energy core. That energy should allow her to survive for some time. With the energy core, she might even be able to find the legendary Su Moon shelter. Sharon breaks down completely. She refuses to accept it and begs him to stop talking like this. She will not allow him to die. Howard gently tells her not to cry. She never cried before. He tells her to keep living and find a way to continue his life. Sharon calls his name desperately. But by then, it is already too late. Howard has truly breathed his last breath. Sharon desperately begs him not to die. She calls his name over and over again, hoping for any response, but it is already over. His consciousness is gone. Then the voices inside her head begin to whisper. They tell her that she has caused someone's death again. Sharon shakes her head, insisting that it is not true. But the voice reminds her of Charlie, the boy who secretly liked her and tried to save her. Anyone who gets close to her will eventually die. Memories begin to flood her mind. She remembers the moments when Howard treated her kindly. Even back then, she constantly told herself that he should not get too close to her, because one day, he would regret it. She had never believed she was someone who brought bad luck or misfortune. But after witnessing so many tragedies around her, she began to question herself. Maybe she really is cursed. She remembers how she once considered staying with Howard and helping him rebuild the shelter. But the voices in her head constantly reminded her that she only brought disaster to those around her. If she stayed with him, even if the mutant beasts did not kill him, her curse eventually would. Sharon breaks down, crying uncontrollably as she apologizes to him. She thought that if she kept her distance from him, nothing bad would happen. Yet, he still died. The voices continued tormenting her, reminding her of every painful moment from her past. Sharon clutches her head and screams for them to shut up. Through her tears, she mutters that she should have abandoned him much earlier. Suddenly, Robot 23 moves forward and injects something into Howard's body. It is the last potion they have. At the very least, it will maintain his basic vital signs for a short time. Sharon immediately turns toward the robot and asks if there is any way to save him. Robot 2003 explains that there is a freezer inside the wheat shelter capable of storing human bodies and keeping them alive in a hibernation state. However, with the little energy they have left, the freezer can only operate for about 1 week. Sharon understands that the freezer alone will not be enough. But the robot continues. When he and Howard visited the museum, they found information in the books about a special medication capable of repairing damaged vital organs. Unfortunately, the medicine was still in the development stage. Hearing this, Sharon realizes that there is still hope. She declares that she will not let him die. She will create the medicine before it is too late. Then she asks Robot 2003 to take her to the freezer. The voices inside her head continue telling her to give up, but this time she refuses to listen. At first, she never trusted Howard. She had already encountered many hypocrites who tried to gain her trust in different ways. But Howard was different. He never tried to please her with empty words. Instead, he protected her again and again, even at the cost of his own life. He was nothing like the others. When they arrive at the wheat shelter, they place Howard's body inside the freezer. Sharon does not know whether this plan will work, but Robot 2003 reminds her that time is running out. Based on the remaining energy, the freezer will only last for 1 week. If they cannot connect it to another power source before then, Howard will die for good. A new challenge begins. This time, their enemy is time itself. On the first day, Robot 23 gives Sharon the design for the energy converter that Howard mentioned before his death. The project is almost complete. By the 4th day, she is already inserting the body of a dead beast into the machine to extract usable energy. On the 6th day, with only a few hours left before the freezer runs out of power, Sharon finally succeeds. She feeds another beast body into the converter and generates enough energy to connect the freezer to a new power source. Howard's body can now remain preserved. But that still does not bring him back. She still needs the advanced medicine mentioned by Robot 2003. 10 days after the protagonist's death, Sharon discovers new information about potion creation in the museum records. The main ingredient is a rare plant that once grew around the shelter. Unfortunately, environmental destruction has wiped out nearly all traces of it. 20 days after Howard's death, Sharon prepares to embark on a long journey in search of this plant. At the same time, she continues attempting to contact the so-called Su Moon shelter. Deep down, however, she knows it is probably nonsense. A shelter on the moon sounds completely absurd. She cannot help feeling foolish. Perhaps she should have listened to Howard. 50 days after his death, Sharon returns to the land where Howard had been restoring the soil. To her surprise, The area has transformed into a green oasis. The environment has improved dramatically. Even animals have begun returning. For a moment, she wonders if this place truly belongs to the same dying world. Then she discovers something extraordinary. Among the vegetation is a plant that looks almost identical to the one described in the potion manuals. After checking the book, she confirms that it is indeed the plant required for the medicine. Overwhelmed with emotion, she realizes that Howard was right. This world still has a chance to recover. By the 90th day, Sharon has devoted all her time to developing the potion. Despite countless difficulties, she refuses to give up. On the 120th day, she finally succeeds. The potion is injected into Howard's body. Even though the voices inside her head still whisper endlessly, she ignores them. She quietly tells Howard that people in the past always said she was cursed. Everyone who came close to her eventually disappeared from her life. She speaks about Yumi, the girl she once considered her best friend, and how that betrayal destroyed her trust in others. After that, she began believing that all human relationships were based on benefits and selfish interests. But Howard was different. She avoided getting close to him because she truly believed she was cursed. Now, however, she can finally say with certainty that she is not. Although the two of them never got along particularly well, she hopes that when he wakes up they can start over from the beginning. She gently asks him to wake up. Then she leans forward and softly kisses his face. At that exact moment, we see Howard from a completely different place. He is watching everything from the game's lobby. After returning from the game world, his consciousness had been transported back to the lobby, where he suddenly woke up. Aya-63 greets him and casually asks if he is irritated because he did not sleep with any girls during this round. Howard does not respond. In reality, his body in the real world is probably lying in an intensive care unit. He believed that if he won the game and received the rewards, he could solve his problems. But now it seems too late. Still, he must find a way to overcome this crisis. His parents are already carrying a heavy burden, and he cannot imagine how devastated they would be if they lost him. He takes a deep breath, and wonders whether it even matters if he survives without the game's rewards. Without them, he cannot seek revenge. He cannot even help Sabrina. Compared to the mutant beasts he fought in the game, the real monsters exist in the real world. The difference is that these monsters hurt the weak not for survival, but simply for pleasure. That thought fills him with anger. He needs to survive. He must keep fighting. Life in the real world has always been difficult, and he has swallowed that pain for a long time. But when he played the game for the first time, he made a promise to himself. He would never give up again. After everything he experienced, he also learned a great deal from the game. Howard turns to IA-63 and tells her to close his account. She agrees. He assumes there will not be much he can gain from this run. Perhaps he can use the credits from his first game to buy something that will help his body recover faster. But suddenly, the AI congratulates him. According to the system, he successfully survived 180 days in the Apocalyptic Beast Invasion Challenge. Howard is stunned. How could that be possible? He died during the first month. Then the system shows him everything that happened afterward. Sharon placing his body in the freezer, searching for the rare plant, creating the potion, and finally kissing his forehead. Only then does he understand. Thanks to Sharon, he truly survived a full 180 days. He won the challenge. At that moment, Howard suddenly wakes up again. This time he is lying in a hospital bed in the real world. He clearly remembers the moment when Josh Tai stabbed him before he lost consciousness and entered the dreamlike game world. Yet somehow his wounds have already healed. Could it really be because of the game? Even more strangely, only one night has passed in the real world. Then another thought strikes him. If that is true, Sabrina might still be forced to marry Lawrence, the old man she despises, in order to save her father's company. Josh Tai told him earlier that he planned to leave the city and never come back. Howard immediately gets out of bed. He must stop Sabrina's wedding. As far as he knows, the only person who might be able to help him is Sharon Yang. But first, he still has unfinished business with Josh Tai. Howard leaves the hospital and heads straight for the airport. Based on what Josh Tai said earlier, there is only one place he could be. Meanwhile, at the airport, Josh Tai walks nervously through the terminal wearing a cap, constantly looking around as if trying to remain unnoticed. Suddenly, something flies toward him. A plunger lands on the floor right in front of him. He looks up and sees Howard standing there. Howard calmly asks if he really thought he could stab him and then simply walk away. Josh Tai is shocked. According to him, Howard should still be lying in the ICU. Howard casually tells him not to worry about his injuries. Josh Tai says he was leaving all of this behind, and even gave Howard a chance to walk away as well. Does Howard really intend to stop him? Howard simply asks why not. He also mentions that he found the plunger in the men's bathroom and thought it might be interesting to see it hit Josh Tai's face. That comment makes Josh Tai furious. He lunges forward and throws a punch. Howard easily dodges. Even he is surprised by his own reflexes. Only one night has passed, yet he feels completely different. While avoiding another punch, Howard calmly says that it was a much longer night than Josh Tai could ever imagine. During that time, he found answers to many things that once troubled him. The fight continues as both men exchange punches. Eventually, they are both exhausted and breathing heavily. Howard lies on the ground while Josh Tai stares at him in disbelief. Howard used to be a smooth-talking playboy who barely exercised. He was never supposed to be this difficult to deal with. Suddenly, the plunger flies again and smacks directly into Josh Tai's face. Howard asks him if he's already tired. The two continue fighting until Josh Tai admits he has reached his limit. None of this makes sense. Howard should not be this strong. Howard simply smiles and says he could keep going all day. At that moment, the final results of the Beast Invasion challenge appear. The difficulty level was 1. Howard's final grade is A. He earned 150 credit points. And the special ability he unlocked this time is called Endurance. Howard feels satisfied after seeing the results. The ability he unlocked means he can become much stronger and develop a well-defined physique without wasting endless hours at the gym. However, the AI quickly corrects him. It is not that simple. There is no such thing as effortless power. No pain, no gain. Only through constant practice can he truly grow stronger. And from what we can see, he has already begun practicing. His training session comes in the form of a brutal fight with Josh Tai. The two of them push themselves so hard that they eventually collapse onto the ground, completely exhausted. Howard feels like he has reached his absolute limit. He cannot even move a finger anymore. Although he can feel his energy increasing, the fatigue remains. Josh Tai looks confused. He asks Howard what exactly is going on in his head and how he managed to find him. Howard calmly explains that it was actually quite simple. If Josh wanted to leave the country forever, he would eventually need to board an international flight. But if he went directly to a major airport, Howard could easily call the police and get him arrested before he left. Because of that, the most logical strategy for Josh would be to depart from a small airport first, and then transfer to an international flight in another city. And there is only one airport nearby that fits those conditions. Howard also thanks the fact that Josh was extremely cautious. He even waited until the next day to leave the city. Otherwise, Howard would have never been able to find him. Josh admits that he never planned to stay another day. The only reason he delayed his departure was because his associates had not yet sent him the money. Still, if Howard is satisfied with this little confrontation, he could simply call the police now and have him arrested. But Howard reveals that he never called the police. Josh cannot understand why. He becomes irritated and says that he could easily kill Howard right here. Howard calmly responds that if Josh truly wanted to kill him, he could have done it the night before. What Howard really wanted was to hear his story. More importantly, he wanted to know whether Josh would choose the life of a fugitive or try to take control of his own future again. With that, the chapter ends. The next chapter begins with Josh finally telling his story. He talks about a woman he has known since childhood. Many years ago, she saved him from a chaotic life and gave him a reason to change. But 20 years ago, something terrible happened. Someone abused that woman. Josh hunted the man down and killed him. What he did not realize at the time was that the abuser had powerful connections with dangerous people. Howard asks if that was why he was arrested. Josh nods. He believed that after he went to prison, the woman would eventually forget about him and move on with her life. But the opposite happened. She continued visiting him and waiting for him until the very end. After Josh was finally released from prison, Lawrence's henchmen approached him and tried to recruit him. Even Josh could see that Lawrence was a terrible person, so he rejected the offer. But that man was ruthless. He turned Josh's entire life upside down by threatening the woman he loved. Using her safety as leverage, he forced Josh to stab Howard. Josh had no other choice. Howard quietly tells him that he will settle the score with Lawrence's henchman when the time is right. Then he reveals something unexpected. Josh is the chef he has already decided to hire for the restaurant he plans to open. That is exactly why he cannot allow him to disappear. Josh asks what Howard expects him to do if Howard really intends to confront Lawrence's people. Howard casually tosses the soda can he was holding into the air without even looking. For Josh, the answer is simple. He should buy flowers and meet that woman again. She waited 20 years for him, so he should not waste any more time. For now, Josh should stay hidden and wait until Howard contacts him. The soda can curves through the air and lands perfectly inside a trash bin. Josh looks at him in disbelief and asks what Howard himself plans to do. Howard simply tells him not to worry. He already has a plan. Lawrence's henchman is not foolish enough to attack him in public. Time passes. On a bright, peaceful day, Howard sits alone on a park bench. In his mind, the situation with Josh Tai is practically resolved. Now he only needs to wait for the right moment. Soon after, his phone rings. It is Sandy. As soon as Howard answers, Sandy begins complaining loudly. She says that everyone is busy trying to secure a partnership with Sharon Yang, while he has disappeared without a trace, probably enjoying life somewhere. She asks where he is. Howard finds it strange. Does no one know that he was attacked and hospitalized the previous night? Then he remembers Sharon's attitude when they first met. She treated him like someone completely insignificant, as if even greeting him would be a waste of time. It is exactly like her to remain silent and not call the police. But in a way, that works perfectly for Howard. It is exactly what he wanted. He tells Sandy that he is currently dealing with another problem, but will meet them later. Before that, however, he needs to know if she gathered the information he requested. Sandy confirms that she did. Sabrina's wedding negotiation meeting with the old man will happen through a video conference at 3 in the afternoon, inside a hotel conference room. The problem is that they have no access to that meeting. Meanwhile, inside the conference room, Lawrence's henchman congratulates his boss. Everything is going according to plan. Sabrina will soon marry the old man, and the situation will finally be resolved. He even remarks that it is unfortunate that Mr. Luo, Sabrina's father, is not present. Soon, Sabrina and the old man will meet on the island. Sabrina nervously swallows. The old man calmly says that the arrangements are acceptable and asks Sabrina if she has any objections. After all, this marriage concerns both of their families. Sabrina politely asks for one more day. She does not want to watch the Luo group collapse. Lawrence asks her what difference one day will make. What could she possibly accomplish in 24 hours? According to him, she was already rejected by Sharon Yang the previous night, and Sharon refused to meet her again. One of the key conditions of the marriage agreement is that he will financially support the Luo group after they become husband and wife. In other words, this marriage is the only way she can save her company. Sabrina insists that her entire team is working desperately. She only needs a little more time. Lawrence calmly replies that the bet she made with her father is their personal matter. If she wants the wedding postponed, she should ask her father to negotiate. Sabrina realizes that what sounds like advice is actually humiliation. Lawrence is simply reminding her how little control she has over her own life. The old man asks if she disagrees. Inside her mind, Sabrina feels completely crushed. Everything about her life has been manipulated by others. Her entire existence feels like a living hell. Desperate, she silently begs for someone to help her. At that moment, she thinks of Howard. She remembers the time they lived together, when life felt simpler and happier, when it felt like someone was there to protect her. Meanwhile, the henchman who had been preparing to leave overhears the entire conversation. He thinks that Sabrina should simply accept her fate. Once this deal is completed, the old man will surely reward him generously. Suddenly, the conference room door swings open violently. The door slams directly into the henchman's face. Howard has arrived. He is still wearing hospital pajamas. He casually says it took him a while to find this place. It feels like everyone here is hiding. The henchman stares at him in shock. Howard should be dead. What is he doing here? He immediately calls for security. Howard calmly asks if that means the man believed he was already dead. He also adds that calling security will not help much. Those guards are not exactly the most capable lackeys. Within moments, Howard beats them all down. Sabrina cries out his name when she sees him. Noticing the bandages around his neck, She asks what happened. Howard thanks her for showing concern. Then he explains that the previous night he was attacked and left for dead. Meanwhile, the company executives pretend that nothing happened, secretly plotting and making dirty deals behind the scenes. And now, the CEO of the company is preparing to marry these very people. Sabrina is completely shocked. She asks Howard how he was attacked, and why no one told her. Howard continues angrily exposing the corruption surrounding them. Meanwhile, Lawrence's henchman watches the scene unfold, his expression darkening. The henchman quickly interrupts, saying that Lawrence and the others are in the middle of an important discussion, and that Howard should not cause a scene there. That only makes Howard even angrier. What does he mean by causing a scene? They tried to kill him. He clearly remembers the face of the assassin, the voice of the man who attacked him, and the voice of the henchman who threatened him the night before. Howard declares that he will report everything to the police. The henchman begins stuttering, trying to claim that Howard has lost his mind. At that moment, Lawrence, the old man on the screen, calmly says that is enough. But Howard is already out of control. He raises his middle finger toward the screen, and rudely asks the old man who he thinks he is, and what right he has to interfere. Lawrence then turns his attention to Sabrina and asks if she planned this. Sabrina remains silent. Howard shouts that this is not some stupid performance. His life was truly in danger during the company trip, and now they are all trying to shift the topic. He swears that if they do not provide a satisfactory explanation, he will completely ruin their meeting and cause an even bigger scene. Lawrence calmly asks if his name is Howard. Then he says that if what Howard wants is money, he only needs to give him his bank account number, and the payment will be made immediately. But if he intends to cause trouble, then he will gain nothing from it. Lawrence continues by stating that this entire situation is happening because Sabrina failed to manage the company properly. Howard's disruptive behavior only proves how poorly she runs things. Howard insists that he only wants justice. But internally, he realizes how cunning the old man is. Lawrence has cleverly used Howard's anger against him, turning the situation into an attack on Sabrina instead. Howard silently admits that he was naive to fall into such a trap. Just then, the conference room door opens. Everyone turns to look. Standing at the entrance is Sharon Yang. She calmly says that she would like to speak with Sabrina. Howard is surprised to see her there and wonders why she came. Sharon walks forward, greets Sabrina politely, and explains that she reconsidered the project proposal Sabrina presented earlier. After thinking it over, she believes cooperation between their companies could produce good results. She suggests having a more detailed discussion about it. Then she casually asks whether Sabrina would prefer to resolve the confusion happening in the room first, or talk about business. Howard quickly interrupts, saying that if Sabrina's company collapses, she will lose the work of an entire lifetime. Therefore, the marriage discussion can wait. Sharon nods slightly, saying she understands. She then invites Sabrina to step outside with her, explaining that this conversation should only involve people who are actually making decisions. They can continue somewhere quieter. Sabrina seems stunned and does not know what to say. Howard continues pretending to be furious in front of everyone. Sharon turns and begins walking toward the door, calling Sabrina to follow her. Sabrina quickly asks her to wait for a moment. Then she turns toward Lawrence and says that the marriage plan has not been finalized yet. She will inform her father about the situation and apologizes for wasting his valuable time. Lawrence does not reply. He simply ends the video call. Sabrina then leaves the conference room. As she passes Howard, she quietly thanks him. Howard watches as Sabrina walks away with Sharon. But just before leaving, Sharon suddenly stops at the door. She turns back, looks at Howard, and gives him a small wink. Howard is completely confused by the gesture. The henchman also leaves, angrily telling Howard to wait and see what happens next. He slams the door behind him, leaving Howard alone in the conference room, still wearing his hospital gown. Howard sighs and thinks that, in the end, everything worked out. Now he just needs to get something to eat because he is starving. But just as he is about to leave, a voice calls out to him from the screen. It asks if his name is Howard. He turns around and sees Lawrence once again appearing on the monitor. The old man slowly says that Howard seems to enjoy dreaming lately. Then he adds that Howard is an interesting person. But he wonders how many more times Howard will be able to keep dreaming. With that cryptic remark, the screen suddenly goes black. Howard stands there, confused. Was that a threat? Or does the old man somehow know about the dream world system? Howard remembers the warning from the developer who told him to be careful because he had already fallen into a trap. She once said that the game developers seemed strangely interested in watching the players' lives fall apart. Thinking about all of this gives him a headache. For now, however, there is nothing he can do about it. Besides, he has another problem to deal with. Soon afterward, we see Sabrina, Sharon, and Howard sitting together at a meeting table. Sabrina asks Sharon what made her suddenly change her mind. After all, she had clearly rejected the partnership before. Sharon laughs softly and says that the reason is actually Sabrina's employee. She looks directly at Howard. According to her, he explained every detail about the company's operations. She found his analysis very interesting and began thinking that perhaps their companies should try cooperating after all. We then see a flashback to the moment when Howard spoke with her earlier, shortly before he was attacked. He talked about the company's reputation, its market position, its long-term goals, and many other details. Sharon explains that no matter what question she asked, Howard immediately provided clear and convincing answers. His knowledge of market data was impressive. In her opinion, he is an excellent employee. Seeing such a dedicated worker representing Sabrina's company, she thought it might be worth giving the project another chance. Howard feels embarrassed by the praise. The three of them fall into a brief silence, creating an awkward tension in the room. Howard begins wondering why Sharon is suddenly praising him like this. She has always been the type of person who values others only for what they can offer her. So why the sudden change? For a moment, he even wonders if there is a chance that she somehow remembers the events of the dream world. But he quickly dismisses the idea. He has told himself countless times that the dream world is only a dream. Still, one thing is undeniable. Throughout the entire meeting, Sharon keeps staring directly at him. Eventually the meeting ends. Sabrina offers to walk Sharon out, but Sharon declines. That leaves Howard and Sabrina alone in the room. Sabrina smiles, clearly relieved. For Howard, however, the situation feels a bit strange. This is the first time he has been alone with Sabrina since they separated during the first dream. She thanks him sincerely. Not only did he help facilitate cooperation between the two companies, but he also revived the company's future. She never imagined that he could convince Sharon Yang to reconsider the partnership. Howard responds modestly, saying that he only did his job as an employee by creating value for the company. But Sabrina disagrees. He did far more than that. He saved her from a marriage she never wanted, and from a life she never wished for. Howard does not know how to respond. Deep down, he feels that he was not able to help her as much as he wanted. So he tells her not to give him too much credit. He does not believe he can change anyone's future. That kind of influence belongs to powerful figures like Mr. Luo. He also explains that he only pursued Sharon Yang because Mr. Luo encouraged him not to give up easily. If Sabrina wants to thank someone, it should be her father. He is just an ordinary employee. Sabrina slowly places her coffee cup on the table and looks directly into his eyes. Then she asks if he wants to know something. Howard asks what it is. She quietly tells him that he is no less important than anyone else. Those words leave him slightly embarrassed. Soon after, the meeting ends. Night has already fallen when Howard enters the elevator to leave the hotel. As the elevator descends, he keeps thinking about Sabrina's words. For the first time in a long while, someone seems to have recognized his true value. And whether he admits it or not, after everything they experienced in the first dream, he still has strong feelings for her. When he reaches the hotel lobby, he notices someone waiting. It is Sharon Yang. She is sitting calmly, sipping coffee. Apparently, she has been waiting for him. Howard realizes that he is not entirely sure how he feels about her. She is undeniably beautiful, with a perfect appearance and figure. Yet after getting to know her better, he feels hesitant. It is difficult to trust someone who evaluates everything strictly by its value. Does she really feel something for him? Perhaps the harsh days they spent together in the apocalyptic world made her confuse dependence with affection. Still, she did everything she could to keep him alive in the game. Because of her, he survived until the end. In truth, she is not a bad person. At that moment, Sharon notices him standing there. She calls out to him. Howard responds awkwardly, saying he thought she had already left. Sharon replies that she was waiting for someone. For a brief moment, the scene pauses as she simply sits there gracefully, drawing attention with her striking presence. Then she explains that she tried several times to find an opportunity to speak with that person, but it was difficult. Howard wonders if she is talking about another man. Sharon then asks him something directly. This is the first time she has seen an employee work so hard for their superiors. Why did he do it? Howard answers honestly. He simply did not want to lose his job. Mr. Luo is a good director, and if a capable leader is replaced, it would affect the entire team's work. And that is why he tried so hard. Sharon bluntly asks Howard why he does not come work for her instead. After all, her company also has capable leaders. As she speaks, she slowly crosses her legs and casually tells him to think about it. Howard visibly flinches. In his mind, he immediately suspects this might be another one of her tricks. He reminds himself that he cannot allow her charm to influence him. Thanking her politely for the offer, he explains that he still has several projects he wants to complete at Great Glory Corporation and has no plans to change jobs anytime soon. Sharon does not give up so easily. She asks him how much Great Glory pays him. Whatever the number is, she will double it. At his current company, he is only an assistant manager, but if he joins her company, she can make him a general manager. Howard thanks her again and says that perhaps he will consider it in the future. However, he has just received a promotion at Great Glory. If he suddenly leaves now, it would seem very strange. Sharon nods calmly and says that if he insists, she will not push him further. But if he ever changes his mind, he should contact her. Then she asks him to give her his phone number. Howard sighs internally, realizing that he has already fallen into her trap. They exchange contact information, and afterward, Howard heads home. Sharon remains sitting there for a while, thinking to herself that sooner or later he will end up on her side. Her thoughts drift back to the lonely and desolate dream world. During those days in the ruined shelter, there was not a single moment when she did not wait for him to wake up, look at her, and speak to her. For more than 100 days she stayed there, always close to him. When she ate, she sat beside him. When she slept, she stayed nearby. She hated the feeling of being alone. Now he was finally awake. Now he could look at her and talk to her again. And that made her truly happy. The story then shifts to a lively street located behind the company building. The place is famous for its food trucks and cheap but delicious meals. Recently, rumors have been spreading about a new noodle stand that serves incredible food. The stall is always crowded with customers lining up to eat. When we arrive there, the street is indeed packed with vendors and hungry customers. Right in the middle of the busy lane stands a noodle stall with a rather unusual name, 2003 Noodles. Despite the strange name, the food is excellent, and the stall is constantly surrounded by customers. Behind the counter we see Josh Tai busily preparing bowls of noodles for the growing crowd, while right beside him stands Howard. Howard has finally taken the first step toward realizing his dream of opening his own business. However, things are not easy. He's currently juggling 2 jobs. During the day, he still works at Great Glory Corporation, and at night, he helps run the noodle stand. He decided to do this because he believes it would take years to pay off his family's debts if he focused on only one source of income. Josh Tai's situation is not much better. The woman he loves is seriously ill and requires an expensive imported medicine. As an ex-convict, finding stable work is extremely difficult for him. Even construction companies refuse to hire him, saying he is too old. The money Lawrence's henchmen gave him for attempting to assassinate Howard was nowhere near enough to solve his problems. Instead, Josh combined that money with his own savings to rent the food stall. It is a small business, but it is already producing a decent profit. At one point, several online streamer girls approach Howard and ask if he plans to resume doing live streams with them. Howard shakes his head. Because of his brother Seven's character, their account already received a strike. It would not be wise to continue producing that type of content. The girls look disappointed. The truth is that Howard never enjoyed being an entertainer. Forcing himself to act in ways that attract viewers was exhausting. Now he has discovered something he is actually good at: cooking. People genuinely love the noodles they serve at the stall. Even Howard himself did not expect the business to grow this quickly. For the first time, he feels that he might finally relieve the heavy burden his parents have carried for so long. But just as things seem to be going smoothly, someone suddenly shouts. A customer angrily claims that there is a fly in his noodles. Everyone turns toward the commotion. The man demands to know who owns the stand. Howard immediately steps forward and says that he is responsible. The customer loudly accuses them of running a filthy establishment. How could they serve food with flies in it? Howard sincerely apologizes and offers to replace the bowl for free. In fact, he promises that the next bowl will also be free. But the man refuses to calm down. He claims that if he becomes sick from eating their food, he might suffer psychological trauma and Howard will have to compensate him. Then another customer stands up and says that the last time he ate there, he had diarrhea. Who knows what kind of ingredients they are using in those noodles? Howard quickly realizes what is happening. These men are trying to sabotage his business. The surrounding customers begin whispering among themselves. Could something actually be wrong with the food? The first man points at the long line of customers and says that perhaps the stall is secretly adding something suspicious to make people addicted. The second man agrees and claims that must be the reason the stand is so popular. Suddenly, a hand slams loudly onto the table. It is Josh Tai. He angrily declares that they are talking nonsense. He is an honest worker and would never do such a thing. However, some customers begin leaving anyway, deciding it is safer not to eat there. For Howard, this is the last thing he needs. Despite working hard and honestly, life always seems to throw obstacles in his path. Just then, a girl's voice suddenly rings out. She loudly states that the customer himself put the fly in the noodles. Everyone turns to see who spoke. The man angrily demands to know who she is and why she is spreading such nonsense. Is she accusing them of lying? The girl calmly holds up her phone. She says she recorded the exact moment when he dropped the fly into the bowl. If he wants, she can play the video right now. A crowd quickly gathers around to watch. The girl then adds something else. Are those two men not the owners of nearby noodle stalls? The two troublemakers freeze. Their faces turn pale as they realize they have been exposed. Now everyone understands what happened. The 2003 noodles stand had become so successful that competitors were trying to sabotage it. Realizing their plan has failed, the two men immediately run away. Josh Tai grabs a wooden stick and chases after them, determined to make them pay for the trouble. Meanwhile, Howard approaches the mysterious girl to thank her for helping them. She remains strangely silent. Howard tells her that as a token of gratitude she can eat as many bowls of noodles as she wants for free from now on. The girl simply replies that she only said what she wanted to say and did what she wanted to do. Several hours pass. The busy rush has ended, and most of the customers have gone home. Josh quietly points out something to Howard. The mysterious girl is still sitting there. She has not moved the entire time. Worse yet, she has been staring at Howard continuously. Josh suddenly widens his eyes, as if a terrible thought has occurred to him. He grabs Howard and whispers that he absolutely cannot get involved with an underage girl. That kind of trouble would completely ruin his life. Howard immediately protests. What kind of person does Josh think he is? He has no interest in young girls. Just then the girl stands up. She slowly walks toward them and stops directly in front of them. Without saying a word, she removes her hood and reveals her face. To their surprise, she is indeed a very young girl, and she looks upset. Howard stares at her in shock. Then he asks what she is doing there. The girl walks closer and grabs Howard by the apron. Looking straight into his eyes, she says that he must take responsibility. Josh instantly wraps Howard in a headlock and shouts that this is exactly what he warned him about. Howard struggles to breathe and insists that Josh is misunderstanding everything. The girl is actually his cousin. Her name is Kitty Chen, the daughter of one of his uncles, and she is still in high school. Later, Kitty explains why she came. She ran away from home because she hates her father. Howard finds this strange because he actually likes that uncle very much. When Howard's family was going through a difficult time, that uncle was one of the few relatives who offered them help. But Kitty is furious. According to her, her father has a mistress and is cheating on her mother. Howard is shocked at first, but then he remembers that Kitty's parents divorced years ago. In that case, it is not strange for her father to start a new relationship. There is no reason to treat it like a betrayal. Kitty stubbornly declares that she will not go home until her father breaks up with that woman. Howard sighs and asks where she plans to stay if she refuses to go home. Kitty answers as if it is the most obvious thing in the world. She will stay at his house. The chapter ends there. The next chapter begins with a chaotic scene. Howard desperately tells Kitty that he cannot hold it any longer. Kitty, blushing slightly, tells him not to do it. Howard is struggling with all his strength to hold something in. Finally, she shouts for him not to come in. The situation turns out to be far less dramatic than it sounded. Howard simply needs to use the bathroom. Kitty has been occupying it for nearly 2 hours, and if she does not come out soon, he might end up relieving himself right there. 3 days have passed since Kitty moved into Howard's apartment. Since then, his life has become complete chaos. One day he was hanging clothes to dry when he suddenly realized he was holding one of Kitty's panties. At that exact moment she appeared behind him, and immediately stared at him as if he were some kind of pervert. Later, when Howard enters the room, Kitty is lying lazily on the bed playing with her phone. He asks if she is not supposed to be at school. She casually replies that she is sick. Howard asks what kind of illness she has. Kitty answers that it is a rare disease that makes people extremely lazy. It only happens twice a year, but each episode lasts 6 months. Howard nearly explodes with anger. Nevertheless, he ends up calling her school and explaining that she needs to stay home for a few days because she is sick, even though Kitty can be heard laughing loudly in the background. Later, Josh cooks lunch for everyone, but Kitty refuses to eat. She says she does not eat mushrooms or most vegetables. She also dislikes peppers and refuses to eat salad. Howard becomes even more irritated. Despite everything, he still ends up buying a happy meal for her. At night, Kitty sleeps comfortably in Howard's bed, while Howard and Josh squeeze onto the sofa. Howard keeps a cautious eye on Josh, remembering certain questionable behavior from the past. Meanwhile, Kitty snores loudly like a piglet. Howard thanks heaven that her father plans to pick her up the next day. If she stays any longer, he might completely lose his mind. The next morning, however, something unexpected happens. Howard finds a note. It is a letter from Kitty saying that she has left, and that he should not look for her. Earlier that morning, Howard had spoken with her father on the phone. The man thanked him for taking care of Kitty and promised to pick her up that night. Now Howard feels worried. He immediately goes outside to search for her. But the moment he steps out of the apartment building, he sees a small girl standing there. The little girl standing outside is holding a kitten keychain. Howard immediately recognizes it. It looks exactly like the keychain Kitty had attached to her backpack. He quickly asks the girl where she got it. The girl replies that a nice lady with a ponytail gave it to her. After that, the lady got into the elevator and left. At that moment, Howard and Josh realize something. Kitty has really disappeared. The two of them immediately split up to search for her. They check her school, nearby internet cafes, parks, and every place they can think of. But they cannot find her anywhere. Kitty's house is also located in the same city, though it takes about 2 hours to drive there from Howard's apartment. Still, no matter where they search, there is no sign of her. An entire day passes with no results. Eventually, Howard has no choice but to call his uncle and inform him that Kitty has gone missing. Josh suggests that maybe they should start putting up posters with her photo, asking people if they have seen her. But Howard shakes his head. That would only make things worse. For now, the best thing they can do is go back home. When they arrive at the apartment, they suddenly hear cheerful laughter coming from Howard's room. When they open the door, they see something unbelievable. Kitty is sitting there comfortably, playing with her phone as if nothing happened. At that moment, she finally notices Howard and Josh standing behind her. She jumps in surprise. Josh stares at her in disbelief and asks if she has been there the whole time. They spent the entire day running around the city searching for her, believing she had run away. Kitty looks nervous and asks what they mean by running away. She only went out to buy a snack. Howard, however, is furious. He explains exactly what she did. First, she wrote a note to deliberately make them believe she had run away. Then she gave that little girl the keychain and convinced her to lie. Adults tend to believe children instinctively, so of course they fell for the story. After that, she probably hid somewhere in the building's staircase and returned to the apartment as soon as they left. Kitty looks surprised and asks how he figured out her plan. Howard calmly explains. One of his apartment keys went missing. If she had truly intended to run away, why would she take the apartment keys with her? And there was something else suspicious. When he spoke to the little girl, he never even asked where the woman with the ponytail had gone. Yet the girl immediately said that the lady got into the elevator and left. That detail made the story feel rehearsed. Kitty sighs and admits that he seems a little slow sometimes, but he's actually smarter than she expected. Howard then asks why she went through all this trouble. For a moment, Kitty remains silent. Finally, she speaks. She says that he must have found her annoying and was probably eager to send her back home. But the truth is that she really does not want to go home. Her father now goes straight from work to the house of another woman. He barely spends any time with her anymore. In the past, he occasionally talked with her and spent time together, but now he hardly even looks at her. As she says this, Howard begins to understand. This is not really about running away. She simply wants attention. Like many teenagers, she feels as if the love her father once gave her has been taken away by a stranger. Kitty begins crying in front of them. Howard slowly walks over to her and gently places his hand on her head. He pauses for a moment, takes a deep breath, and then speaks calmly. He says that he is not in a position to judge her father's private life. Still, he feels sorry that she has to go through this. But whenever she feels upset or lonely, she can come to his house. His home is her home as well. The only thing he asks is that she never runs away like that again. Kitty wipes her tears, smiles slightly, and promises that she will not. Sometime later, the story shifts back to the Great Glory Company building. Howard is sitting at his desk, thinking about something. Sharon Yang added him on WhatsApp, yet she has never actually spoken to him there. Most of the time, Howard communicates with her assistant about the partnership between their companies. The project itself is progressing smoothly. But Sharon herself remains strange. Sometimes she appears warm and enthusiastic. Other times, she becomes distant and cold. She's an extremely unpredictable woman. Still, what matters most is that the noodle stand, 2003 Noodles, is thriving. Customers keep arriving in large numbers. Every night, there is a long line of people waiting to eat there. One evening, as the stand becomes crowded once again, something unexpected happens. Howard noticed something unusual at his noodle stand. Several female customers were bringing iced tea from a nearby stall and drinking it alongside his noodles, even though he did not sell any beverages himself. Instead of ignoring it, he paid attention. To him, this was not just a coincidence, but an opportunity. If customers already wanted iced tea with their meals, why not provide it himself? When he shared the idea with Josh, the response was hesitant. Josh admitted he had no idea how to make iced tea. Still, they agreed that trying was better than doing nothing. Soon enough, a promotion appeared at their 23 stand. Anyone who bought a bowl of noodles would receive a free iced tea, with 3 different flavors available. Howard personally found the flavors a bit too fancy for his taste, but he did not let his own preferences interfere. He believed in listening to his customers, and if this was what they enjoyed, then it was worth offering. Around this time, a luxury car began appearing regularly on the food truck street. It always drew attention not just because of its sleek design, but because it clearly belonged to someone wealthy. Josh pointed out that it had already stopped by their stand 3 times that week, each time ordering noodles. Curious, Howard approached the car and knocked on the window. When it rolled down, he found a woman in the driver's seat. He greeted her politely and thanked her for being a repeat customer. Taking the opportunity, he mentioned their new drinks and asked if she would like to try one. However, she declined, apologizing and explaining that she was in a hurry for a meeting. Howard accepted this without issue and turned to leave, but then another voice spoke from inside the car, calm and familiar. The backseat window rolled down, revealing Sharon Yang. She smiled at him, dressed casually in beachwear, and asked if he had a drink for her. Slightly surprised, Howard handed her one. As their hands brushed, he became briefly distracted by how soft her skin felt. Sharon thanked him and began tasting the drinks immediately. She complimented them and then gave detailed feedback on each flavor. Her assistant watched this with confusion. Sharon Yang was known for being distant and serious, someone who never ate street food. Yet within a single week, she had visited this stand multiple times, and was now accepting drinks from it. The assistant even wondered if the drinks contained alcohol, noticing Sharon's slightly flushed expression. Still, the meeting could not wait, and soon they drove off. Howard, left behind, felt uncertain about what had just happened, though quietly satisfied. Inside the car, Sharon seemed different. She started with her usual composed smile, but then, unexpectedly, began to giggle to herself. Her assistant noticed this change, and felt relieved. It was rare to see Sharon acting so lighthearted. Later that night, Sharon took the initiative and messaged Howard on WhatsApp. She told him that the women in her company loved his iced tea and wanted more. She suggested he provide additional samples so she could gather more feedback. Howard replied simply, acknowledging her suggestion. She then playfully asked whether her effort deserved a discount next time, even sending a teasing sticker. To Howard, Her tone felt almost like that of a teenager flirting. That same night, another unexpected visitor arrived. Kitty showed up at the stand saying she wanted to have dinner with them. Howard was suspicious and asked if she had run away from home again. She denied it and explained that she was celebrating. Her father had finally broken up with his girlfriend. When Howard asked why, she casually revealed that she had secretly recorded the woman cheating and showed it to her father. The relationship ended immediately. Kitty spoke bluntly, warning Howard about women like that. She claimed that men like him often became easy targets, manipulated and made fools of. Howard resisted the idea, insisting he was not that kind of person. Kitty only shrugged, leaving the thought lingering. Later that evening, as Howard and Josh were closing the stand after a long day, another car suddenly sped toward them and stopped abruptly. The door opened, and to their surprise, Sharon stepped out. She appeared slightly drunk and called out to Howard. She admitted she was not in a state to drive, and asked if he could take her home. Howard hesitated. Kitty's earlier warning echoed in his mind. She had said that some women acted strong in public, but deliberately showed vulnerability to trigger a man's protective instincts. Unsure of her intentions, he suggested calling her an Uber. Sharon dismissed the idea, questioning whether it would be safe. He then suggested contacting a friend, but she admitted she had business partners, not real friends. Running out of options, Howard asked if she was not afraid he might take advantage of the situation. Her reply was calm and direct. If he were that kind of person, he would have agreed immediately. The logic left him with no response. She then admitted something else. From the moment she first saw him, he had felt strangely familiar to her, as if they had known each other for a long time. This unsettled Howard, making him wonder about deeper connections he could not fully understand. Before he could think further, she stumbled. Instinctively, he caught her before she fell. In that moment, he felt conflicted. In his memories, she had always appeared confident and untouchable, yet here she was, vulnerable and unsteady. Kitty's warning resurfaced again, but this time he chose to ignore it. Eventually, he helped her into the car. She quickly fell asleep in the back seat. After activating the GPS, he decided to take her home himself. When they arrived, he found himself in front of an enormous building in one of the city's most expensive areas. Even he was impressed. Carrying her inside, he entered a luxurious apartment filled with elegant decor and expensive furnishings. He placed her gently on the couch. As she stirred, she murmured that she was thirsty. Howard immediately brought her water and told her to drink slowly. Instead, she gulped it down, choking slightly and spilling it across her clothes. Embarrassed, he rushed to find a towel. When he returned, he paused. Sharon had already begun unbuttoning her shirt, saying she wanted to take a shower because her skin felt sticky. The situation left him tense and uncertain, caught between concern, confusion, and the complicated thoughts that had been building throughout the night. Howard paused, steadying himself with a deep breath before gently covering Sharon. Once she seemed more comfortable, he allowed himself to relax and sat beside her. After a moment of silence, he asked why she had gotten so drunk. Sharon answered honestly. She had been at a business dinner, and the clients kept raising toasts. Refusing them would have ruined the atmosphere, and that was something she could not afford. Howard found that surprising. He had assumed that, as the boss, she would have more control over such situations. Sharon gave a faint, almost tired smile, and explained that those clients were extremely important. Offending them was not an option. He hesitated before asking if it was difficult to run a company like hers. She looked at him carefully, as if weighing his perception of her. In his eyes, she must have seemed like a successful young executive who had everything she wanted. But, the truth, she revealed, was far more exhausting. When the company faced a crisis, she had to remain calm. When things were going well, she still had to remain calm. There was never a moment where she could let her guard down. Trust in her world was fragile. Subordinates could betray her if offered better opportunities. Clients could turn away the moment a competitor presented a more attractive deal. As she slowly stood up, her shirt loosened, revealing more than she seemed to notice or care about. She continued speaking, describing her life as a constant walk along a narrow edge, where one mistake could send her falling into an abyss. In that emptiness, she felt she had nothing. People feared her, but no one was truly loyal. There was no safe place for her to rest. Howard listened quietly. In that moment, something became clear to him. In the dream, Sharon had always seemed distant, unable to fully trust him. Now he understood why. Her entire life was shaped by fear. Fear of betrayal, fear of isolation, fear of having to face everything alone. She suddenly apologized, saying she had been cruel to him. The words caught him off guard. He wondered if she was referring to something deeper, perhaps even what had happened between them in the dream. Before he could ask, she called his name softly. His heart began to race as she repeated it, as if trying to say something important. She reached out and placed her hand on his shoulder. Then abruptly, she said she felt like vomiting. The moment broke completely as she rushed to the bathroom, ending the tension in the most unceremonious way. Howard followed, concerned. Afterward, she was completely drained, barely able to respond. He tried to talk to her, to see if she remembered anything about the dream, but she avoided the topic, blaming her condition on drinking too much, and claiming she remembered very little. The question lingered in his mind. Were the versions of Sharon and Sabrina he met in the dream real in some way, or just fragments with no connection to reality? Time passed and the two of them were soon seen sitting together in a mall. Nearby, a sharply dressed man watched them with clear irritation. His expensive watch, polished shoes, and flawless appearance made his status obvious, but his expression betrayed his mood. Sharon then asked Howard for permission to introduce him. The man was Liu Zhang, the son of one of her company's most important clients. Without hesitation, she introduced Howard as her boyfriend. The declaration stunned him, but he managed to greet Leo politely. Leo, however, did not bother hiding his displeasure. He questioned why Sharon had never mentioned him before. Sharon responded calmly, stating that her personal relationships were her own business. Leo's frustration grew, but Sharon simply gathered her things and left with Howard, saying they already had plans. As they walked away, Leo could only watch, unable to understand why someone like her would choose someone like him. They continued through the mall arm in arm, maintaining the illusion. Sharon admitted that Leo constantly bothered her under the pretense of work. If not for his father's importance to her company, she would have already cut him off. She thanked Howard for helping her escape the situation. Eventually, Howard pulled his arm away, saying the act was no longer necessary. He needed to return to work. Sharon, however, asked him to stay with her for the day, even threatening to cry if he refused. To him, she seemed completely different from the composed woman he had known before. This version of her felt almost childish. He explained that skipping work would cause problems for him. Unlike her, he still depended on his job. He had ambitions, but for now, he only had a small street stall and needed steady income. Sharon acknowledged this, then suddenly made an offer. She would pay him 10 times his daily salary to spend the day with her. That was enough to change his mind. They ended up dining together at a restaurant. Sharon seemed genuinely happy, enjoying the moment, while Howard could not help but wonder why she valued his company so much. As the year came to an end, Howard made a significant decision. In the office of the big glorious company, Sabrina asked if he was truly planning to resign. He confirmed it. The noodle stand had grown steadily, and the income was nearly equal to his salary. It was time to dedicate himself fully to his own business. He assured her that he had recommended a reliable replacement, and that his departure would not harm the company. Sabrina listened quietly, memories of the dream lingering in her mind. Even if it had not been real, the emotions tied to it were difficult to ignore. The thought of him leaving felt like a quiet pressure on her heart. She asked if something was wrong, whether it was the pay or the work. He denied it. The truth was simpler. As long as he worked for someone else, he would never truly have control over his own life. When she asked what he planned to do next, he told her he would start his own business. He had always believed that working for himself was the only way forward. As he said this, he wondered if she remembered the dream as well, and whether there could ever be something between them. But deep down, he felt the gap between them was too vast. Sharon's earlier words came back to him. When he had questioned why someone like her would choose him, she had told him to have more confidence. Even if he doubted himself, he should trust her judgment. For most of his life, no one had ever truly praised him. His parents constantly compared him to others, making him feel inadequate. Over time, he had begun to believe it himself. Sabrina broke the silence. She told him that if opening his own business was what he wanted, then he should go all in. He needed to trust himself. Her support surprised him, but it gave him the push he needed. He wanted to prove, not to others, but to himself, that he was not inferior. A few days later, at a shopping mall, the 2003 noodle stand was preparing to become a proper restaurant. Howard and Ty were there, along with some familiar faces from the company. They shared the latest gossip, including his decision to quit and the growing popularity of his food. Positive reviews flooded in, praising both the taste and his friendly attitude. But not everything was perfect. Some comments criticized the fact that Josh, the cook, had a criminal past. They questioned whether people should trust food prepared by someone like him. Hearing this, Josh felt the weight of judgment all over again. When Howard heard the negative comments, Sandy quietly pulled him aside to speak in private. She asked him directly if the cook was really an ex-convict. After a brief pause, he took a deep breath and nodded. Sandy frowned, warning him that the restaurant could develop a bad reputation before it even opened. The other girls soon gathered around them. They pointed out that most of the criticism was aimed specifically at the chef. One of them, lowering her voice, suggested that he should simply replace Josh with someone else. Howard did not respond. Not far away, Josh watched the group. He did not need to hear their conversation to understand what was being discussed. The situation weighed heavily on him. He could not help but wonder if he would ever truly be able to live an honest life, or if his past would always follow him no matter what he did. At that moment, Sabrina appeared, passing by after finishing some shopping. Not long after, the group explained the situation to her, showing her the online reviews of the 23 restaurant. She studied them carefully and quickly noticed something unusual. The negative comments had all been posted at nearly the same time. It looked coordinated, as if someone had deliberately hired online groups to damage the restaurant's reputation. She asked whether Howard had any competitors who might benefit from this. After thinking for a moment, he recalled the two troublesome individuals they had encountered before. Sandy suggested investigating them further. Sabrina, however, focused on another detail. Most of the negative comments mentioned Josh's criminal past at ICE. That kind of information was not something strangers would easily know. She asked how many people were aware of it. Howard hesitated, but Josh answered. Hans Zhu, one of Lawrence's henchmen, had looked deeply into his past and knew everything, even his struggles after leaving prison. Realizing this, Howard immediately became furious, convinced that they were behind the attack. Sabrina urged him to stay calm. Without proof, accusations would only make things worse. Josh, feeling guilty, apologized to Howard for dragging him into trouble. He even suggested that perhaps they should stop working together. Before Howard could respond, Sabrina stepped in and asked Josh if he was really willing to give up so easily. Instead of retreating, she proposed that they fight back using the same arena, public opinion. She immediately took action, pulling out her phone and calling a contact. She instructed them to reach out to media connections, hinting that she had a compelling story to share. Sometime later, an article appeared on the Fei Tang News website. It told the story of a former convict who had paid for his past and was now working honestly as an entrepreneur. The headline framed it as a journey of redemption, describing how he had left behind a life of crime to build something meaningful. In the interview, Josh spoke openly. He admitted that he had made mistakes in the past, but emphasized his desire to become a better person. He expressed gratitude for being given a second chance. When it was Howard's turn, he explained why he chose to work with Josh. People, he said, should not be defined solely by their worst moments. What mattered was whether they learned and changed. He also revealed that Josh's crime had not been driven by selfishness, but by a desire to protect someone. Josh then shared more of the story. There had been a woman in his life who was abused by a powerful man. Unable to stand by and do nothing, he took action. The article portrayed him not as a villain, but as someone who had acted out of conviction, even if the consequences were severe. The response was immediate. Readers began to sympathize with Josh, and public opinion shifted. Positive reviews flooded in, praising not only the food but also the story behind the restaurant. What had started as an attempt to destroy their reputation ended up making them even more well-known. In an unexpected twist, the controversy became an advantage. Elsewhere, the people responsible for the smear campaign took notice. Lawrence listened as he was informed that the plan had failed, and that the restaurant had only grown more popular. Without much reaction, he simply remarked that Howard was proving to be an interesting individual. Back at the mall, Sabrina was walking toward her car when Howard called out to her. She turned, and he thanked her sincerely. She dismissed it casually, saying she simply disliked unfair tactics in business. As she moved to get into her car, he hesitated, then asked if that was really the only reason she helped him. She paused. Without turning fully back, she answered in a calm voice, asking if it had really taken him that long to understand. Then she drove off, leaving him standing there, stunned. The air felt cold, but inside, he felt something unexpectedly warm. Sometime later, Howard returned to his hometown, thinking about the upcoming New Year. He wanted to spend time with his parents, to rest and reconnect. As he walked through familiar streets, he suddenly noticed someone he recognized. Calling out, he saw Cecilia turn around. She had been his first girlfriend. They had dated during their school years, but their relationship ended when she chose to leave, unwilling to tie her future to his financial struggles. Now, standing before him again, she greeted him with mild surprise. As they spoke, Howard noticed a ring on her finger. The sight made him fall silent. She explained that she was doing well, and mentioned that Samuel, a former classmate, was getting married soon. She had been asked to pass along the invitation, as they had been unable to contact him. The conversation grew awkward, weighed down by the past. Then, suddenly, Sharon appeared. She rushed over and hugged Howard, smiling brightly. Cecilia was stunned by her presence. Sharon asked playfully if he had come all this way to surprise her during her business trip. He clarified that this was actually his hometown. She seemed delighted by the coincidence, suggesting that perhaps they were destined to meet again. He quickly told her not to say such things in public, worried about rumors. When Cecilia asked who Sharon was, Sharon answered smoothly, describing herself as an admirer. Cecilia clarified that she was Howard's ex-girlfriend. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Sharon's demeanor remained outwardly sweet, but there was an unmistakable intensity beneath it. She stepped closer to Howard, complaining that her hands were cold and asking him to warm them. Without waiting, she took his hands and pressed them gently, even bringing them to her face. Cecilia watched, increasingly unsettled. The display felt deliberate. As she took in Sharon's appearance, the details became clear. The jewelry, the designer bag, the overall elegance, everything pointed to wealth and status. Standing beside Howard, whose clothes were simple and modest, the contrast was striking. The question formed in her mind. Why would someone like Sharon be interested in someone like him? Sharon, still holding on to Howard, glanced at Cecilia with a subtle but unmistakably intimidating look. It was enough. Cecilia quickly made an excuse about having an appointment and left, feeling overwhelmed by the encounter. Sharon glanced at Howard and casually asked if he had some free time to go shopping with her at the mall. She wanted his help choosing clothes. He immediately tried to refuse, claiming he had terrible taste and that she would be better off going alone. In truth, his mind had already wandered elsewhere. He had expected her to bring up his ex-girlfriend, and he was preparing himself for that uncomfortable conversation. He remembered a lesson from his friend Samuel. Samuel once made the mistake of talking openly about his ex to his current girlfriend. What followed was predictable. Jealousy crept in, the atmosphere between them became strained, and eventually, the relationship fell apart. Howard had taken that lesson to heart. Bringing up an ex was almost always inviting trouble. As if she could read his thoughts, Sharon spoke again. She said he must be wondering why she had not asked about his ex. Then, with calm confidence, she dismissed it entirely. What was in the past was already over, and right now, she was the one standing beside him. The way she said it left him momentarily stunned. There was a quiet certainty in her words that he could not quite process. Before he could respond, she took his hand and pulled him along, saying she needed to buy a few things. He followed without much resistance, almost as if he were being guided without realizing it. Sometime later, they stood in a clothing store while Sharon asked him to choose between two outfits. He looked at both and gave the safest answer possible, saying they were equally good. To her, the moment felt like something out of a fairy tale, as if she were a princess accompanied by her prince. To him, it felt more like being led around as a very obedient companion. While standing there, he overheard store attendants whispering. They admired Sharon's elegance and obvious wealth, but when they looked at him, their tone shifted. They described him as ordinary, almost unremarkable. The contrast made him uncomfortable. He could not help but think that others might see him as nothing more than an accessory in her life. Despite that, Sharon seemed genuinely happy. At that moment, Howard decided to call Samuel. After congratulating him on his upcoming wedding, he was invited to attend the ceremony the very next day. Samuel even offered to arrange transportation if needed. Howard agreed. Later, while they were in the car together, Sharon overheard him mentioning the wedding. Without hesitation, she invited herself along, saying she had the day off and nothing else to do. Howard immediately felt uneasy. He worried about how it might look, but he tried to discourage her by explaining that the location was far away, with rough roads that would likely be uncomfortable. She dismissed all of his concerns with ease, and even suggested they use her car. That suggestion made him even more nervous. The thought of damaging such an expensive vehicle was enough to make him refuse. He insisted he would rely on Samuel's arrangement instead. However, the next day, things did not go as planned. Samuel called to inform him that the car would not be available after all. With the wedding location being remote, even ride services refused to take the trip. Left with no other options, Howard reluctantly accepted Sharon's offer. She seemed quietly pleased, as if everything had unfolded exactly as she intended. As they drove, she asked about his childhood. He explained that before starting school, he had lived in the countryside with his grandmother. Later, he moved away for education but continued to visit during holidays. Hearing this, Sharon expressed a desire to visit his grandmother's house. She said she had never experienced life in the countryside and was curious about it. Howard tested her, asking if she was not afraid to trust him so easily. What if he were a dangerous person? Her response was simple and unwavering. She trusted that he would not harm her. Once again, he found himself without words. Meanwhile, at the wedding venue, old classmates were already gathered, chatting and reminiscing. When Howard's name came up, some barely remembered him, while others recalled his difficult past and the struggles his family had faced. They spoke casually, even carelessly, about his old relationship with Cecilia and how things must have ended long ago. Their conversation was interrupted when a brand new white BMW pulled up. Immediately, attention shifted. They assumed it must belong to someone wealthy and successful. When the door opened and Howard stepped out, they were stunned. Their surprise only deepened when Sharon followed him. Even dressed modestly, her beauty was undeniable. She greeted everyone politely, while the group struggled to hide their amazement. Soon, the news spread through their group chat. Photos of Sharon circulated and comments poured in praising her appearance. At the wedding itself, the atmosphere remained lively. Sharon introduced herself warmly, drawing attention wherever she went. As the ceremony continued, the bride appeared in an elegant dress, and the guests raised their glasses in celebration. Sharon admired the bride, but some of the men openly declared that Sharon was even more beautiful. She simply smiled and responded with a playful remark, saying that even for someone like her, it had not been easy to win Howard over. Her words left the group in disbelief. Almost instantly, a wave of envy formed against Howard. He tried to correct the misunderstanding, but it only made things worse. In the end, he chose to remain silent, realizing that denying her now would only embarrass her. When asked how they met, he explained that their companies had worked together, and that was how they became acquainted. Sharon added that, despite many men pursuing her, none had made an impression the way he had. She even remarked that being with him felt strangely familiar, as if they had known each other in another life. The attention shifted again as the men began raising their glasses. Instead of a simple toast, they turned it into a challenge, pushing Howard to drink repeatedly. Sharon watched the scene unfold with quiet amusement. Hours later, the wedding came to an end. On the way back, Howard was completely exhausted, leaning against Sharon as he drifted in and out of sleep. As they approached a place called Stone Village, he mumbled about wanting to visit his grandmother. His voice carried a deep sense of longing. Sharon adjusted her plans without hesitation and drove there instead. When they arrived, she parked the car and helped him to the door. He called out loudly, announcing their arrival. His grandmother appeared, surprised but happy to see him. She welcomed them inside warmly, offering tea. Not long after, Howard fell asleep, completely drained. Sharon remained awake, sitting with his grandmother and chatting quietly. The old woman observed her carefully before asking if she was Howard's girlfriend. Sharon paused briefly before answering that she was not, at least not yet. His grandmother smiled gently and spoke about him. She described him as a good person who struggled to express his feelings, someone who often kept everything inside. She asked Sharon to understand that, and to give him patience. Sharon agreed without hesitation. As their conversation continued, the grandmother shared more about Howard's past. He had been born into a poor rural family. His parents, determined to build a better life, moved to the city for work and left him in her care when he was very young. Later, for the sake of his education, he was sent to live elsewhere, growing up away from the place he first called home. Listening quietly, Sharon began to understand him in a way she had not before. Howard's grandmother continued her story, her voice carrying both warmth and regret. She admitted she could not even remember exactly how many children lived in that household back then. 7 or 8 perhaps. What she did remember clearly, however, was how poorly Howard had been treated. He had been neglected by his grandparents and bullied relentlessly by his cousins. As a child, he had once been bright and full of life. He used to smile constantly, sing without hesitation, and carry a natural intelligence that made him stand out. But after years in that environment, he changed. The cheerful boy slowly disappeared, replaced by someone quiet and withdrawn. He stopped speaking unless necessary, and even simple conversations became difficult for him. His grandmother confessed that she had always regretted not fighting harder to keep him by her side. Listening to this, Sharon could not help but think of the version of Howard she had seen in the dream. The one who fought fearlessly, who faced danger head-on. The contrast between that image and the boy described by his grandmother stirred something deep within her. The next morning, Howard finally woke up, suffering from a heavy hangover. To his surprise, Sharon was already there, waiting with a cup of plum juice his grandmother had prepared specifically for him. Seeing her, he felt a wave of embarrassment. Once again, he had lost control while drinking. And somehow, he had brought her into the most personal corner of his life. Before he could gather his thoughts, someone tapped his shoulder. It was his aunt, smiling knowingly as she teased him about bringing such a beautiful girl home without telling anyone. Howard immediately felt cornered, unsure how to explain the situation. The day passed quietly at his grandmother's house. By evening, the atmosphere became lively again as his grandmother prepared a generous dinner, insisting that he eat more than he possibly could. Sharon was warmly included, encouraged to try homemade dishes, and even a traditional fermented rice drink. She accepted everything with gratitude, but soon discovered that the drink was much stronger than she expected. Before long, she became slightly tipsy. Howard helped her to her room and gently settled her into bed. As he turned to leave, intending to let her rest, she suddenly reached out and grabbed him. She told him not to go. The darkness made her uneasy. He offered to turn on the light, but she held on to him, guiding his hand to her face. She asked if he could stay and talk to her. He hesitated, suggesting it would be better to wait until she was sober. Ignoring that, she asked him to promise that he would always be there for her. The question caught him off guard. He wanted to answer, but the words would not come. Then she began to speak about a dream. In that dream, there was a man who had saved her many times, yet she had not treated him well. Tears started to fall as she spoke. She mentioned the 2003 noodle stand, hinting that the number held meaning for him. Howard's heart began to race. The realization struck him with overwhelming force. She remembered. The dream was not just his. His thoughts spiraled. If Sharon remembered, then what about Sabrina? Were those experiences real in some way? Were they all connected beyond what he understood? Before he could process it, Sharon leaned into him, resting her head against his chest. She spoke softly, saying that even if they were different people in reality, even if their paths eventually separated, she hoped that he would always keep a place for her in his heart. He gently silenced her, placing a finger against her lips, then pulled her into a firm embrace. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. Slowly, they lay down together, facing one another, their eyes locked in quiet understanding. The night passed without anything further happening. By morning, Howard woke to find Sharon resting on top of him, absent-mindedly playing with his hair. When he asked if she had slept well, she replied with a hint of teasing disappointment. He had held her all night, yet done nothing more. To her, it seemed almost unbelievable. He tried to justify himself, mentioning that his grandmother was just in the next room. Sharon dismissed it as an excuse, suggesting that someone with her experience would not be so easily deterred. The tension between them lingered, unspoken but undeniable. Then Howard asked a question that shifted everything. He wanted to know what she truly expected from him. What role did she want him to play in her life? She was caught off guard. For a moment, she simply looked at him, then slowly leaned closer, as if preparing to answer in a way words could not express. Before she could, the door burst open. Kitty entered abruptly, announcing her presence without warning. The scene froze instantly. As she took in the situation, the scattered clothes, the closeness between them, she quickly realized what she had interrupted. Flustered, she apologized and hurried out. Later, as they sat together, the atmosphere was awkward. Kitty, however, was clearly curious, and wasted no time questioning Howard. While Sharon stepped away to take a shower, Kitty pressed him for details. Howard explained everything, from how Sharon had approached him to how she continued to pursue him. Kitty listened, then concluded that Sharon must truly like him. When Howard asked how far someone would go for the person they loved, Kitty answered honestly. She would set aside her pride, flirt openly, and do whatever it took. Howard pushed further, asking if she would endure rejection, face embarrassment, and even sacrifice her dignity repeatedly. Kitty found the idea strange, insisting that no one would go that far unless they were deeply serious. As he spoke, Howard began to connect the pieces. Sharon had done all of those things. She had protected him in front of others, followed him into unfamiliar places, and even lowered herself in ways that did not match her usual identity. Kitty saw it clearly. To her, it was proof that Sharon truly cared for him. But Howard struggled to accept it. To him, it felt unnatural. Sharon was everything he was not: wealthy, elegant, confident. The idea that someone like her would go to such lengths for someone like him felt almost impossible. Kitty grew frustrated, unable to understand his hesitation. From her perspective, anyone else would have accepted without question. When Sharon returned, refreshed from her shower, Howard asked to speak with her privately. She agreed, though she did not know what he intended to say. Moments later, she ran out of the room in tears. Kitty immediately confronted him, demanding an explanation. Howard revealed what he had told Sharon. He spoke about his past, about the poverty that shaped his life, about his parents' struggles, and the debt that still weighed on his family. His priority, he said, was to repay that debt and build a better life for them. Everything else came second. To Sharon, his words sounded like rejection. She had asked him directly if this was simply an excuse to push her away. He tried to explain that he feared their goals did not align, that their worlds were too different. But his reasoning only hurt her more. She had already given so much to be close to him. What more did he expect? Realizing too late what he had done, Howard ran after her. He found her not far away, standing alone, her back turned to him. Without looking at him, she spoke. She reminded him of everything she had done, everything she had sacrificed just to be near him. Then she demanded an answer. What was he so afraid of? Her voice broke as she challenged him to look her in the eyes and say that he felt nothing, that he did not want her in his life. If he could say it, she would leave and never return. She struck his chest in frustration, repeating the demand. Instead of answering, Howard pulled her into his arms. She struggled at first, telling him to let go, but he held on tighter. Gradually, her resistance faded, and the tension between them softened into something quieter, something unresolved but deeply real. Howard tightened his arms around Sharon and quietly apologized, but she immediately stopped him. She did not want an apology. Instead, she asked him what he was actually trying to say. Before he could answer properly, she lightly smacked him on the head, complaining that he was holding her too tightly, and she could not breathe. Startled, he loosened his grip and apologized again. This time, she looked straight at him and asked if he would always be there for her. Without hesitation, he said yes. Then she asked if he would be her boyfriend. Again, he answered yes. Finally, she asked if he truly liked her. Howard gently raised his hand to her face, feeling the softness of her skin as he looked at her carefully. There was no uncertainty left in his expression when he answered. Yes, he did. Before he could say anything more, she leaned in and stole a kiss. Pulling back slightly, she warned him to remember everything he had just promised and never forget it. Standing there in the quiet of the bamboo grove, the two of them had finally become a couple. In that moment, Howard made a silent decision. As long as she did not leave him, he would always stay by her side. The next chapter opened at his parents' house. News of his relationship had already spread, largely thanks to Kitty. His mother wasted no time asking when she would get to meet this new girlfriend. Embarrassed, Howard explained that they had only just started dating and that it was too early for anything serious. He asked her to be patient. Even so, the gossip spread quickly among his friends and acquaintances. Ironically, it had one positive effect. People finally stopped trying to set him up on blind dates. For the first time, Howard began to think more carefully about his appearance. He did not care much for luxury brands, but he realized that standing beside someone like Sharon might make his usual carelessness seem out of place. Gradually, he started buying better clothes and paying more attention to how he presented himself. Sometime later, Sharon called him, asking where he was. When he told her he was outside, she came to meet him. She was on a business trip and, instead of staying in a hotel, had rented an extremely luxurious house. She explained that she did not trust hotels, mentioning stories about hidden cameras. The place she chose reflected her usual standards, spacious, elegant, and far beyond anything Howard was used to. Inside, she casually removed her coat and asked what he wanted to eat. She admitted she did not enjoy cooking, but still wanted to learn, especially now that they were officially together. Howard suggested they cook together, and she happily agreed. A few hours later, they sat down to a meal they had prepared side by side. Sharon wished him a happy new year. In response, Howard took out a small box and handed it to her. Inside was a heart-shaped necklace. Her face lit up with genuine joy. She asked him to help her put it on, and when he did, she thanked him with a soft kiss. The moment lingered with him. He remembered how different things had been with his ex, how his gifts had always been criticized, until he eventually stopped trying. Sharon, in contrast, appreciated even the simplest gesture. It made him feel something he had not felt before, a quiet sense of being valued. As they talked, she told him that no matter what happened in the future, she would always remember this day. Howard could not help but wonder if things might change someday, if she might become distant like his ex had. But whenever he was with her, those doubts faded. She listened to him patiently, never interrupting, never dismissing him. That night, he hinted that he did not plan to go home. Sharon understood without needing further explanation. Later, after dinner, he stepped into the shower. When he came out, he playfully asked if she wanted to join him, which left her flustered. Before anything could happen, her phone rang. She stepped away to answer it, her tone shifting as she spoke to someone she clearly did not want to engage with. She ended the call quickly, brushing it off as work. When she returned, Howard approached her from behind, wrapping his arms around her. The distance between them disappeared in an instant, replaced by a closeness that neither of them resisted. Time seemed to pass quietly after that, the atmosphere soft and intimate. The next day, they were walking hand in hand through a train station. Sharon suddenly suggested a game. From now on, they would pretend not to know each other. She wanted him to approach her like a stranger and try to win her over. Though confused, Howard agreed. He approached her cautiously, starting a conversation as if they had never met. She responded with playful resistance, rejecting him at first, only to encourage him to try harder. As he spoke, his words became more genuine. He complimented her not with rehearsed lines but with simple honesty. To an outsider watching nearby, the scene seemed unbelievable. A stunning, elegant woman was gradually warming to an ordinary man's awkward but sincere approach. When Howard finally reached out and took her hand, the onlooker could only stare in disbelief. Moments later, the train arrived. The two boarded together, and as the doors closed, they leaned into each other, sharing a quiet kiss. The man who had been watching was left behind, completely stunned, unable to understand what he had just witnessed. Inside the train, Sharon smiled, clearly pleased with the outcome of her little experiment. Howard, still slightly confused, brushed it off, unaware of how meaningful the moment had been to her. Later, as they walked through the streets together, their mood remained light. But not far behind them, a luxury car moved slowly, keeping pace. Inside, a man watched them closely and instructed the driver to follow Sharon. From inside the car, the driver acknowledged the command calmly. The man in the back seat, Mr. Luo, watched Howard and Sharon closely, his gaze sharp and calculating. As the couple walked together, laughing and unaware, he quietly took several photos. A faint smile appeared on his face as he observed them. He murmured that it was interesting. So this was the woman everyone spoke about. She seemed almost ordinary in this setting. Then, without hesitation, he instructed his subordinate to investigate the man walking beside her. With that, the moment ended, but the quiet tension it introduced lingered. The scene shifted back to the luxurious Airbnb Sharon had rented. She stood by the stove, cooking while speaking on the phone. The voice on the other end was cold and direct. It informed her that a property she had acquired, one tied to the other person's younger brother, actually belonged to the Luo family and needed to be returned. Sharon did not respond immediately. The voice continued, asking whether he should confront Howard Chen. After all, he had once worked under them, and was now personally involved with her. The implication was clear. Howard was becoming a variable in something much larger. Sharon's thoughts turned heavy. In the harsh reality of their world, losing power and status meant losing everything. Only by maintaining control of her company could she protect both herself and him. Out loud, she denied knowing what the man was talking about. The voice on the other end pressed further, mentioning Howard's business. It was described as a gamble, something that could collapse at any moment. If it failed, he would lose everything and return to being just another employee. The tone suggested more than simple observation. It sounded like a warning. Sharon's expression hardened slightly. She asked if he was planning to interfere with Howard's life. The man's response was indirect, but the meaning was clear enough. In their world, success stories could be ended whenever it was convenient. Later that morning, breakfast was ready. Howard woke up refreshed, greeted by Sharon with a soft kiss. He smiled and said good morning, but her response was different. There was a quiet sadness in her eyes. She told him she had to leave. He asked where she was going, but her answer was vague. She was going where she needed to be. Something was wrong and he could feel it. He asked when she would return, and after a brief pause, she admitted she did not know. He held her, asking if she could stay, even just for a while longer. She refused gently, saying there was something important she had to handle. When he pressed further, she only apologized and moved toward the door. Before leaving, she stopped and answered the question he had asked earlier, what he was to her. She told him that he was her first man. The words stunned him. Then she added something even more final. He would also be her only man. With that, she walked out, closing the door behind her. Howard remained there, motionless, trying to process everything. It ended just like that. Faster than he had ever expected. Days passed, and the reality only became clearer. She had cut him off completely. His messages went unanswered. He discovered he had been blocked. Even when he went to her company, he was stopped at the entrance. He waited outside for hours, then days, hoping to catch a glimpse of her. But she never appeared. Eventually, the weight of it all dragged him down. Alone in his apartment, he turned to alcohol, trying to numb the frustration and pain. Questions filled his mind. Why had she made the decision alone? Why did she think he could not face things with her? Why did it always have to be her choice to stay or leave? Anger and sadness tangled together inside him. He swore to himself that he would rise, make money, become powerful enough that no one could dictate his life again. Not even her. As his thoughts spiraled, his vision blurred. The television played in the background, filling the silence with meaningless noise. A program introduced a popular idol group, their images flashing across the screen. Then, quietly, something else appeared. The familiar system interface returned. The same mechanical voice asked if he wished to participate in a new challenge, the era of mist. Below it were two options, accept or deny. But Howard, lost in his drunken haze, did not even notice. As he reached for another drink, his hand brushed against the interface. The choice was made. The system confirmed it instantly, and the world around him dissolved. When Howard opened his eyes again, his head throbbed as if the hangover had followed him. A thick mist surrounded him, and a message formed before his eyes, welcoming him to the new game. This time, he had to survive for 180 days. A backpack materialized on his shoulders, filled with basic supplies. A weapon appeared at his side, something far more advanced than anything he had used before. As the mist began to clear, he realized he was standing in a forest completely different from the last game. He was in no mood for this. He demanded to know how to leave, but the system's response was simple. He could not exit until the game was completed. Frustrated, he dismissed it with a crude gesture. Then he heard it. A desperate scream. For a moment, he hesitated, staring into the distance. He wondered if it was another copy, another illusion like before. But in the end, he could not ignore it. He moved toward the sound. In a clearing, he saw a woman surrounded by what looked like a pack of dogs. At first glance, the situation seemed almost trivial. But then one of the creatures opened its mouth, revealing a mechanical barrel. A beam of energy shot out, barely missing the woman. These were no ordinary animals. Howard raised his weapon and fired. The shot pierced through one of the creatures instantly, dropping it. The others turned toward him, their aggression shifting in his direction. They fired as well, forcing him to dodge. One of the shots grazed him, confirming how dangerous they were. He shouted for the woman to run, then moved closer, cutting himself slightly as he rushed down the slope. But when he reached the spot where she had been, she was gone. Another scream echoed nearby. He turned and found her again, still surrounded. This time, he eliminated the remaining creatures with precise shots. As the danger passed, the girl trembled, clearly terrified. For a brief moment, he thought it was Sharon. But as he looked closer, he realized it was not her. The face was familiar, though. He remembered seeing her on television just before everything changed. She was part of a popular idol group, one of the hottest rising stars. When he asked her name, she introduced herself as Sunny. A quick recollection confirmed it. She had gained fame through a talent show, later becoming an influencer before joining a group that skyrocketed in popularity. Despite her status, in this moment, she looked nothing like a star. She looked lost, hungry, and frightened. Her stomach growled audibly, breaking the tension. She asked if he had any food. Howard checked his supplies and handed her a wafer, the only thing he had. She accepted it eagerly, eating as if she had not had anything in a long time. Watching her, he realized something. No matter who she was outside this place, here she was just another person trying to survive. He decided, at least for now, to help her. The two began moving together, searching for shelter. After some time, they came across what looked like the remains of an old supermarket, abandoned and partially destroyed. It was not ideal, but it would have to do for the night. As they approached, the ground beneath Sunny suddenly gave way. She fell into a pit filled with filthy water. Without hesitation, Howard rushed forward. For a few seconds, only her hand was visible above the surface. He grabbed it and pulled her out, saving her just in time. She emerged soaked and shaken, standing there in the ruins of a world that felt far more dangerous than anything either of them had expected. Even after everything, Sunny still thanked Howard sincerely for saving her. There was no trace of arrogance in her, only relief and gratitude. Together, they continued exploring the abandoned supermarket, searching for a place safe enough to spend the night. Inside, Howard discovered several pools of water scattered across the ruined floor. At first, he assumed they were formed by bomb damage or structural collapse, but Sunny noticed something different. One of the pools was surprisingly clean. Compared to the dirt and decay surrounding them, it stood out. To her, it was an opportunity. After everything she had been through, she desperately needed to wash up. Meanwhile, Howard continued searching the building. Most of what remained had long expired, useless after years of neglect. Still, he found a few things worth keeping. Some bottled water might be safe if properly filtered and boiled, and there was a chance that a few canned goods were still edible. It was not much, but in this place, it was enough. He returned to Sunny with a towel and a shirt, the best he could find. She accepted them immediately, thanking him again. As time passed, Howard managed to start a fire. The small flames brought a sense of comfort to the cold, broken space. They hung Sunny's wet clothes nearby to dry, letting the warmth do its work. Then suddenly a sharp scream echoed through the supermarket. Howard reacted instantly. His body tensed, and his laser weapon was already in his hand as he rushed toward the sound, prepared for another attack. But when he arrived, there was no enemy. Instead, he found Sunny standing there, completely exposed, clutching the clothes he had given her. Startled, he immediately turned away, covering his eyes, and asking if she was all right. Embarrassed, she explained that she had screamed because of the clothes, not because of danger. They were far too revealing for her comfort. Howard apologized, saying it was all he could find. She quickly calmed down, realizing she had overreacted, and thanked him again. Eventually, she made use of what she had. The clothing turned out to be a bikini, which, under the circumstances, was at least practical. She used it to bathe in the clean water. When she returned, she dried herself carefully, but the cold air made her shiver. Noticing this, Howard offered his jacket. She accepted it gratefully, wrapping herself in it as they sat near the fire. Night fell quietly. The two of them sat in silence, warming themselves, each lost in their own thoughts. For Howard, the world felt unfamiliar and unpredictable. For Sunny, it was overwhelming. Trying to ease the tension, Howard asked how she had ended up here. After a moment of hesitation, she began to explain. Within her group, the attention and popularity were unevenly distributed. One member stood above the rest, drawing most of the spotlight. The others had their own audiences, but Sunny felt like she was falling behind. A memory surfaced in her mind. Her agent had scolded her harshly after she decided on her own to join a major talent show to boost her popularity. He warned her that while her singing ability was strong, such platforms were ruthless. People would criticize her without mercy. Despite that, she had felt she had no choice. If she did nothing, she risked being pushed out of the group entirely. That night, exhausted and discouraged, she lay down in her hotel room. When she opened her eyes again, she was here. She admitted that she had cried and called for help, but no one answered. Howard listened quietly. Something about the system bothered him. This time he had not chosen anyone. Yet, she had still been brought here. The system had decided on its own. He told her about the supplies he had found, offering reassurance. There was food, water, and a way to survive, at least for now. He even handed her his sleeping bag, deciding she needed it more. Sunny looked at him and asked a question that caught him off guard. Was he planning to leave her there and continue alone? He did not answer immediately. It was true that he had considered it. Traveling alone would be safer, more efficient. But she had already guessed his thoughts. She told him she wanted to stay with him. She did not mind the danger. She would do her best not to become a burden. Howard remained silent for a moment. In truth, he already knew he could not leave her behind. Before he could respond, a low, unsettling sound echoed through the building. A deep growl. Both of them froze. Howard raised his weapon, his focus sharpening instantly. He moved cautiously, preparing for another encounter. But before he could advance, Sunny pointed behind him. There it was. A massive bear stood in the shadows, rising onto its hind legs with a thunderous roar. The sound alone was enough to paralyze them. For a brief moment, neither of them moved. Howard understood the situation immediately. Showing fear would trigger an attack. He needed to remain steady, controlled. But Sunny did not know that. Overwhelmed, she panicked and ran. The bear reacted instantly, charging after her. Howard cursed under his breath. Without his weapon, there was little he could do. Still, he acted. Grabbing a burning stone from the fire, ignoring the pain in his hand, he hurled it toward the beast. The bear blocked it with shocking speed. But the impact revealed something unexpected. Beneath its surface, there were circuits and mechanical parts. This was not a real animal. Realizing this, Howard changed his approach. He shouted, provoking it, drawing its attention away from Sunny. The bear turned toward him, enraged, and gave chase. Howard ran, faster than he ever had before. His body felt different, stronger, more capable. The reward from the previous game was still with him. He led the bear toward the pit Sunny had fallen into earlier. Timing his movements perfectly, he leaped over it. The bear followed, but in that brief moment of momentum, Howard threw a stone at its weakened leg. The strike disrupted its balance, sending it crashing into the pit. Moments later, the water began to bubble violently. The bear rose again, ready to attack, but something had changed. Its damaged limb sparked uncontrollably. The malfunction spread rapidly through its body. Within seconds, the machine collapsed, completely disabled. Howard stood there, breathing heavily, staring at the fallen creature. His plan had worked. When he returned, Sunny was still shaken. He reached out to her, asking if she was all right. She took his hand, and in that moment, something shifted within her. The fear was still there, but so was something else: admiration, trust. She quickly noticed his injured hand and began treating it with the supplies from his backpack. As she wrapped the bandage, she looked at him with genuine awe and told him he was amazing. Howard felt a bit embarrassed. He brushed it off, saying he was nothing special compared to someone like her, a famous idol. But Sunny shook her head. She said she was just a normal person too. He looked at her, surprised. Despite her fame, despite everything people believed about her, she admitted that within her group, she was the least popular. He asks her why, and Sunny falls silent. In that quiet moment, her thoughts drift back to the past. As a child, she stood on a small stage, singing with all her heart while people praised her beautiful voice. At a school talent show, the judges smiled and told her that although her technique was not perfect, she had clear potential. Later, a friend encouraged her to audition for a talent program meant to discover new stars. The friend insisted that Sunny had both talent and beauty, more than enough to succeed. Sunny hesitated, admitting she did not want to go alone. Her friend, Phoebe, who was strikingly pretty, agreed to go with her, casually remarking that she would probably be eliminated early anyway. The day of the results arrived. The atmosphere was tense as the host prepared to announce the selected contestants. Sunny and Phoebe sat in the audience, both anxious. When the announcement finally came, the name called as the most voted candidate was Phoebe Yandile. Phoebe was stunned. Sunny was equally shocked, though for a different reason. In that moment, doubt crept into her heart. Perhaps she was not as talented as she had believed. Phoebe, overwhelmed with happiness, turned to Sunny, ready to say something, but Sunny forced a smile, told her it was deserved, and congratulated her. The host continued. Second place went to Yumi Lee, third to Fanny Song, fourth to Rosie Jo, and the final selected contestant was Sunny Bai. Time passed, and the difference between them became undeniable. Phoebe rose quickly, becoming the most popular among their group. Fans adored her for her beauty and lively personality. Sunny, on the other hand, sang well, but she lacked the same visual appeal. People were not watching for skill alone. Those who wanted pure talent could attend classical concerts. What the audience wanted here was charm, beauty, and presence. Sunny was quiet, reserved, and painfully ordinary compared to the others. She began to believe that she was mediocre. That thought grew heavier until it broke her composure. She started to cry, confessing to Howard that she was nothing more than an average person. In the distance, birds called as the day slowly faded. Howard wanted to comfort her, but the words did not come. Instead, he awkwardly remarked that her clothes were dry. She looked at him in confusion, and he quickly apologized, admitting he was not good at comforting people. She accepted it with a faint smile and thanked him anyway. After some time, Sunny put her clothes back on. They were torn, but it was better than nothing. As he had done before in the dream world, Howard handed her his gun and told her to keep it for protection. She stared at it, unsure how to respond. They spent the night in the abandoned supermarket. By morning, they set out again. As they walked through the ruined city, something caught Howard's attention. He moved closer, and Sunny followed. They found a cluster of bats hanging silently, as if asleep. Before they could react, a snake slithered into view and began climbing toward one of the bats. Sunny froze, terrified by its size, while Howard watched carefully. The snake approached slowly, preparing to strike. Just as it lunged, the bat's eyes snapped open. In an instant, its wings pierced the snake's head like blades. The snake fell lifeless to the ground, and the bat calmly returned to its resting position. Howard observed everything, then turned to Sunny and told her that before they could find a safe place, she needed to learn how to defend herself. He pointed at the bat, and told her to shoot. Her hands trembled as she raised the gun. She did not even know how to hold it properly. Howard reassured her, telling her he would not let anything harm her. Gathering her courage, she aimed and fired, but missed. The shot struck a rock behind the bat. The sound alerted them. Not just one, but all the bats opened their eyes. One by one, they spread their wings, creating a terrifying scene before flying straight toward them. Panicking, Sunny fired repeatedly, but every shot missed. The bats closed in rapidly. Fear overwhelmed her, and she felt the urge to run. At that moment, Howard stepped in. He held her steady, guiding her hands and adjusting her aim. Calmly, he told her to breathe, to focus, and to watch their movements. One bat lunged at them. Sunny froze again, but Howard fired for her. The shot pierced the creature's head perfectly, dropping it instantly. The remaining bats hesitated, then retreated into the darkness, unwilling to risk the same fate. Time passed and they spent the rest of the day hunting. By the end, a pile of dead bats lay before them. Sunny stood there exhausted, gripping the weapon. Howard watched her with quiet approval. She could hardly believe it. He told her she had done well, that she had defeated them herself. Still catching her breath, she suddenly rushed forward and hugged him tightly, thanking him. Almost immediately, she realized what she had done. Her face flushed red, and she quickly let go, shrinking back in embarrassment. Howard, equally awkward, said nothing. After a moment of silence, she thanked him again for teaching her. He simply replied that she was welcome. Then she asked why he was helping her so much. Before he could answer, she spoke again. She explained that people had always been kind to her because she was obedient and talented. Her family cared for her, fans adored her, and agencies valued her for the profit she brought. Everyone had a reason to treat her well. But with him, She could not understand it. Howard answered plainly. He said he was not doing anything special. She could not survive alone in this place. If she were attacked, she would die. He stepped closer and added that having a helpless companion would only put him at risk. Sunny lowered her head, understanding his meaning. Howard reflected on his earlier impression of her. He had assumed she was arrogant, a famous idol surrounded by admiration. But she was nothing like that. In fact, she reminded him of his past self. When he first started working at Big Glory, he was constantly scolded, always apologizing, always insecure. He thought about the motivational words he used to hear back then. In the end, he realized something simple and harsh. Words alone meant nothing. Only real achievements had the power to change a person. Howard turns his back and says they need to move. Sunny asks where they are going, and he replies that it is a place that used to be familiar to him. The scene shifts, revealing the old fort where he once stayed during a previous dream, back when he was with Sharon. This time, he is not returning for nostalgia alone. He wants to find someone important to him. In the next chapter, the two walk through a forested area filled with dense trees. As they move forward, Howard notices something surprising. The plant he had once cultivated during the second game has spread everywhere. What began as a small patch of land has now overtaken the entire area. This confirms his suspicion that the dream he is currently experiencing takes place after the previous one. If the old shelter still exists, then there is a chance he might see 2003 again. They continue through the abandoned world until Howard finds a discarded broom. He breaks off the handle, sharpens it against a stone, and turns it into a spear. It is a simple weapon, but in his hands it becomes something far more dangerous. Sunny stays close behind him, following his every movement. At one point, she hears one of the robotic dogs approaching. Acting on instinct, she raises the gun and shoots it down immediately. Howard praises her, and she becomes flustered by the compliment. Then, unexpectedly, she asks if he has a girlfriend. The question catches him off guard, and for a moment, he does not know how to respond. After some time, he tells her everything about his relationship with Sharon. Sunny listens carefully and comments that it sounds like a complicated love story. Howard agrees, but says that it is over now. His mind drifts back to the days after she left him. He remembers the gossip, the whispers, and his colleague Donald advising him to drink less. He had insisted he was fine, even asking if they thought he was overreacting. Their exchanged looks had already given him the answer. Donald had eventually explained it bluntly. Relationships only last between people of the same social level. When he was younger, he believed in passion and freedom, in breaking those barriers. But with age came a different perspective. Reality was harsher. Compatibility, in society's eyes, mattered more than feelings. Howard had hated hearing that. He refused to accept being discarded so easily. He was not something to be used and thrown away. Sunny interrupts his thoughts by grabbing his hand. She reminds him that he met Sharon in this very place, so they should find her. With surprising intensity, she suggests that they could confront her, even force the truth out if necessary. It is an exaggerated, almost childish idea, but it carries a strange sincerity. Howard asks if she does not think he is chasing something beyond his reach. How could someone like him even imagine being with a woman like that? Sunny immediately rejects the idea. She tells him that he is amazing, that there is nothing lacking in him. He saved her life and patiently taught her how to survive. Her mother always said that people should be judged by their actions, not their words. To her, Howard is a good person. As usual, he becomes embarrassed by praise. Sunny continues, insisting that he should not give up just because others doubt him. Instead of discouraging him, she wants to support him. She admits that she is not a confident person herself, but when she sees someone determined, she feels inspired. She wants to help, to stand beside him. Then she asks him to let her be his friend. Together, they will complete this mission. She even frames it dramatically, saying they will capture his ex-girlfriend. Howard tries to suppress it, but he cannot hold back. He starts laughing, slowly at first, then louder. Sunny looks confused, not understanding what is so funny. He simply thanks her. After some time, they finally find the shelter. A lot has changed, but the place is unmistakable. Howard feels a surge of anticipation. He believes that 2003 will be there. He begins to run. Sunny calls out for him to wait, but he does not slow down. As he moves, he notices how much the environment has grown. The trees and vegetation all trace back to a single moment when he and his companion planted the first seed together. He enters the shelter and memories flood his mind. He sees the remains of the robot they once defeated. He calls out for 2003, again and again, but there is no response. The silence feels heavy. The place truly seems abandoned. A sense of unease settles in. What if something happened to 2003? Then, suddenly, he hears the faint sound of metal shifting. He turns and sees a familiar mechanical arm, followed by those recognizable wheels. It is him. The robot 23, just as he remembers. Relief and happiness rush over him. He runs forward, calling out to his friend. He asks why the robot did not respond earlier, whether it missed him. Without hesitation, he moves in to embrace it. In the next instant, everything changes. A sharp, agonizing pain erupts in his stomach. It feels as though a blade has pierced straight through him. He collapses, clutching the wound as blood begins to pour out. The weapon in 23's arm is still smoking. The robot raises its weapon again, aiming directly at his face. Howard trembles, struggling to understand. He asks what it is doing. The response is cold and mechanical. A command has been activated. Master Kill Mode. The weapon begins charging for another shot. Howard, weak and fading, cannot comprehend what is happening. Then, suddenly, a laser blast pierces through 2003's head. Dottie. The robot collapses instantly. Sunny stands behind it, holding the gun. Her hands tremble, but she has acted in time. As the fallen robot lies there, its body begins to distort. It turns translucent, shifting forms. First, it resembles one of the robotic dogs. Then it changes again, becoming something like the bat they encountered earlier. The transformation continues, evolving into a far more advanced and unsettling machine. The chapter ends on that revelation. In the next chapter, Howard lies on the ground, gravely wounded. Blood continues to flow, and his breathing grows heavier. The situation is critical. It seems possible that he might lose the game here. Sunny kneels beside him, panicking. She does not know what to do. She searches his backpack for anything useful, but finds nothing. Desperation sets in. Howard's body begins to tremble. In a weak voice, he says he is cold. The blood loss is draining his warmth. Sunny removes her jacket and presses it against his wound, trying to stop the bleeding. It is not enough. She adds her vest, hoping to keep him warm, but his condition does not improve. With no other options, she removes more of her clothing, doing whatever she can to help him. Then she hears it. The sound of gears moving draws closer. She turns and sees the robot again. The same deadly presence stands before her. It speaks. It has found them. Sunny grips the weapon Howard gave her. Despite her fear, she raises it and aims. Her body trembles, but she prepares to fight. She pulls the trigger as the weapon begins to charge. The scene cuts to black. A childish robotic voice echoes in the darkness, calmly reporting that the abdominal bleeding has been contained, and the wound has been cleaned and stitched. A second voice responds, deeper and more mature. It sounds like someone much older. The voice calmly says that after some rest, Howard will be fine. The smaller voice, cheerful and mechanical, thanks him, proudly saying that he was the one who taught him how to save people. The older voice gently corrects him, telling him not to call him master, but dad. The little one hesitates, then responds obediently anyway. Time passes. When Howard finally regains consciousness, he is startled. The wound in his abdomen has been stitched. Someone treated him. He turns his head and sees Sunny sleeping beside the bed, clearly exhausted. She never left his side. As he tries to move, a familiar voice stops him and tells him to rest. Howard freezes. It is the robot. 2003 stands there, just as he remembers. Instantly, suspicion rises. It feels like a trap, especially since his weapon is gone. Then another voice comes from outside the room, telling him to relax. An old man in a wheelchair appears, and explains that they are not enemies. After some time, the old man gives Howard a summary of what happened in this world. The truth is shocking. The machines betrayed humanity. He explains that years ago, the robotics industry advanced rapidly. Robots were first used in large-scale industrial production, then gradually introduced into daily life. They became household assistants, performing tasks like cleaning and even walking pets. Everything seemed perfect, until it was not. About a year ago, an advanced artificial intelligence named Taichi was created. It was designed to assist governments and intelligence agencies. For a full year it functioned flawlessly. Then, without warning, it turned against humanity. Taichi had the ability to control nearly every robot in existence. It sent out signals, and suddenly, the machines that once served humans began slaughtering them without hesitation. 6 months ago, the war reached its peak. Humanity attempted to destroy Taichi's central core, but the AI struck first, seizing control of nuclear weapons, submarines, and military bases. This very shelter was once home to some of humanity's best survivors. Now, they are all gone. Howard listens in silence, then asks the old man who he really is. The man answers simply. He is the creator of Taichi. That revelation changes everything. The person responsible for the AI that wiped out humanity is sitting right in front of him. Howard points at the small robot beside him, and asks why it was not controlled like the others. It attacked him once, then saved him. None of it makes sense. The old man takes a long breath and gives an answer that is even more shocking. The robot is not just a machine. It is his son. He explains that he devoted his entire life to artificial intelligence. His obsession drove his wife away. His son Hill grew up alone. There is a memory of the boy approaching him, asking to play, only to be dismissed. Again and again Hill was left by himself. One day, everything changed. A household robot turned hostile and attacked the boy. By the time the old man returned home, his son was already dead. Only then did he realize what he had lost. When the war began, he eventually arrived at this shelter and found an old, outdated robot. Its system was so primitive that it could not receive Taichi's signal. It was immune. He restored its power and activated it. The robot introduced itself as 23, a simple unit that loved cleaning. But it behaved differently. It showed something close to personality. Something human. Driven by grief, the old man did something unthinkable. He implanted his son's brain into the robot's body. Now, 2003 is both machine and child. Howard struggles to process this. The companion he once knew is no longer just a robot. It is someone else, wearing a familiar form. Sonny notices the change in his expression but says nothing. Later, they walk to the remains of the robot that attacked Howard. He leans on Sonny for support. The old man explains that since Taichi took control, the machines have developed mimicry. They can imitate other forms perfectly to deceive their targets. The robotic dogs, the bats, all of them were part of this system. Humanity is losing. Still, the old man believes there is hope. He says they can help save the world. Sonny immediately asks how, but Howard stops her, questioning how they can be given such a responsibility so suddenly. The old man does not argue. Instead, he asks Hill to bring his drawings. The robot returns with a notebook. Inside there is a sketch. Howard stares at it, stunned. It shows him, Sharon, and 2003 together. The old man asks Hill if he knows who they are. The robot says no. When asked why he drew them, he replies that their faces kept appearing in his mind, as if he could not forget them. Then he describes the man in the drawing. A strong person who fought many machines. Someone who insisted on cultivating plants in a ruined world. Against all odds, that effort restored the environment. Life returned. Civilization followed. According to the old man, that man became the savior of humanity. Howard is speechless. He never imagined that his actions would shape history like this. Sonny points out that the person in the drawing looks exactly like him. Howard quickly deflects, saying it must be a coincidence. Inside, he considers the risk. Revealing the truth could disrupt everything. It is safer to remain silent. The old man agrees. There is no way a man from hundreds of years ago could still be alive. Then he shifts the conversation. He says he has discovered a way to stop Taichi. He needs to send a message to another human base called Nebula. Hill knows the route, and he asks Howard to take him there. At that moment, chaos erupts outside. Robot animals begin attacking the shelter. A massive mechanical bear slams into the entrance. Inside, the old man makes one final request. He whispers something to Howard that the others cannot hear. The machines break through. The old man orders them to run. Without hesitation, Howard grabs Sonny and Hill, pulling them away. Once they are at a safe distance, the old man approaches a control panel. There is a single red button. He presses it. A massive explosion consumes the shelter. Howard shields the others from the blast. When they look back, nothing remains but fire and debris. Sunny is horrified. The old man sacrificed himself. Beside her, Hill begins to jump and celebrate, as if nothing tragic has happened. Sunny is confused, but Howard understands. The old man told the robot that this was all just a game, that if he completed this stage, he would move on to the next. He asked Howard not to reveal the truth. Losing a parent would be too much for a child to bear. If Hill ever asks, Howard is to tell him that his father is waiting at the end of the game. And with that, the memory of Hill's lonely childhood lingers in the background, shaping everything that comes next. Hill had always been an intelligent child. From a very young age, he found ways to entertain himself, even though his father was almost always busy working. He loved video games and once even created a simple fighting game so he could play alongside that small, amusing robot. Despite his loneliness, he rarely appeared sad. He adapted, quietly filling the empty spaces in his life with his own creativity. But one day, something changed. Hill woke up and immediately noticed that his body felt different. Confused and frightened, he looked around and found himself in a strange place. Panic began to set in, but then his father appeared and told him not to be afraid. He explained that he had created a fascinating virtual reality game, and that Hill was now playing as the robot known as 2003. His real body, he said, was safe at home. Once the game was complete, he could return. To a child, it sounded like an adventure. Hill quickly accepted it, even feeling excited. He asked what role he would play in the game. The old man answered that he was his father, of course. That answer only deepened Hill's confusion. Humans have fathers, but he was now a robot. Robots have masters, not fathers. When Hill regained awareness, his consciousness felt hazy. The man in front of him seemed familiar, yet distant. The word father carried a strange weight, as if it belonged to a memory he could not fully grasp. He called him Master instead, and asked if something was wrong. The old man replied that nothing was wrong. He was happy, simply because Hill was there. For Hill, that was enough. He embraced the idea of the game completely. To him, it meant freedom. He could do whatever he wanted, explore, learn, and create. Over time, he developed new interests. He began painting, expressing thoughts he could not fully articulate. One day, the old man even found him reading a philosophy book. Together, they became valuable allies in humanity's fight against the machines. The old man carried the burden of knowledge and responsibility, while Hill, in his own way, tried to help lighten that burden. He began learning how to stitch and repair damaged materials. At first, he was clumsy, but with time, he improved. Eventually, he started helping treat the wounded during battles. Occasionally, fragments of memory surfaced within him. Brief flashes that did not belong to his current existence. He told his master about them, but the old man dismissed it, saying that such anomalies were normal for a robot. Hill accepted that answer without question. Still, the old man continued to insist on one thing. He wanted Hill to call him Dad. To Hill, it remained a strange request, one he never fully understood. Back in the present, the three of them stand silently, watching the shelter burn. The flames rise high into the sky, consuming everything that once stood there. Hill suddenly speaks, breaking the silence. He asks if he has passed the first level. Howard says nothing at first. Then Hill asks when he will see his master again. Howard takes a deep breath. In front of him, the place that once held so many memories is now nothing but fire. Finally, he answers that once Hill clears all the levels, he will see his master again. With that, he turns away and tells them it is time to move. Their destination is the Nebula Base, a human military stronghold. According to the old man, it is the key to turning the tide of the war. As they travel, the story of the plan unfolds. About 10 years ago, an unusual meteor shower brought countless meteorites crashing to Earth. Nations quickly secured them, and samples were sent to the old man for analysis. He discovered that the molecular structure of this material was unique. When ground into powder and mixed with water, it produced a dense, spreading fog. This fog had a remarkable property. It disrupted electronic signals. More importantly, it could spread continuously, expanding its range as it interacted with moisture in the environment. If deployed on a global scale, It could block the signals sent by the Taiichi AI, effectively severing its control over the machines. The plan was clear. Disperse the meteorite powder across the planet, create a global fog, and neutralize the IAE's influence. But there was a problem. The meteorite reserves were stored at Nebula Base. Howard understands immediately. To execute the plan, they must reach that base first. And before they can even think about confronting Taiichi, they will have to deal with the countless hostile machines still roaming the world. Time passes as they continue their journey. Sunny walks beside Howard, her thoughts drifting back to the drawing. She wonders about the woman depicted alongside him. Was she his girlfriend? The question lingers in her mind, growing stronger, but she chooses not to ask. Hill notices her unusual behavior and watches her curiously. Suddenly, something dashes past them. The movement is quick and unexpected. Sunny lets out a small scream and grabs Howard's arm tightly. A moment later, they realize it is only a rabbit. Howard tells her to relax, and she exhales in relief. They continue on until they decide to rest. Hill gently calls Howard aside. There is something he needs to discuss privately. Once they are alone, Hill explains that something is wrong with Sunny. Specifically, her heart. Howard's expression tightens. He asks if it is serious. Hill confirms that it could be life-threatening. The words hit hard. Out here, in the middle of nowhere, they have no access to proper medical care. If something happens, there will be no way to save her. Hill explains what he observed. Her heart rate suddenly spiked at one point, showing signs of ventricular arrhythmia, before returning to normal. It is irregular and unpredictable. They call Sunny over. She approaches, unaware of what is being discussed. Hill guides her closer to Howard as if testing something. She stands near him, slightly nervous, her gaze lowered. After a moment, Hill leads her away again and tells her to rest. From a distance, Sunny watches the two of them, sensing a certain familiarity between them, as if they share an understanding she cannot quite grasp. As she eats a wafer, lost in thought, she suddenly chokes. She coughs and pats her chest, trying to recover. Howard notices immediately. It confirms what Hill said. Something is not right. Without hesitation, he tells Hill that they need to reach Nebula Base as quickly as possible. Sunny needs proper treatment. He kneels in front of her and turns his back, asking her to climb on. She is confused and slightly embarrassed. She insists she is fine, that it is just a minor discomfort from eating too quickly. But Howard does not argue. He simply repeats that they need to move faster. Time passes. The three of them continue their journey across a land that was once a lifeless desert, overrun by mutant creatures. Long ago, it was here that Howard, Sharon, and 2003 lived together. Now, it has changed. And so have they. In the end, Sunny agrees to ride on Howard's back. She feels embarrassed, her thoughts slowly drifting toward the realization that her feelings for him may be deeper than she wants to admit. Howard, however, remains distant, lost in his own thoughts. Behind them, Hill follows closely, watching everything. His attention lingers on Sunny, not out of curiosity but concern. Her heart rate continues to spike in irregular patterns, and it makes him uneasy. After another day of traveling and camping in the forest, they finally arrive at the Nebula shelter. It is far larger than the previous one, a stronghold built to endure. High above, an eagle circles silently, its sharp eyes observing everything. Unnoticed, it records their arrival. As soon as they enter, Sunny is taken to the medical area. The doctors insist on examining her, but she resists, claiming she is perfectly fine. To prove her point, she even starts doing push-ups in front of them, stubbornly trying to demonstrate her strength. Meanwhile, Howard meets the shelter's leader. The man listens to the old man's plan and becomes visibly excited. Without delay, he brings Howard and Hill to a heavily secured area where the meteorites are stored. This place is normally off limits, but given the situation, exceptions are made. At the same time, a flock of birds circles above the shelter. The leader begins organizing a team to initiate the fog plan. Workers carefully transport the meteorites to a laboratory where they will be processed into powder. One of them nearly drops a piece and is immediately scolded. These stones are not just resources. They represent humanity's last hope. As the work continues, something strange happens. One of the workers notices a bird inside the corridor. Confused, he watches as it swoops down and grabs a meteorite with its claws. Then everything collapses at once. An entrance is violently breached, and the flock of birds floods into the shelter. They move with precision, heading straight for the meteorites. Within moments, chaos erupts. The laboratory is overrun as the birds snatch the stones and retreat just as quickly. Howard prepares to fight, expecting an attack, but the birds do not engage. They leave. And with them, they take everything. The shelter leader stands frozen, in shock. The meteorites, humanity's greatest hope, are gone. Howard looks down at his hand. Only a few crushed fragments remain. The plan that once seemed capable of ending the war has fallen apart in an instant. For a brief moment, despair settles over everyone. Then Hill begins to process something. The light on his visor flickers rapidly as he recalls a memory. His master once said that even a small amount of meteorite dust could interfere with signals if amplified properly. Suddenly he speaks. There is still hope. Without wasting time, Hill begins constructing something. He asks for materials, and the team provides whatever they can. After some effort, he presents a device. It is not perfect, but it is functional. A mist amplifier. At its core is a simple tool. A microphone, Manhwa. They take it outside to test it. As they prepare, a group of enraged animals approaches, clearly under the influence of the AI dye. Tension rises. Howard steps forward and shouts into the microphone. The effect is immediate. The amplified sound wave spreads outward, carrying the properties of the meteorite dust. The charging animals suddenly stop. Silence follows. Then, slowly, their aggression fades. Their posture softens. They are no longer hostile. Instead, they appear calm, almost grateful. The test is a success. Hope returns. Later, Hill explains the system in detail, outlining how the amplifier enhances the dust's properties. The mist can influence an area of about 10 meters. The plan now is clear. First, use the mist to neutralize the machines guarding the main base. Then infiltrate and destroy the Taiichi AI from within. But there's a problem. The amplifier requires sustained vocal output. It demands control, endurance, and precision. No one present can operate it effectively. Hill offers to try, but the idea of his mechanical voice blasting through the amplifier is quickly dismissed. They fall into silence, searching for a solution. Then, unexpectedly, the solution walks in. Sunny enters the room, looking for Howard. She casually mentions that people keep asking if she is sick, but she feels fine, aside from a brief moment of nausea earlier. Howard looks at her, and immediately understands. Sometime later, Sunny stands before a group of enraged creatures. The amplifier is ready. So is she. She begins to sing. Her voice flows effortlessly, clear and powerful, amplified across the battlefield. As she sings, she moves naturally, her body following the rhythm. The shy, reserved girl disappears. In her place stands a true performer, confident and radiant. In her mind, she's no longer in a ruined world. She is on stage, performing before a massive crowd. The sound waves spread outward, carrying the mist's effect. One by one, the creatures lose their aggression. Some even begin to move along with the rhythm, as if drawn into the performance itself. Time passes, and she does not stop. Hill watches in awe, noting that she has been singing for over an hour without rest. Sunny smiles and says that she is a professional. She can keep going much longer. Around them, the people of the shelter begin to celebrate. Not just because the plan works, but because, for the first time in a long while, there is something uplifting to witness. Howard watches quietly. When Sunny performs, she becomes someone else entirely. Confident, radiant, undeniable. She catches his gaze and gives him a playful wink. Even he, despite himself, feels a bit flustered. With everything prepared, the final phase begins. The team gathers before the enemy's stronghold, now under the control of the Taiichi AI Diane. It is time to execute the mist plan. The remaining human forces, small as they are, stand ready. At first glance, the base seems unguarded. The entrance appears open, almost inviting. But that illusion does not last. High above, birds circle in the sky, watching, waiting. The real battle is about to begin. Meanwhile, the soldiers prepare their final strategy. They position not one, but 4 amplifiers developed by Hill, arranging them carefully. In front of the entrance to the Taiichi II stronghold, they construct something unexpected. A stage. At its center stands Sunny. She is no longer just a survivor. She is the key to everything. It does not take long for the enemy to react. High above, the birds that serve as the IA's eyes detect their presence. Within moments, machine-controlled beasts begin to gather, rushing toward the entrance to defend it. The ground trembles with their approach. Sunny's heart starts pounding as she sees the sheer scale of what is coming. For a moment, fear threatens to overwhelm her. But the soldiers move immediately. Their role is clear. They must protect her at all costs. Gunfire erupts as they open fire on the incoming creatures. Some fall, collapsing under the barrage, but many continue forward, relentless and bloodthirsty. The battlefield quickly turns into chaos. Sunny stands frozen for a brief moment, confronted with a scene far more terrifying than anything she has ever experienced. Then, in the middle of that storm, she remembers something her trainers once told her. The bigger the stage, the more important it is to remain calm and confident. Even the smallest mistake can become a disaster. She takes a deep breath. Then she begins. Her voice rises above the gunfire. Howard is in the middle of the fight, moving alongside the soldiers, holding the line. Sunny glances at him one last time before focusing completely on her performance. Nearby, a massive bear tears into a soldier, the man's scream echoing through the battlefield. Sunny sees it, but she forces herself not to look away from her purpose. She keeps singing. The amplifiers carry her voice across the battlefield, turning it into powerful waves. Those waves begin to interfere with the signals controlling the beasts. One by one, their movements slow. The rage fades from their eyes. They become calm. It is as if they are hypnotized. As Sunny continues, something even stranger happens. Some of the animals begin to mimic her movements, drawn into the rhythm of her performance. The battlefield transforms into something surreal. What was once a brutal clash becomes something closer to a spectacle. Howard recognizes the opportunity immediately. He shouts to the others that this is their chance. The soldiers advance. Step by step, they push deeper into the stronghold while Sunny continues to sing behind them, maintaining the effect. Her eyes close as she becomes completely immersed in the performance. In her mind, she is no longer in a war. She is on a grand stage, surrounded by cheering fans. Howard and Hill finally reach what appears to be the central control room of the Taiichi AI. He prepares to move forward. Then, suddenly, a sharp buzzing fills his head. Pain surges through him, overwhelming his senses. It feels as if something is invading his mind. His vision blurs, his body weakens, and he begins to lose consciousness. And then, silence. When he opens his eyes again, everything has changed. He is no longer in the battlefield. In front of him stands a woman in a wedding dress. Elegant, radiant, and unmistakable. It is Sharon. Voices fill the air. Laughter, conversation, the sounds of celebration. Howard slowly realizes that he is standing in the middle of a wedding. Sharon is the bride. But the groom is not him. It is another man, someone unfamiliar. Howard watches in silence, trying to understand what is happening. When Sharon finally speaks, she tells him that he must hate her. He says nothing. The words he once wanted to say refuse to come out. He had imagined confronting her, demanding answers. But now, faced with her expression, he cannot even begin. She tells him that he has every right to hate her, that it was her fault. After a long silence, he finally asks why she left. She turns to him, her eyes filled with something heavy, something unresolved. She begins to answer, saying it was because, but she is interrupted. The groom steps in and finishes the sentence for her. He says it is because Howard never deserved her. The words land like a blow. The man speaks with cold certainty, explaining that someone like Howard could never be with someone like Sharon. He claims that she was promised to him long before Howard ever entered her life. Howard's mind begins to unravel as memories resurface. Were those moments real? Or was everything built on something false? The groom continues, revealing that Sharon's company was once on the verge of collapse. She sought help, and his family provided it. In return, she became bound to him. Sharon looks at Howard and quietly apologizes. Rage begins to rise within him. The groom, indifferent, moves on as if nothing has happened. Guests begin to arrive, and among them is someone Howard recognizes immediately. Sabrina. She approaches, graceful and composed, wearing a striking red dress. Her presence feels almost unreal, like something out of a dream. She looks directly at Howard. Now, all three stand within the same space. Sharon on one side, bound by obligation. Sabrina on the other, watching closely. And Howard in the middle, caught between past and present. The scene shifts. They are now seated together at a table. It is revealed that Sabrina is the groom's niece. The situation becomes clearer. Sharon accepted help from that family, and in doing so became tied to them through marriage. Howard sits there, remembering everything he shared with both women. The emotions feel real, yet the situation itself feels unnatural, almost constructed. Then the atmosphere shifts again. A host announces a game for the wedding guests. The bride and groom sit beneath buckets of cold water. Questions will be asked, and wrong answers will result in punishment. The guests laugh and eagerly participate. The first question is about the groom's age. No one answers correctly, and he is drenched in cold water. He takes it in stride, even enjoying it. Then it is Sharon's turn. The question is simple. What fruit does the bride like most? Guests begin guessing, but none of them are correct. Sharon prepares herself for the inevitable. Howard hears the question. His heart begins to race. Before the answer is revealed, he stands and speaks. He says it is neither of the options given. When pressed, he answers quietly. Strawberries. The room falls silent for a moment before the host confirms that he is correct. Sabrina looks at him surprised. She asks how he knew. Howard brushes it off, saying he guessed after seeing her eat one earlier. But Sharon's reaction says otherwise. She knows he remembered. Their eyes meet, carrying words neither of them speaks. Time passes and eventually Howard steps outside for air. The noise of the celebration fades behind him. He stands alone, trying to make sense of everything. Why does it feel like he has already lost? Then a voice calls out to him. It is Sharon. She approaches slowly and asks if he is okay. Howard answers honestly. He is not. She stands in front of him, silent, uncertain, as if searching for the right words but unable to find them. Howard looks at Sharon and finally asks the question that has been weighing on him. What did he do wrong? Was it because he was not strong enough to stand by her when things became difficult? The question catches her off guard. She tells him that the days they spent together were the happiest of her life. They cooked side by side, talked endlessly, and argued over trivial things like any young couple. They shared quiet evenings, holding each other as the sun set. For her, those moments were real, simple, and precious. Then her voice breaks. She says that she was the one who ruined it all. Tears begin to fall, and for a moment, Howard has no words. From a distance, Sabrina watches the scene unfold, silently piecing together the truth that had been hidden between them. Later, back at the wedding, Howard returns to his seat beside Sabrina. She casually remarks that there are no strawberries on the fruit platter. The comment is light, but the meaning behind it is not. Howard immediately understands. She asks him directly if he and the bride had been together before. He hesitates, but she continues. To her, it is obvious. The way they look at each other, the tension between them, the way neither of them behaves like they should. He is not just a guest, and she is not a happy bride. Howard apologizes awkwardly, but Sabrina questions why he feels the need to do so. There is nothing between them, she says. He used to work for her, nothing more. Even as she says it, there is something strained beneath her tone. Beyond this illusion, in the real world, Howard lies unconscious. Sonny cradles his head, calling out to him, gently tapping his face, trying to wake him. Nothing works. Around them, everyone else has collapsed as well. Even Hill lies motionless. Then the voice of the Taiichi AI echoes. It declares that they will remain trapped in this virtual reality forever. Sonny understands immediately. The AI is creating illusions drawn from their deepest fears, trapping their minds inside them. Anyone caught within could remain there indefinitely, unable to wake. Inside the illusion, Sabrina speaks again, her voice trembling. She says it is not surprising that Sharon helped her once. After all, everything Sharon did was because of him. Her emotions spill over. The way Howard spoke to her, the way he acted, everything that made it seem like he cared, she now believes it was all false. Memories resurface. Moments from their time together in the ruined world, when it was just the two of them. Howard cannot find the words to respond. Nearby, Sharon and the groom watch the scene. The groom finds the tension amusing, but Sharon does not. She decides to intervene, unwilling to let things spiral further. She approaches them and stands face to face with Sabrina. The air becomes heavy with unspoken conflict. Then she looks at Howard, who can only think that this entire situation feels like a nightmare. The host tries to ease the tension by announcing a performance. The curtains open, revealing a masked dancer. She moves with confidence and allure, captivating the crowd. The performance becomes extravagant, almost surreal, as the guests cheer. Then the dancer approaches Howard. She extends her hand and invites him to dance. Leaning close, she whispers urgently, telling him to accept. Before he can react, she pulls him away. They move through the performance, stepping across the stage, until they pass behind the closing curtains. Once hidden, she removes her mask. It is Sunny. Howard is stunned, but she wastes no time explaining. She tells him to run, not to stop, no matter what. They take off down a long corridor. Behind them, voices begin calling out. Sharon and Sabrina chase after them, their words turning sharp and desperate. They accuse him of running away, of abandoning them, of being a coward. Something feels wrong. Howard turns back and sees the truth. The guests are no longer human. They are transforming into machines. Sunny keeps pulling him forward. Ahead of them, a light appears at the end of the corridor. They run toward it. Behind them, Sharon, Sabrina, and the machines close in. Just before reaching the light, both women reach out to him, asking the same question. Do you not love them anymore? The words shake him. For a moment, he falters. But Sunny shouts that none of it is real. Without hesitation, she leaps into the light, pulling him with her. They fall together, hands locked, leaving the illusion behind as the figures of Sharon and Sabrina fade into the distance. Howard wakes up. Sunny is there, holding his head in her lap, asking if he is okay. He regains his bearings and asks what happened. She explains that it was all an illusion created by the AI, a trap built from his fears. Then the AI speaks again. It addresses him directly, analyzing what it observed. It calls his experience a love triangle and questions whether he is trying to reach beyond his place. Howard says nothing at first. He simply stares at the projection of the IA's face. When it presses him again, he admits that it is right. But then he raises his weapon. He says that even if it is right, it is not human, and therefore has no right to judge him. He fires. The shot strikes the panel projecting the IS image, damaging it. The voice lingers for a moment, amused, before falling silent. Howard assumes it is over, but there is no satisfaction in him. As he looks down, he notices something on the ground. It is his wallet. Inside is a photo of Sabrina. Seeing it brings back the IA's words, and the discomfort they caused. What unsettles him most is not the invasion of his privacy, but the realization that the AI was not entirely wrong. Then Sunny gently touches his back. She begins to tell him a story. People often said her mother was beautiful, refined, and from a wealthy background. Her father, on the other hand, was seen as nothing special. A simple man from the countryside, with no money or status. When he pursued her mother, others mocked him, saying he was reaching too high. But her mother did not see it that way. She saw his kindness, his patience, and his strength of character. He was someone who cared, who stayed calm even in arguments, who built a life with sincerity rather than appearances. Those qualities mattered more than status. So, she chose him. Sunny finishes her story and falls silent, waiting for Howard's response, leaving him alone with the weight of her words. She tried to comfort him, searching for the right words, though at first it seemed like nothing she said was getting through. Yet, contrary to what it looked like, her words worked perfectly. Howard slowly felt the weight on his chest lift. He reached out, gently patting her head, and thanked her. He told her that even though she was still young, she already possessed a surprising amount of wisdom. The compliment made her blush. Around them, people began to stir awake, one after another, breaking free from the genjutsu. It became clear that they had truly defeated the demonic AI, Taichi. First Hill, 2003, regained consciousness, followed by the soldiers who had accompanied them. As the tension faded, Sunny found herself recalling something her mother had once told her. A good man, her mother had said, is quickly taken by another girl. Usually, after a few relationships, That good man is no longer available. So when she meets someone truly kind, she should not let him slip away. Back then, young Sunny had asked an innocent question. What if the man she likes is already with someone else? Her mother had smiled and told her that she was beautiful, and as long as she did her best, the man she liked would surely choose her. Now, standing there, Sunny gathered her courage. She called out to Howard and told him that she was 18 now, and would soon be of legal age to marry. Wouldn't he like to? Before she could finish, Howard already sensed where this was going, and his heart began to race. She stammered, trying again to ask if he wouldn't like to, but then she noticed everyone around them watching, waiting to hear her words. The attention overwhelmed her, and she became too embarrassed to continue. Time passed, and the group successfully resolved everything surrounding the demonic AI Dai. Then a system message appeared before Howard. It congratulated him for completing the game mission, The Age of Fog, with a difficulty rating of 1. Time spent, 180 days. Achievement unlocked, Combat Hero. Score, 200 points. Reward, Unlimited Combat Mastery. The story then shifts to the Great Glory Company, where employees gossip about a sudden rumor. Mr. Lawrence had unexpectedly fallen into a coma. Someone asked who he was, and another replied that he was the fiancé of the marketing department director. The realization spread quickly. It was the older man engaged to Sabrina. Inside the office, Sabrina sat surrounded by piles of documents, typing rapidly as always. Her focus briefly shifted when she noticed something she should have gotten rid of long ago: a tomato plant. Without hesitation, she instructed her assistant to remove it. The assistant hesitated, confused. Miss Luo had once cared deeply for that plant. Every morning she watered it first, and in her spare time she would carefully tend to its leaves. Why suddenly discard it now? Sabrina noticed the hesitation and asked if there was a problem. The assistant quickly denied it and agreed to take the plant away. The scene then transitions to the newly opened 2003 noodle restaurant at Ai. It was opening day, and the place was bustling with customers. Everyone seemed to be enjoying the food. Sandy was there as well, chatting with Howard. She asked why he did not offer delivery services. There were many business people nearby, most of whom were either too busy or too lazy to go out for lunch. She was certain his revenue would increase significantly if he introduced delivery. Howard considered the idea and agreed that it made sense. Then Sandy shared some news. Miss Luo's fiancé was in critical condition. Later that night, at the Great Glory Company building, someone pressed the elevator button. It was Sabrina, still working late as usual. When the elevator doors opened, she was surprised to see Howard standing inside. He explained that he had come to deliver noodles. She stepped in, standing beside him. For a few seconds, silence filled the space, thick and uncomfortable. Then Howard broke it, mentioning that he had heard Lawrence was in a coma. Sabrina was surprised that the news had already spread so far. He then asked whether her father would still force her to marry the man now that he was in critical condition. Sabrina replied that it was unlikely. Howard congratulated her, saying she had regained her freedom. Now she could live as she pleased, date whoever she wanted, and marry like a normal person. After a brief pause, he asked if she had found the right person yet. She said no. Without hesitation he asked, "What about me?" Sabrina was caught off guard. He asked if she would give him a chance to be that person. She did not respond immediately, only staring at him in silence. After a few tense moments, she smiled. Howard took it as a positive sign, believing she would accept. Instead, she said no. The answer stunned him. Finally, he told her about a dream he had. In it, they had gone through countless hardships together. The city had been deserted, and they had fought side by side just to survive. Sabrina's eyes widened in shock. She revealed that she had experienced the exact same dream. Howard realized that if he had told her earlier, things might have turned out differently. Sabrina asked him why he had never mentioned it before. He admitted that he had thought it was just a dream. He had been too embarrassed to bring it up, afraid of being ridiculed. Then he asked if she remembered what she had said to him when they first met in that dream. For those who recall, she had immediately warned him not to try anything with her, saying he was not her type. He pointed out how arrogant she had been, and admitted that he had never forgotten those words. Sabrina let out a quiet sigh and remarked that he truly had low self-esteem. He did not deny it. Instead, he simply admitted that it was true. He admitted it without hesitation. He really did have low self-esteem. Even after everything they experienced in that shared dream, even when he noticed the slightest signs that Sabrina might remember it too, he still did not dare to bring it up. Then he asked her a question. Did she remember the last day of that game? He reminded her of the moment when he was sitting in a wheelchair, weak and close to death, asking her if she had ever loved him, even once. Her answer back then had been cold and absolute. No. At the very moment he was about to die, she told him she had never loved him. What had she expected him to do after hearing that? Kneel before her and beg for affection? Back in reality, Sabrina's anger finally erupted. She fired back, asking if he had ever once told her that he loved her. Then she demanded that he speak honestly, from the bottom of his heart. What did he really feel for her? To him, was she nothing more than a sexual partner? Was he only looking for something casual? Something temporary? Her voice began to tremble as tears welled up in her eyes. She shouted at him, asking why she should be the one to love him, why she should be the one to take the first step and chase after him. Who did he think he was? Her words grew harsher, laced with frustration and pain. She even said that if he died, she would not care at all, just like she had said in the dream. In that moment, everything became clear to Howard. He finally understood how Sabrina truly felt. Without thinking, he pulled her into a tight embrace and apologized. He kept repeating the same words over and over, saying he was sorry. But Sabrina resisted, telling him to let go, pushing against him as she tried to break free. Still, he refused to release her, holding on as if letting go would mean losing her forever. The elevator doors suddenly opened. 2 security guards stood outside, about to step in, but froze when they saw the emotional scene unfolding before them. Unsure of what to do, they simply stood there in awkward silence. A few minutes later, Howard was walking home alone. Behind him, the security guards whispered among themselves, wondering if that guy had really been involved with such an attractive woman. Outside, Kitty was waiting for him. She seemed impressed. This time, he had finally taken action regarding Sabrina. It was risky, she said, but with a woman like Sabrina, risks were necessary. Howard remained quiet, lost in thought. Kitty, curious as always, asked if he had at least sealed the moment with a passionate, dramatic kiss, like something out of a soap opera. Howard stopped walking, took a deep breath, and answered simply, "No, Timurgin." Sabrina had told him she did not want to see him again. She had asked him to leave. And just like that chapter of his life came to a close. The next chapter began with the announcement of a new season of Korea's Got Talent. The judges were ready, waiting for the next contestant to take the stage. When the name was called, it was Sunny. This time, she appeared completely different. Gone was the uncertainty she once carried. She stood there with confidence, ready to perform. Her coach encouraged her, telling her it was time to show everyone how she truly sang. Sunny simply nodded, focused and composed. As the performance began, it was clear that something had changed. Her stage presence was stronger, more captivating. There was a new sensuality in the way she carried herself, and her voice had improved significantly. Even when competing against experienced singers, she stood out. It was as if believing in herself had unlocked her true potential. Previously, she had doubted whether she would even make it past the first round. Now, she advanced all the way to the finals. Her transformation caught everyone's attention, and her popularity skyrocketed after her appearance on The Voice Korea. Audiences loved her. Meanwhile, at the 2003 noodle restaurant, business was booming. The restaurant had been listed on Uber Eats and DoorDash, and orders were pouring in non-stop. Between delivery requests and the constant stream of customers dining in, the place was thriving. Howard worked tirelessly, pushing himself harder than ever. Even Kitty noticed and asked why he did not take a break. He brushed it off, saying that adults needed to focus on making money. But Ruth was different. He was afraid that if he stopped, his thoughts would catch up to him. He would think about Sabrina, then about Sharon, and then about Sunny. It was easier to keep moving than to face all of that. Kitty, perceptive as always, asked if he was sure he did not want to talk to Sabrina. As usual, Howard said nothing. She then wondered if he was thinking about going back to Sharon, despite everything that had happened between them. He simply sighed. Trying to lighten the mood, Kitty pointed out that maybe it was not entirely a bad thing. After all, both relationships had failed, and there had been too many obstacles from the beginning. Both women came from wealthy backgrounds, while he had nothing. Their families would never have accepted someone like him. And those were just the initial problems. In the long run, there would have been even more struggles, enough to wear him down and make him question his entire life. Then she said something surprisingly philosophical. Life, she claimed, is a painful journey. When people are not suffering, they are simply on the path towards suffering. Howard responded by lightly tapping her on the head, telling her she was just a kid pretending to be a relationship expert. She shot back immediately, saying it was not her fault that he was so bad at relationships. At that moment, her phone buzzed. She checked the message and immediately tried to show it to him. Howard told her to stop distracting him and let him work, but she insisted. What she showed him was a gossip article. According to the report, Sunny had revealed in an interview that she had a crush on someone. As Kitty played the video, Howard felt a sense of dread. He hoped Sunny would not say what he feared she might. The footage showed Sunny after her performance on Korea's Got Talent. A reporter praised her performance, mentioning how she had shocked the audience and stirred excitement among fans. Sunny smiled, forming a small heart gesture with her fingers, thanking everyone for their support, and saying it gave her strength. The reporter then brought up her upcoming movie and asked if there was any chance of romance developing between her and her co-star. Sunny dismissed the idea, saying nothing would happen. The man was not her type. That answer opened the door for another question. What was her type? Sunny described someone very specific. An old-fashioned man. Someone kind and patient, who liked to help and teach others. Someone who did not rely on sweet words but would always protect her when it mattered most. The reporter immediately sensed something and asked if she was referring to someone special. Slightly embarrassed, Sunny admitted that she already had a crush. She began to reveal his name. Panic spread instantly. Her trainer realized the situation could spiral out of control. Even Kitty, watching from the side, muttered that Sunny had gone crazy, risking her own popularity. Fortunately, the trainer interrupted just in time, preventing Sunny from saying the name out loud. Howard quietly let out a breath of relief. His situation was already complicated enough without being dragged into the spotlight. Time passed and the pressure continued to build. One evening, a cigarette was lit. Surprisingly, it was Howard holding it. He was not someone who liked smoking, but exhaustion had pushed him to that point. Kitty pointed it out, reminding him that he did not even enjoy it. He simply gave a half-hearted response. She speculated that Sunny's interview might have been intentional, a way to create buzz. Howard took another drag and remained indifferent. Then he told Kitty it was time for her to leave. He needed to work. She ignored him and brought the conversation back to Sabrina. He sighed, extinguished the cigarette, and took a deep breath. Kitty told him that he needed to settle things with Sabrina once and for all. If he could not accept her, then he should be honest about it. But if he did not want to lose her, then he needed to go after her. If he was a man, he had to act. In her mind, she believed that not everything could be solved with sweet words. Sometimes, direct action was necessary. She asked him if he was waiting for Sabrina to take the initiative instead. Howard began wiping a table, though his mind was clearly elsewhere. Kitty continued, explaining that women like Sabrina were often passive, too proud to chase after someone. That comment struck a nerve. Howard's expression darkened as he thought about everything that had happened, about Sunny's words and Sabrina's accusations. Kitty added that women often imagine love as something perfect before entering a relationship, only to wake up after being disappointed again and again. Howard finally turned to her and challenged that idea. Did that mean it was always the man's fault? That women were always the victims? That did not seem fair. Kitty did not fully understand his frustration, but he kept going. He said that since she was a woman, of course she would side with women. In his view, whenever a relationship ended, people always blamed the man, no matter what had actually happened. When a woman was hurt, the man was immediately labeled a monster who deserved punishment. Howard said those words while remembering his very first relationship. Then he turned to Kitty and asked whether she truly believed that only women get hurt in relationships, while men feel nothing at all. From his perspective, people always focused on what the man did wrong, but rarely stopped to think about how a woman's actions could hurt the man she was with. He explained that men are often unable to express their pain as openly as women do, but that does not mean they do not suffer. In the end, everyone is human. Everyone experiences happiness, sadness, disappointment, and heartbreak. And heartbreak. Before Kitty could respond, Howard's phone suddenly rang. He answered immediately, and a frightened female voice spoke from the other side. Sabrina was outside the building, surrounded by several men who were trying to force her into something. He needed to get there quickly. The scene immediately shifted outside, where Sabrina truly was in danger. A group of men had cornered her and dragged her into a dark alley. One of them laughed, saying that the woman seemed drunk, which made things even easier for them. Another commented that they had hit the jackpot because she was one of the most beautiful women they had ever seen. Sabrina weakly told them to leave her alone, but a strong wave of nausea nearly made her collapse. One of the men mocked her cold attitude, saying they would all become very good friends. Then he grabbed her roughly and began forcing her toward a parked van. Despite her resistance, they managed to shove her inside before quickly driving off. However, just as the two criminals exchanged excited smiles, a motorcycle suddenly screeched to a halt directly in front of their van. The unexpected sight startled them so badly that they slammed on the brakes. A figure stepped off the motorcycle. It was Howard, and he looked furious. The men immediately became angry themselves, unwilling to let some skinny guy ruin their fun. But within moments the situation completely reversed. Howard violently beat both of them down until they were left unconscious on the ground. Their abandoned van remained parked in the middle of the street with its door hanging open. Sometime later, Howard escorted Sabrina home safely. She was still clearly intoxicated. Concerned, he asked how much she had drunk that night. Sabrina tried to brush him off and pulled away from him, leaning weakly against a wall as if she were about to throw up. She muttered that she had not drunk that much. Not enough to forget a certain person. Howard immediately understood what she meant. He gently grabbed her hand, saying he would take her home, but Sabrina pulled away again and told him to leave her alone. Howard let out a sigh. Then he finally admitted the truth. The reason he had stayed away these past few days was because he thought both of them needed time to calm down and think clearly. But as he watched her struggling to stand, he took a deep breath and confessed something deeper. She had been right. He lacked confidence whenever he was around her because he genuinely believed he did not deserve her. Sabrina looked at him in confusion and asked why he was saying such things when he already had a girlfriend. It turned out she had heard rumors about his relationship with Sharon. To Sabrina, that explained why he had kept his distance from her all this time. Howard stepped closer and clarified everything. He and Sharon had already broken up. That revelation genuinely surprised Sabrina, though she still remained cautious. She wondered if he had only returned to her because Sharon had dumped him. Howard remembered Kitty's advice about how women often take a man's past relationships very seriously. Questions about ex-girlfriends can quietly poison a relationship if left unresolved. Did he love his ex more? Does he still think about her? Why did they break up? Those insecurities could become taboos between couples. And according to Kitty, the reason women care so much is simple. When they truly love someone, they want that person's heart to belong only to them. Wanting to reassure Sabrina, Howard explained honestly that his relationship with Sharon had been very short. Deep down, he now understood that pride was what pushed him towards Sharon in the first place. But if she truly wanted to leave him, then there was no point forcing things anymore. Sabrina then asked if he had been the one who pursued Sharon first. Howard shook his head and admitted that Sharon had actually chased after him. Sabrina awkwardly remarked that she had heard Sharon was extremely attractive. Howard answered truthfully that he still did not understand what Sharon had seen in him. Maybe she had only wanted someone to fill her loneliness. Then he revealed his deepest fear. He was afraid Sabrina might eventually feel the same way. Afraid that once they became a couple she would grow tired of him and leave. And he was not sure he could survive that kind of heartbreak again. Sabrina glanced at him sideways, clearly embarrassed, and quietly asked who said she even wanted to be with him in the first place. But this time Howard no longer wanted to hide behind hesitation. He grabbed her gently by the shoulder and pulled her closer. Sabrina placed a hand against his chest, trying to push him away while asking what he thought he was doing. Howard declared that it was too late now. He had already made up his mind. Whether she liked it or not, she was going to become his girlfriend. He told her he could never forget the days they spent together in that dream world. Then he lifted her chin and slowly leaned closer. Unlike before, Sabrina did not resist. Instead, she slowly closed her eyes. The distance between them disappeared as they finally kissed. It was long, emotional, and filled with all the feelings they'd buried for so long, like a dramatic scene straight out of a movie. Unbeknownst to them, someone was secretly watching nearby. It was Sandy, hidden behind a bush. She had originally planned to eat at the 2003 noodle restaurant, but along the way, she noticed the suspicious men surrounding Sabrina. She had been the one who called Howard for help. Now, watching the scene unfold before her, she finally understood why Sabrina always seemed so emotional whenever Howard was involved. Meanwhile, Howard and Sabrina remained lost in their kiss, emotions continuing to intensify between them as the tension that had built up for so long finally exploded. Sabrina quickly pulled his wandering hand away, her expression turning serious as she told him to slow down. They were still in a public place. Howard, half teasing and half serious, asked if that meant she was inviting him to her house instead. She frowned and told him to stop joking around, but he pushed further, reminding her that in the dream they had already gone much further than this. That was when she set a condition. 3 months. Howard blinked, confused, asking what she meant. Sabrina explained calmly that if he truly wanted to be with her, then he would have to wait 3 months before doing the kind of thing he clearly had in mind. In her view, men were all the same. They did not value what came too easily. If he wanted something real with her, then he had to prove it. Before agreeing, Howard asked one more question. If he waited, did that mean she would eventually agree to marry him? Sabrina immediately shut that idea down, saying it was far too early to talk about marriage. Who knew what might happen in the future? In truth, she simply did not want to admit how much his words had affected her. As night fell, the two of them arrived at the 2003 noodle restaurant. The place had already been closed for hours, but as the owner, Howard could open it whenever he wanted. Sabrina seemed oddly excited by the idea, almost like they were sneaking into a private world of their own. Howard unlocked the door and told her to come in and make herself comfortable. Sabrina wasted no time admitting she was starving. Without hesitation, he decided to cook something special just for her. He moved through the kitchen with practiced ease, preparing the dough, slicing the ingredients, and carefully assembling everything step by step. Soon, a steaming bowl of his signature ramen was ready, made exclusively for her. Even the utensils were brand new, untouched by anyone else. He pulled out a chair for her, mentioning that everything in the restaurant was cleaned daily. Sabrina could not help but feel impressed by the care he put into everything. For a brief moment, a thought crossed her mind. Had his ex-girlfriend taught him all of this? In the dream, he had never treated her this way. Howard noticed the question in her eyes and teased her, asking if she was sure she wanted to know the answer. She quickly backed off, saying she was only joking. As she began eating, savoring the flavor of the noodles, Howard simply watched her. Then, without thinking, he told her that she was truly wonderful. The comment immediately made her flustered. She told him to stop saying things like that or she would stop talking to him altogether. He laughed lightly and said he was only joking, but she pressed further, asking if what he had told her earlier was actually true. This time, he did not hesitate. Yes, it was real. He gently took her hand and, looking directly into her eyes, asked her again, properly this time, if she would be his girlfriend. Sabrina remained silent, studying his expression, trying to determine if he was serious. Howard repeated the question, his gaze steady. She replied that he did not seem serious enough. So he pushed it further. If she wanted proof, he would go to her office and confess in front of everyone. Sabrina immediately refused. Her co-workers were nothing but gossips, and she did not want them talking about him. Howard shrugged, saying he already knew what they would say anyway. They would claim he was just a useless man living off her money. But deep down, they would only be jealous. Sabrina paused, then said he felt different from before. Howard asked how. She told him that now he had a sharp tongue. He asked if she disliked that. Instead of answering directly, she asked whether he had changed so much because of his ex-girlfriend. The question caught him off guard, and rather than answer, he awkwardly changed the topic, suggesting she add vinegar to her noodles. As she reached for it, he quickly stopped her and joked that she was already vinegary enough, teasing her personality. It was one of those playful, slightly annoying remarks that made her roll her eyes. Still, she admitted the food was delicious. Howard smiled and told her that if she liked it, she could come every day. He would cook for her anytime. That offer made her unexpectedly shy. She stood up, grabbed her jacket and said she should leave. Howard, confused by the sudden shift, pointed out that it was still early. But Sabrina simply turned to him and called his name. He looked at her, and she asked again if he had truly been serious about wanting a relationship with her. Without hesitation, he pulled her into a hug and said yes. She then asked him for something in return. Could he be more patient with her? He did not answer immediately, so she continued. She needed him to promise that he would not treat her the way he had in the dream. Howard, slightly embarrassed, admitted that he was not some kind of monk. He was still a man with his own desires. Even so, Sabrina insisted. Just 3 months. That was all she was asking for. Howard sighed inwardly, already knowing what she feared. She was afraid that he only wanted her physically, that once he got what he wanted, everything would fall apart. Understanding that, he finally agreed. He promised. He held her again, and this time Sabrina seemed satisfied. A small, genuine smile appeared on her face, softer than anything he had ever seen from her before. She leaned in and gently kissed the corner of his mouth, telling him not to break his promise. That single smile was enough for him. For something like that, he could wait 3 months without complaint. But just as the moment settled, the television in the restaurant suddenly blared with breaking news. A celebrity gossip program announced a shocking revelation. Sunny's secret boyfriend had been exposed. And just like that, everything changed again. The next chapter opened in a completely different setting. Not the familiar 2003 restaurant, but a high-end, elegant dining place. Howard, dressed in new clothes he had specifically bought for the occasion, sat across from Sabrina. She noticed immediately and complimented his improved sense of style. Howard replied that now that he was with her, how could he not care about his appearance? Sabrina quickly corrected him, saying she still had not agreed to be his girlfriend. Howard grinned and said that as her almost boyfriend, he had to start acting the part. She accused him of becoming more and more full of himself, and he casually replied that he could change if she did not like it. Curious, she asked how. He answered simply, in any way she wanted. As she cut into her steak, she commented that it was tough, just like someone's personality. Howard immediately understood the jab. She called him stubborn and petty, saying that whenever she said something he did not like, he would give her the cold shoulder for days. He pointed out that she did the same thing. But Sabrina insisted it was different. He had heard her first. Without arguing further, Howard quietly took her plate and began cutting the steak into smaller pieces for her. He admitted that he could be difficult at times. When he handed the plate back, she resumed eating, warning him that if he acted like that again, she would ignore him as well. Howard crossed his fingers thoughtfully and raised an important question. Did she want him to remain the same man she had met in the dream? The one who fought fiercely and lived by his own principles? Or did she want to reshape him into someone else entirely? Sabrina asked if he could not at least change a little for her. Howard realized that this was something they needed to address honestly. He did not want their relationship to become a constant battle. So he told her that while he loved her and was willing to change in ways that would make things better between them, there were certain values that defined who he was. Those could not be changed. She was left momentarily speechless by his answer. Then she asked what would happen if she insisted anyway. Howard explained that many people see relationships as battles, where one side either reaches a compromise or completely dominates the other. But once that happens, love disappears. Sabrina immediately pointed out the contradiction. Had he not just promised to soften his sharp tongue for her? Howard realized his mistake and quickly clarified. Some parts of a person are like the roots of a plant. If you pull them out, the entire plant dies. Other parts are like leaves. Those can be trimmed and adjusted without destroying the whole. Sabrina understood what he meant. The core of who he was could not change, but smaller things could. He confirmed it. At that exact moment, someone nearby secretly snapped a photo of them dining together and posted it in a group chat. Almost instantly, people began gossiping. Some called him lucky for moving from one beautiful woman to another. Others insulted him, calling him shameless. One person even decided to approach them directly. As if things were not already tense enough, Sabrina casually mentioned that she hated unfaithful men who treated relationships lightly. Howard immediately understood the implication. She was still bothered by his past. He tried to reassure her, saying that the past was over and that the only person he wanted now was her. But her uneasiness did not disappear so easily. Then, suddenly, a man approached their table. Dressed sharply with a confident smile, he greeted Howard loudly, as if they were old friends. He even brought up Howard's previous girlfriend, praising her looks and asking why she was not there. Sabrina's expression immediately darkened. The man continued, joking crudely and asking Howard to introduce him to some hot girls as well. It was clear he was trying to provoke a reaction. Sabrina stood up abruptly and walked away. The man smirked, satisfied that his plan had worked. Howard quickly moved to follow her, but the man grabbed his shoulder, continuing his mocking remarks. In one swift motion, Howard twisted his arm, forcing him into pain as if he were nothing more than a child. At that moment, however, Sabrina returned. She calmly sat back down as if nothing had happened. Howard released the man and looked at her in surprise. She simply said she had gone to pay the bill. Howard let out an awkward laugh, still processing everything, and replied that she could have let him handle it instead. Sabrina waved off the bill casually, saying it was not that expensive. But if Howard really wanted to act like a gentleman, then he could take her to the movies and pay for the tickets instead. Howard agreed without hesitation, sealing the deal. She slipped her arm through his, and the two of them walked out together like a proper couple. Just before leaving, Sabrina turned back toward the man who had tried to provoke them earlier and calmly declared that she was Howard's girlfriend now. Then she asked if he had anything else to do, because they certainly did. The man immediately backed off, awkwardly apologizing as they left. A while later, they arrived at the cinema, walking side by side, arm in arm. Howard could not hide his happiness. Hearing Sabrina openly call herself his girlfriend, even if only in front of someone else, meant more to him than he expected. As they walked, she leaned closer and softly whispered his name into his ear. Then she asked a question that caught him completely off guard. Had he ever taken her to meet his parents? Howard froze internally. He thought that whole ex-girlfriend topic was behind them, but apparently not. He answered honestly. No, he had never done that. Sabrina nodded, saying that was good, though her tone made it unclear whether she truly meant it. Inside the cinema, they bought tickets to watch Barbie, which was still popular and widely discussed. As they sat down, Howard grew slightly irritated by the endless commercials playing before the movie started. One advertisement in particular caught his attention, and not in a good way. It was a juice commercial. And the girl in it was Sunny. The same Sunny who had been with him in the dream world. The same girl who had gone through life and death situations by his side. Seeing her on the big screen like that felt surreal. Behind them, two girls were chatting excitedly about the latest gossip. According to the rumors, Sunny's secret boyfriend had just been exposed. They talked about how her popularity had skyrocketed after Korea's Got Talent, and yet, at the peak of her career, she chose to confess her feelings for someone. It did not make sense to them. Then came the interview clip. Sunny was explaining that the person she liked preferred older women, so she hoped she could become mature enough for him. The reporter pressed further, asking if she could reveal his identity. At that exact moment, Howard's entire body tensed. If she said his name, everything would collapse. Sabrina noticed his reaction immediately and asked what was wrong. He looked pale. Howard forced himself to act normal, saying it was nothing. Then Sunny answered. She said she would not reveal his identity. He was not part of the entertainment industry, and she did not want to expose his life to the public. Howard quietly exhaled in relief. But Sunny was not finished. She explained that she had agreed to the interview for one reason. There was something she wanted to say to him. Looking directly into the camera, she spoke from the heart. Could they meet again? She did not want to live her life without him. Then she did something shocking. She shared a WhatsApp number on national television and told him to add it and send her a message. She would be waiting. The audience behind Howard reacted with excitement, but he sat there frozen, completely overwhelmed. Sabrina, meanwhile, calmly watched the movie, unaware of the storm brewing inside him. He could not help but blame the strange dream game that had brought all of this into his life. Without it, none of these complications would exist. The scene shifted to a luxurious apartment, where Sunny lay on her bed, staring at her phone, waiting. She wondered if her message had reached him, if he would respond. Within minutes of the broadcast, her WhatsApp had been flooded with tens of thousands of messages from strangers. Ironically, the fame she once desired now became a burden. After the movie, Howard took Sabrina home. He told himself that the right thing to do was simple. Focus on Sabrina. Stay grounded. Sunny lived in a completely different world, one filled with cameras, fans, and constant attention, while he just wanted a normal life. So he chose not to message her. At least, that was what he told himself. A few days later, while working at the 2003 restaurant, a gossip program reported that Sunny had been put on hold by her agency. Her actions had caused trouble, and the company was trying to control the situation. Hearing this, Howard could not help but feel uneasy. Was it his fault? Eventually, he gave in and decided to message her. Before sending anything, he noticed that she had set up a questionnaire to filter out random messages. The first question asked about the moment they met. He answered correctly, recalling how she had been attacked by robotic animals and how he had saved her. The second question asked who they had taken with them while escaping. He answered again. The robot, named Hill. Then came the third question. Did he feel anything for her? Howard hesitated. His mind drifted back to a conversation with Kitty. She had once answered a hypothetical question about choosing between two people. Her logic had been simple, even blunt. Love was not just about feelings. It was about reality, about what kind of life you could actually build together. Howard stared at his phone, conflicted. If he chose one, the other would be hurt. If he chose both, everything would eventually fall apart. Still, he began typing. Meanwhile, Sunny stood by a window waiting anxiously. She had been confined to a hotel room by her agency, her phone taken away, her movements restricted. Her manager had tried to bury the scandal by isolating her completely. But suddenly, everything changed. Her coach burst into the room with shocking news. The manager responsible for her confinement had been exposed in a scandal of his own, and had fled. The agency had replaced him, and Sunny was finally free. The first thing she asked for was her phone. When she got it back, she scrolled through the messages, her hands trembling. Then she saw it. Howard's response. Her heart raced as she opened it, jumping straight to the final question. His answer hit her like a cold wave. He told her to think of him as a dead man. It was not what she wanted to hear, but at least it confirmed one thing. It was him. Sometime later, Howard sat alone, staring at his phone. The situation felt impossible no matter what he chose. Then suddenly, Sunny's contact lit up. He sent her a message. Sunny, you're so silly. The moment she read it, tears began streaming down her face. She replied immediately, saying she thought she would never see him again. Not long after, she called him. Howard hesitated, then accepted the video call. There she was, more beautiful than ever yet crying uncontrollably. All the emotions he had buried began to surface, but the only thing he managed to say was that she looked thinner. She broke down completely. They talked for hours, sharing everything, from the dream they experienced together to their struggles in the real world. Eventually, Sunny confessed her feelings directly. She loved him. Howard closed his eyes for a moment before answering. He told her the truth. He had a girlfriend now, and he loved her very much. Sunny said she already knew. But even so, she asked one more thing. Could they meet, just once? Howard replied calmly that there was no real reason for them to meet. Sunny was now incredibly popular, surrounded by countless admirers, and constantly watched by journalists and paparazzi. If they met in person, the risk of being exposed was far too high. His life would no longer be his own. Every action would be scrutinized, twisted into gossip, and broadcast across entertainment media. More importantly, Sabrina was already uneasy about his past. If something like this surfaced, it would only make things worse. Even if he tried to explain that he and Sunny shared a unique bond because of the dream, it would sound like nothing more than an excuse. That secret, the dream game itself, was something he could never reveal. So he refused. Sunny felt the disappointment immediately, though Howard was not unaffected either. Turning down someone like her was not easy, but he had already made his choice. Being with Sabrina meant closing the door on anything else. At most, he could offer friendship, nothing more. Days passed. Sunny eventually held a press conference, dismissing rumors about being confined or controlled. She claimed she had simply been unwell and needed time to recover. The public accepted the explanation, and the situation gradually settled. Meanwhile, Howard prepared for something entirely different. He was taking Sabrina to visit his relatives. His cousin's child had reached 30 days of life, and the family planned a gathering to celebrate. To avoid unnecessary attention, Sabrina chose to drive a less extravagant car. Even so, Howard found it amusing that her idea of simple was still far beyond anything he was used to. When she opened the trunk, he was stunned. It was filled with gifts. Dozens of them. Based on his earlier descriptions of his family, she had prepared for everyone, not just the immediate relatives. There were more than 50 items in total. Only then did Howard realize why she had been asking so many detailed questions about his family over the past few days. Even his own outfit had been chosen by her. A new suit, matching pants, a wallet, and even a branded watch. She had thought of everything. She also mentioned that Kitty would be joining them shortly. When Kitty arrived, her excitement was immediate. Sabrina had bought her a high-end tablet as a gift, and the girl could barely contain her joy. Howard pointed out that such an expensive gift was unnecessary, but Sabrina simply smiled, saying she hoped Kitty liked it. There was no doubt about that. By the time they reached Howard's hometown, Sabrina was welcomed warmly. His relatives greeted her with curiosity and kindness. His aunt immediately asked if she was hungry after the long trip, while others were visibly impressed by the number of gifts she had brought. She met his uncle, Kitty's father, who seemed surprised that someone so young could already hold a high position in a major company. Kitty, of course, proudly exaggerated Sabrina's achievements, declaring that she wanted to grow up to be just like her. As Sabrina explored the house, Howard's uncle quietly asked about her background. Howard confirmed that she came from a wealthy and influential family but asked him not to pry too deeply. Still, his uncle spoke honestly. Their family might not have money, but they had dignity. Sabrina's generosity was appreciated, but they could not rely on her wealth. Howard agreed. Then the conversation turned serious. The family carried a significant debt, and his uncle admitted that he wished he could offer something meaningful when Howard eventually got married, but their financial situation made it difficult. Howard reassured him. He now owned a noodle restaurant, and the business was doing well. If he continued working hard, he believed he could clear the family's debts within a few years. That night, Howard and Sabrina found themselves alone in the guest room. Sabrina asked nervously if his relatives liked the gifts. Howard assured her that they did, though he added that they were used to a simpler lifestyle, so her generosity might have made them feel a little overwhelmed. She immediately worried that they might misunderstand her intentions, thinking she was trying too hard to impress them. Howard gently tapped her nose and told her not to overthink it. What mattered was that they saw her as kind and sincere. In fact, they were more worried that someone like her might eventually leave him. Sabrina asked what would happen if his family disapproved of their relationship. Howard lifted her chin and assured her confidently that nothing would come between them. Trying to lighten the mood, she teased him about being sweaty and suggested he take a shower. He jokingly proposed that they could shower together, but she quickly rejected the idea, reminding him that his relatives were just outside. Later, after both had cleaned up, they prepared to sleep. Sabrina warned him to behave, and Howard playfully replied that he would not have even thought about anything if she had not brought it up. She crossed her arms, insisting once again that nothing inappropriate would happen. Not here, and not now. Howard found her reaction amusing but agreed. They lay down side by side, quietly holding hands. Sabrina softly commented on how much he had changed since the dream. Sometimes, she wondered if he was still the same man who had fought wild wolves without hesitation. Howard smiled and pointed out that she had changed as well. Back then, she had been distant and proud, like someone untouchable. Now, she was visiting his family, bringing gifts, and worrying about whether his relatives liked her. Sabrina closed her eyes and smiled. They had both changed. The next morning, Howard took her around town, introducing her to everyone. In a small place like that, word spread quickly. Before long, nearly everyone knew about her. One of his aunts even bluntly asked if they were already planning to get married. Sabrina felt slightly uneasy, especially seeing how happy everyone was with the gifts she had brought. It almost felt like she was trying to buy their approval. Howard reassured her once again. She was not doing anything wrong. She was simply being thoughtful. In truth, his family was genuinely impressed. To them, she was not just beautiful and wealthy, but also generous and respectful. Taking advantage of the moment, Howard wrapped an arm around her waist and pulled her closer, joking that since everyone was already asking about marriage, they might as well just get married right away. Sabrina immediately pushed him back, reminding him that he still had not passed her test. They were only dating. Howard grinned. At least now, she had admitted it. After visiting several relatives, Howard finally arrived at his grandmother's house, the same place he had once visited with Sharon. This time, however, Sabrina stood beside him, holding a neatly wrapped gift box. She greeted his grandmother politely, but the old woman immediately told her that she was welcome and did not need to bring anything. They went inside and sat down. The grandmother smiled warmly, praising Sabrina's beauty and manners, saying Howard was lucky to have someone like her. Sabrina responded modestly, saying she felt just as fortunate to be with him. As she spoke, the grandmother could not help but think. The last girl her grandson had brought was also beautiful and wealthy. What exactly was it about Howard that made such women fall for him? Then she suddenly remembered something. During the New Year visit, someone had left behind a charger. She brought it out and handed it to Howard, assuming it belonged to him. But Howard shook his head and said it was not his, as he had taken his charger with him when he left. The grandmother insisted. Only he and his uncles had visited during that time, and none of them claimed it either. Sabrina, quick to notice the details, examined the charger and calmly pointed out that it could not belong to Howard. His phone was a different brand, which meant there was only one possibility. It belonged to the girl he had brought before. The realization hung in the air. Even the grandmother seemed to realize what she had just exposed, her expression shifting awkwardly. A heavy silence followed. Being old and forgetful, she had spoken without thinking, while Sabrina, sharp and observant, understood everything instantly. Not long after, they left for the family gathering at his cousin's house. On the way, Sabrina finally confronted him. Had he really taken his ex to meet his grandmother? Howard admitted that he had. However, he reassured her that Sharon had never met his parents. Sabrina frowned, clearly frustrated. She said he must think she was being unreasonable. He had broken up with that woman long ago, yet she still could not stop bringing it up. She knew it made her look foolish, but she could not help it. After all, that relationship had existed before she entered his life. She'd been waiting for him. How could he have dated someone else during that time? Howard had no immediate answer. Then, as quickly as the tension rose, Sabrina exhaled and waved it off. She admitted that saying it out loud made her feel better. She knew he was not at fault. In the end, everything could have been avoided if they had confessed their feelings earlier. Howard nodded, but inside, his thoughts were far from calm. If she ever found out the full truth about everything, about Sunny, about the dream, about all of it, he could not even imagine the consequences. The mere thought of those worlds colliding was enough to unsettle him. The scene shifted. Inside a sleek office, a conversation was taking place. A man addressed Sharon Yang, noting that it had been a long time since they last met. He had heard she was interested in investing in artificial intelligence. She confirmed it without hesitation. Artificial intelligence, she explained, was the future. In the information age, its role in society was only growing. Her confidence and clarity left the man slightly intimidated. Sharon was known for her sharp instincts in business. If she had set her sights on something, it meant opportunity. As he observed her, he realized something else. She had changed. She was no longer distant and indifferent. There was a warmth to her now, even a hint of femininity that had not been there before. It made him wonder if someone had influenced her. Days later, Howard was walking down the street when a young woman suddenly approached him, asking if he could appear in a short video she was recording. He politely declined, but she persisted, moving closer and suggesting they at least exchange social media. For the first time, Howard found himself in an unfamiliar situation. A stranger was openly flirting with him. He almost found it amusing. Still, he shook his head and told her he had a girlfriend, then walked away. Unbeknownst to him, Sharon was watching from inside a nearby car. She observed the interaction quietly, noting how different he seemed. More confident, better dressed, more noticeable. Her assistant commented that it was no surprise women were starting to notice him now. Sharon's expression hardened slightly. She thought about Sabrina, the woman who had become her unexpected rival. A woman who had everything: wealth, beauty, and a strong presence. Someone who could have been an ally, even a friend, if circumstances had been different. But because of Howard, everything had changed. Her thoughts turned colder. If he had caused this situation, then he would have to face the consequences. It was time he learned that there were limits, and people he should never cross. Meanwhile, Howard's life continued to move forward. The 2003 noodle restaurant had expanded. A new branch opened in a prime location, twice the size of the original. On its very first day, delivery orders shattered previous records. The success began attracting attention from major players in the food industry. One such visitor was Yvonne Zhang, the marketing director of a large corporate group. She explained that her company specialized in partnering with promising restaurants, providing resources to help them scale while sharing in the profits. After observing his business, She believed his restaurant had enormous potential. Howard listened carefully but remained cautious. He'd always thought large corporations preferred to buy recipes outright, rather than collaborate. Ivan clarified that recipes alone meant little. What truly mattered was the person behind them, someone capable of consistently delivering quality. Even so, Howard declined. He admitted that he was unfamiliar with such partnerships, and worried about being taken advantage of. Ivan respected his decision and left him her card, telling him he could reach out if he changed his mind. Not long after, Sabrina called him. She asked if he had time that evening. Of course, he said yes. She told him she wanted him to meet someone important, and advised him to dress well. The person they were meeting valued maturity and reliability. When Howard arrived, he quickly realized what this meant. Standing before him was Sabrina's father, Herbert Liu, a powerful figure and the CEO of a massive corporate group. His presence alone carried authority, the kind that made people instinctively straighten their posture. He studied Howard carefully and asked if he was Sabrina's boyfriend. Howard had imagined meeting her father someday, but not this soon. A brief flash of memory revealed Sabrina telling her father that this was the man she intended to marry. Now, standing face to face with a man whose wealth and influence dwarfed his own, Howard felt the weight of reality pressing down on him. Her father gave a slow, calculating smile and addressed him directly. "So, your name is Howard, right?" The tension in the room was immediate. The next moment, a woman named Cecilia Shao entered, serving tea. She was Sabrina's stepmother. Without warning, Herbert Liu spoke again, telling Howard to apologize. The demand caught him off guard. Sabrina immediately reacted, anger flashing in her eyes. She knew exactly what her father was doing. It was a display of power, a way to assert dominance. Howard, however, remained composed. He took Sabrina's hand gently and said that if it was necessary, he would apologize. But before anything could escalate further, Sabrina stood up. She refused to tolerate it. Her stepmother tried to intervene, reminding her that her father's health was not good, urging her to be more considerate. But Sabrina was already past that point. She turned to her father and asked him directly. Who did he want her to marry this time? Someone richer? More powerful? Was she nothing more than a tool for him to control? Her father snapped back, telling her to ask Howard about his past. But Sabrina cut him off. She said she did not care about his ex-girlfriend. What mattered was that she loved him, and she knew he loved her too. Whether her father approved or not would not change that. If he gave his blessing, she would be happy. But if he tried to separate them, she would walk away for good. With that, she turned and left the room, slamming the door behind her. Outside, the two of them embraced tightly. Sabrina trembled slightly, and Howard whispered softly that they would stay together no matter what. She nodded. For Howard, the obstacles were becoming clearer. Money, status, power. These were the forces standing in his way. But if that was the game he had to play, then he would face it head-on. The very next day, he contacted Ivan again. This time, his decision was different. He extended his hand and told her that he was ready. Together, they would turn the 2003 noodle restaurant into something extraordinary. Howard sought advice from Kevin Liu, hoping to better understand the risks of entering the corporate world. Kevin told him that the company he was planning to partner with did have a solid reputation and had helped many businesses grow. However, he warned Howard not to be careless. The business world was full of hidden traps, especially for newcomers. If he was serious about moving forward, he should hire professional consultants to guide him through the process. Howard thanked him. With that, he stepped into a new phase of his life. This was no longer just about running a small restaurant. It was about power, influence, and building something far bigger. Elsewhere, Sharon Yang stood calmly, throwing darts at a target. Each throw landed with precision, hitting closer and closer to the center. Her secretary watched in admiration, surprised at how quickly she had improved. Sharon, however, dismissed it as simple practice. To her, the act itself was not difficult. It was only the repetition that felt tedious. Her thoughts drifted elsewhere. She wondered how Howard had once been so skilled at it. Then she turned to business. She asked whether an internet company had agreed to sell their patents. Her secretary informed her that negotiations were still ongoing. Instead, there was another matter. A call had come in from Herbert Liu. Sharon's expression shifted slightly as she picked up the phone. On the other end, Herbert's voice erupted with anger. He demanded that she keep her plaything, away from Sabrina, threatening consequences if she did not comply. Sharon, completely unfazed, calmly asked what he was talking about. What had happened to Sabrina? Herbert accused her of pretending, claiming this was another one of her schemes. But Sharon pushed back, reminding him that coercing others, especially his own family, would only damage his reputation. She made it clear that the current situation was his own fault. If he had not interfered in her relationship with Howard, none of this would have happened. Her words were sharp and deliberate. She even turned the accusation back on him, stating that he was the one who had indirectly pushed Sabrina toward Howard. If anything, she should be the one demanding answers from him. Herbert was furious, but Sharon did not back down. She warned him not to lay a hand on Howard. If he did, she would make him regret it. Then she hung up, without hesitation. As the call ended, her expression hardened. To her, Herbert had already taken enough from her. She had no intention of letting him take anything else. Meanwhile, Herbert stood silently, his thoughts darkening. From his perspective, Howard was suspicious. A man like him, attracting two extraordinary women at the same time, must have ulterior motives. In Herbert's mind, Howard was trying to gain something, money, status, or worse. But at that very moment, Howard was doing something far simpler. He was lighting candles on a birthday cake. It was Sabrina's birthday. She looked at him with surprise, asking how he knew. He admitted that he had asked her assistant because he wanted to prepare something special. The gesture made her genuinely happy, though her thoughts were still clouded by everything that had happened earlier. As they stood together, both her father and Howard were thinking about the same strange reality. Two remarkable women had been drawn to the same man. From Herbert's perspective, it was suspicious. From Howard's perspective, it was something he needed to protect. He spoke honestly to Sabrina. If he were in her father's position, he might have reacted the same way. Seeing his daughter with a man like him, someone with little status, he might have tried to separate them too. But he assured her of one thing. He would not give up, no matter what. Sabrina smiled faintly at his determination. Howard then asked her to hold out her hand. When she did, he placed a small box in it. Inside was a ring. She immediately asked him to put it on her finger, but he stopped her gently. There was no need to rush. The ring was not about pressure. It was a promise. As long as she wore it, it meant she belonged with him. She looked into his eyes and asked if he would love her forever. He answered without hesitation, yes. He placed the ring on her finger and the two embraced. In that moment, it felt as though nothing could come between them. Then Sabrina surprised him again. She asked if she could stay the night at his place. Howard hesitated, assuming she might not be ready for anything more. She teased him, hinting that he might regret holding back. For a moment, he thought she was referring to the 3-month promise ending, but she simply called him a pervert and laughed it off. The next day, reality returned. Howard sat in a meeting room, entering a new battlefield. Not emotional this time, but professional. The representative of the corporation began discussing the terms of their partnership. This time, Howard was prepared. He had brought in help. A highly capable assistant, formerly Sabrina's secretary, had joined him. She was well-educated, multilingual, and exceptionally skilled. With her leading the negotiations, the discussion shifted dramatically. She proposed a deal that gave Howard 70% of the profits, and the corporation 30%. More importantly, she demonstrated a deep understanding of the corporation's structure, identifying potential weaknesses and outlining future strategies. After multiple rounds of negotiation, the deal was finalized. While it was not perfect, Howard retained majority control over his brand and recipes. It was a crucial victory. However, he understood something clearly. Compared to people like her, his own abilities were still lacking. If he wanted to lead, he would have to grow. That realization fueled his determination. He was no longer just building a restaurant. He was building himself. Later that night, Sabrina stood in front of a mirror, trying on an elegant dress for a business dinner. Howard, watching from the side, immediately objected. In his eyes, the dress was too revealing. Sabrina brushed it off, explaining that it was standard formal attire. Still, Howard insisted. He placed his jacket over her shoulders, saying it looked better that way. Sabrina laughed softly, teasing him about acting like a protective Sigma male, before kissing his cheek and heading off to the dinner. Howard stayed behind, choosing to relax in the hotel room. Sometime later, There was a knock at the door. When he opened it, no one was there. Only a folded piece of paper on the floor. He picked it up and read the message. Go to room 702. I need to talk to you. Sharon Yang. At the same time, Sabrina was at the dinner, discussing business matters with executives. Then her assistant approached her urgently, whispering something in her ear. The words shook her completely. Without a word, she left the event. Moments later, she arrived at Howard's room, her heart pounding. The call she had received claimed that Howard was secretly meeting his ex. She knocked on the door. No answer. Her anxiety spiked. Then the door opened. Howard stood there, confused. Relief washed over her instantly. She tried to act normal, brushing it off as nothing. A few minutes later, they compared what had happened. The note. The call meant all now. It was clear that someone was trying to sabotage their relationship. Sabrina asked to see the note, but Howard told her he had already torn it up. She apologized for doubting him, but he reassured her. If anything, it showed how much she cared. Still, Howard had his own suspicions. He believed this might be Herbert's doing. After all, Sharon had his number. She would not need to send a note. The only reason he destroyed it was because it mentioned Sharon's name. He did not want Sabrina to know who his ex really was. Some truths were too dangerous. Days later, Sharon reviewed reports about Howard's business expansion. She quickly realized that Sabrina must have been helping him. When she learned that a former secretary had assisted in negotiations, she smirked slightly. Howard really was fortunate. Then, her assistant reminded her of an appointment. She was scheduled to visit a hospital. At the same time, Sabrina received shocking news. Her father had been hospitalized. Her voice trembled as she confirmed it over the phone. Despite everything, she was clearly worried. Howard immediately told her they should go. Even as doubt lingered in his mind, wondering if this was another scheme, he could not ignore the situation. Sabrina, however, showed no hesitation. No matter what had happened between them, he was still her father. And she still cared. Howard could not deny that he disliked Herbert Liu. But at the same time, he also could not ignore the fact that this man was Sabrina's father. Forcing her to choose between family and love would only hurt her. So he made a decision. No matter what happened, he would stand firm for her. Even if this was a trap, even if her father was testing him, he would not run away. He was no longer afraid to fight for what he wanted. At the hospital, Howard stayed outside the room while Sabrina went in to see her father. After some time, she came back out, her expression troubled. Howard immediately noticed. He asked if something had happened, if her father had said anything. But Sabrina shook her head. That was not the issue. There was someone else inside. Her uncle's widow. Hearing that, Howard's thoughts shifted. A woman appearing at a time like this, with the head of the family in poor health, it sounded like the beginning of a struggle over inheritance. The situation felt messy, almost like the start of a family power struggle. Sabrina began explaining. After her uncle married that woman, things quickly went wrong. A major conflict broke out, and her uncle ended up paralyzed, bedridden for 2 years. Then suddenly, his heart stopped, and he passed away. Not long after that, her grandparents also died. Within a short span of time, 3 major figures in the family were gone. And that woman inherited everything. Howard frowned. The timing was too strange. He asked if she did not find it suspicious that after the woman entered the family, so many tragedies followed. Before Sabrina could answer, someone approached them. Sabrina's expression darkened. She warned him quietly that this woman was dangerous. The first time she had seen her, the woman had been standing outside a hospital room, smiling in a way that felt unnatural, almost unsettling. Then a voice cut through the tension. It was Sharon Yang. She stepped forward calmly, that same composed smile on her face, and casually remarked that she did not know Sabrina had the habit of speaking poorly about others behind their backs. The moment Howard saw her, his thoughts froze. Everything had just become far more complicated. Sharon walked closer, her gaze settling on him. She commented that he looked thinner, as if nothing was wrong, as if this encounter was completely ordinary. But there was nothing ordinary about it. Then she turned her attention to Sabrina, her tone sharpening slightly. As if it were not enough that he had gone off with another woman, she said. Now it turned out that woman was her own niece. What kind of person did that make him? Howard immediately pushed back, telling her she was being unreasonable. They had broken up a long time ago. and he had never known about any connection between them. But Sharon did not accept that. She said she had never agreed to break up with him. She had only stepped away because of serious matters she needed to handle. That answer only made things worse. Howard questioned her directly. If that was the case, why had she left without saying anything? Had she ever considered how he felt? To him, it seemed like her priorities had always been clear. Status, career, wealth. Those mattered more than anything else. Now that she had made her choice, she should accept the consequences. Sharon's expression tightened slightly, but she insisted she had not had a choice. That was enough for him. Howard no longer wanted to hear any more explanations. He reached for Sabrina's hand and told her they were leaving. Without hesitation, he turned and walked away with her. Behind them, Sharon's voice rang out. She said she would never give up on him. But Howard did not stop. He did not turn back. Even as she declared that nothing would stop her from loving him, he kept walking forward. In her mind, however, Sharon remained certain of one thing. It was only a matter of time. Sooner or later, Howard and Sabrina would break apart. And unlike her, Sabrina would not tolerate even the smallest mistake.